am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with your pistol. Put your back down on your knees with your pistol. I am the. Put your back down on your knees with your pistol. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. You wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和点酸奶之间出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my clouds. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall through the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人前世，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，and now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall through the test.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bones in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
From the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Real hustle, baby, throw my roller in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
And finally we are here, Pune. Are you guys ready? Well, abhi energy thodi kam hai, but we're gonna make sure you guys are having a blast when the matches begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate showdown, the grand finals of OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia. Right, so it is the last day. आज 2 matches हमको experience करने को मिलेंगे. There's going to be the lower bracket final and of course the grand final itself. लेकिन grand final की एक finalist team हमें पता है. First we have to find out who is going to be second in line. और उसी के साथ हमारी जर्नी स्टार्ट होगी. बट इससे पहले कि आज के सफर को आगे बढ़ाएं, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors, the OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia with title partners OMEN, brought to you guys by Nodwin Gaming and styling partners Philips OneBlade. और साथ ही साथ जितने भी लोग हमारे साथ यहाँ IGS पुणे में जुड़ रहे हैं, उन लोगों से दरख्वास्त करूंगा that you guys are having a blast here, I know, and you guys watching at home, if you guys want to join us, IGS Pune is where we are at. हमारे पास एक ओमन का बहुत ही शानदार बूथ भी है जहाँ पे आप अल्टीमेट गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं ऑन दीज अमेजिंग ओमन डिवाइसेस. बट नाउ इट इज फाइनली टाइम कि हम चले हमारे प्यारे से एनालिस्ट के पास, और इससे पहले कि मैचेस एक्चुअली स्टार्ट हो, वी फाइंड आउट व्हाट इज गोइंग थ्रू देयर हेड्स अबाउट टुडे. तो चलिए चलते हैं टुवर्ड्स द डेस्क वेयर वी हैव ऑफिशियल क्रैक जॉइन्ड बाय फ्रिट्ज एंड स्पार्टस.
Final day of the entire finals bracket or the playoff, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to OMEN Valorant Challenger South Asia, presented by Nodwin Gaming with our styling partner Philips OneBlade. I'm going to be a host in Castro Necro, and of course, John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shinu. Men, last day is over here, and we're going to kick things off with the lower brackets finals.
I'm hoping to be flabbergasted today because again, it's going to be another revenge possibility for True Rippers when they'll be facing off Revenant Esports, who we never thought would actually move down to lower bracket.
Exactly. Once again, there is going to be a rematch, a chance, a possibility for True Rippers to sort of make that revenge arc come through. But let's move forward and look at the prize pool. This is going to be another factor that will be adding on a lot of the pressure on these teams, especially True Rippers when they're going to be facing off against Revenant Esports. Once again, I'm expecting some sort of jitters. $66,000 on the line in the split one, and then inside of the split two, it's going to be $64K. That's a lot of money on the line. If you move on forward towards the distribution now, the first spot getting $15,000, the second one getting $7,000, and third and fourth getting $4,000 each.
Fifth and sixth, they've already received $1,000.
Yeah.
Seventh and eighth, of course, all the top 8 will receive something out of that one. But you always want to aim higher. You always want to aim for the first place. Unfortunately, yesterday we did see Mirrell depart. They were the team that will be placed at that 4th spot. And today, after the first match, we will know who's going to be third.
Exactly. Now, we have been talking about the last day. Let's move on forward and look at the brackets. As I mentioned, we're going to directly jump inside of the lower brackets finals between Revenant Esports and True Rippers. And whichever team wins over here, they will be moving on to the grand finals, which will be a best of 5 series.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Again, all of these best of 3 matches have been top notch. We've seen some 2-0s, some dominations, close-knit matchups as well. But in that best of 5, a lot of those things will change. So if in case it's going to be Revenant who will be moving on top, then it's going to be again exciting to watch. But we'll have to just wait and out and see for that.
Exactly. Team cards in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. RU, Techno, Helef, Deathmaker, and Disrupt. Every single player from True Rippers is, of course, quite individually skilled, but it's all about performing when it matters the most. And that's been the problem for True Rippers. The last time when they faced off against Revenant Esports, a lot of struggles were seen, and hopefully the similar type of struggles are not going to be seen over here. Even Map Veto is going to be playing a crucial role into this.
True. It's going to be, again, exciting to watch how Map Veto is going to unfold. But for now, we've got the Revenant Esports roster unfolding in front of our skills. SK Rossi, Severine, DOS9, Paradox. Severine's IGLing has been top-notch. And when SK Rossi and Paradox are feeling themselves, it becomes difficult to stop this entire lineup. Skills, on the other side, though, has been having some on and off days. Specifically, whenever he's playing anything apart from a Sentinel, he kind of feels those jitters and faces some problems. But yet again, DOS9, another pillar for the side of Revenant who performs exceptionally well.
How can you forget about Rossi's struggle as well? Yesterday, Rossi struggled a lot. Moving on forward, a head-to-head between Skills and RU. And you can clearly see there's a major difference. Now, of course, in some of the factors, Skills is prevailing. In some of the factors, it's RU who's much more better. But in general, if you look at the overall stats, RU still dominates.
He definitely does dominate. And on the other side, those skills again, he's played 16 times his favorite agent, that's Killjoy. He plays it a lot, specifically in the Omen Valorant Championship. He's the one who's been playing it for quite a while. And I still can't get over the fact that sometimes, whenever he's playing on something other than that, he faces some jitters. Now, for Revenant, the best thing that they could do today is, of course, since they're all mechanically gifted, they would want all the players to be on their comfort agents, because we did see a few switch ups yesterday, which eventually did not help them out and they moved down to the lowest bracket. So if we're looking on their side, yes, you mentioned as well, Rossi was struggling, even Paradox was struggling in quite a few nodes, was not being able to get those fraggings that we normally would see from him. So I'm expecting them to switch back onto their common roles, which they normally would, and that were being in the group stages as well. And again, as you mentioned, in the veto as well, I'd be expecting them to see some maps that they are not comfortable on.
Rossi is one of those assets that you can always rely on in playing good and performing consistently. But yesterday, what we saw was not the exact SK Rossi we know. He was struggling a lot in that Killjoy role. And that just means that he's not that comfortable on the Sentinel role in general. Yes, on Cypher, not exactly on Cypher, on over Chamber. He plays incredible on Bind. But unfortunately, yesterday on Killjoy, when that Sentinel shift came in through, he was not able to perform that well. Maybe some new change, some new role needs to be given to him so that he can adjust and adapt a little bit more better.
Give him just a Sova, man. He's been playing Sova a lot and he's been performing phenomenally well on that one. So, yes, when we did see them play on the map of Ascent and he was on the role of Killjoy, I even got confused as to why is that happening. And if I'm not wrong, Severine was not actually on the smoke. So, that's those are the few things that I still feel that need to be fixed. And the role swaps that happened on the upper bracket finals day, those were something that I would not really expect to happen, specifically when the stakes are so very high. But you may never know. On the other side though, if you're talking about True Rippers, you know that they defeated Middle, the team that was actually able to finish them off. And one of the maps, that was Sunset, it was Deathmaker's Arena.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about, but after the short commercial break.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, go, go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, go, go,
मेरे यहाँ पे आके टीम्स को बुलाने का इंतजार था, तो चलिए जल्दी से शुरू करते हैं. एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट इज गोना बी एन एक्साइटिंग जर्नी अहेड, बिकॉज़ आज का ये पहला जो लोअर ब्रैकेट फिनाले होने जा रहा है, दिस विल डिसाइड कि ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में ग्रेफॉक्स का सामना आखिर कौन करेगा. एंड नाउ इट इज टाइम टू कॉल द फर्स्ट टीम ऑन द स्टेज. सपोर्टर्स से बस एक ही चीज की दरख्वास्त करूंगा, अपनी टीम के लिए आप लोगों को पूरी एनर्जी लगानी है. सो everyone supporting True Rippers, are you guys ready? Because ladies and gentlemen, the first team to walk on the stage, well, you guessed it, will be True Rippers! Not enough again, guys. I mean, it is a tough matchup for both these teams. Little more energy. All right. अब देखते हैं कि इनके जो competition है, क्या उनको ज़्यादा energy मिलती है अपने fans से. So without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's have on stage Revenant Esports! Yikes! Again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as the players take their seats. And the meanwhile, Paradox. So I'm going to read Paradox from Revenant, and let's switch up karte. Today we're going to do something different. Techno, yes. All right, so ये एक अलग इंटरव्यू होने जा रहा है because we have a different face from the side of two rippers. Techno, कैसा लग रहा है यहाँ के?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. पैरा को धोने वाला हूँ मैच.
Wow.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है एक्स टीममेट के साथ रह के.
अच्छा, तो पहले मुश्किल सवाल. लास्ट टाइम जब फेस ऑफ हुआ था यहाँ पे, they are the ones जिनकी वजह से आप यहाँ हो. So what do you have to say about that? आज के लिए क्या लगे?
Just be ready, bro. It's different. Today is a different day.
अब एक चीज़ तो है, ये लोग थोड़े डिफरेंट तो है. बिकॉज कल जो परफॉर्मेंस देखा था, जो फॉर्म देखा था, इट वाज डेडली मैन.
अभी क्या कर सकते हैं, दिन खत्म होता है. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एंड्स. इट्स अ फ्रेश डे टुडे. आज हमारा भी नया रूप दिखेगा.
ऑल राइट. तो एनर्जी मेरे को दोनों साइड से बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी नज़र आ रही है. शेक हैंड्स एंड देन वी गोना बिगिन द कॉम्पिटिशन. कोई बात नहीं, बट चलिए, आई थिंक द प्लेयर्स आर रेडी फॉर द एक्शन टू बिगिन. और हम लोग भी बिल्कुल तैयार हैं. आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी एज वेल. Are you guys ready? What about this side? Revenant, let's go. Are you guys ready? That's more like it. All right, so before we begin the show, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, the OMEN Valorant Challenge in South Asia, with title partners OMEN, styling partners Philips OneBlade, and it's brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. But अभी हम लोग जाएंगे सीधा एक छोटी सी break पे, and after that we're going to be joined by our lovely casters for the action to begin.
Interesting. At the end of the day, the day ends.
The
and
day
then to end it all
ends.
with an awkward handshake. That's what I like from the man Paradox himself. What are your thoughts about that, man? That's some great wordings being said by a professional player, Paradox.
Super wise quotes, man. I mean, that's what we normally think about. But all right, all the jokes apart, yeah. It's again some fun banter as well out there. We did see Techno as well as Paradox. Both of them are ex-teammates. Might have a read onto each other's playstyle and everything. But to start it all off, you can clearly see that there's already a rivalry brewing up between these players, and I'm pretty excited to see how it's going to unfold in the game itself.
I mean, after what he said, my brain just stopped braining, but yeah, I mean, it's understandable. At the end of the day does end, and at the start of the match does start. So overall, we see both these teams now probably just discussing something, what they want to do inside of the game, trying to get each other's morals up. Paradox really needs to perform well, that's for sure. Flex roll sometimes does not really work that well for Paradox, and even he has been inconsistent sometimes. So Paradox as well needs to find that middle ground, including SK Rossi. Every single person from Revenant Esports, they need to pop off because they rely on their individual mechanics a lot. We've got the map video in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, the icebreaker's going to be here.
Making sure that it goes out slow and steady. Sunset has been taken away, and I really like the ban from Revenant because yesterday True Rippers I mean, Deathmaker was ripping apart everyone on that jet on the map of Sunset itself. True Rippers sticking to the same ban of Breeze, not changing anything over there. Icebox comes out first and up front, just like how in the previous two engagements we've seen Icebox. One time it went in for the side of True Rippers, second time Revenant were able to steal it away. Let's see if True Rippers would be able to get an upper hand on this one, because the Viper Harbor might come into play, but we've got Split.
Interesting. Icebox and Split are going to be the maps where we're going to kick things off from. And then a ban is going to be on Lotus once again. True Rippers will be banning out Ascent, and the Decider will be in front of us too. Now, once again, Bind being the Decider, we're probably going to be seeing that Super Flash combination from Revenant Esports, that's for sure. They will be starting things off in defense with that Decider. And as we know, Revenant Esports on defense with that Super Flash combo has been pretty nutty. But it's all about avoiding that Super Flash combo. If you are successfully able to avoid that combo, that entire agent select that Revenant Esports tries to bring on the board just completely dismantles.
I mean, here's the thing. Like previously, Revenant Esports on Bind were just able to outfrag True Rippers, and then when Grayfox Esports were up against them, a very solid team in terms of mechanics as well as overall macro, they took a heavy beating. So I think the True Rippers might as well take a page off of the books of Grayfox and eventually try to pull some fun shenanigan off as well. We're gonna have to look at how Bind unfolds, but that is if True Rippers are able to steal away either Icebox or Split. And if in case they're able to steal away both, that's going to be the massive upset. Because again, yesterday was the day of upsets. Maybe today we're going to be seeing some surprises. So a day of surprises.
True that. Now, Skills from the side of Revenant Esports and Techno from True Rippers has been struggling a lot. And hopefully, the struggles today are not going to be seen. I'm not exactly sure what they're writing over there, not paid. And then we've also got some keyboard fans in the crowd.
Okay, that's the reason why I had a small chuckle there. Not paid. I mean, like, damn.
Not paid about what?
I don't know, but everyone just connects onto that. Not paid. Yeah. Come on. Either ways, it's just some fun happening all around the arena. You always love to see whenever there's a full house crowd and everyone's just enjoying themselves. True Rippers also having fun. You can see that small smirk on Deathmaker's face, but they've also got their gamer faces on too. So you know that they're pretty serious about this matchup.
Indeed they are. Ryu has been another player who's not able to find his sweet ground that much. But we know what he's capable of. We've seen him perform in the past. The same thing can be said for Techno as well. But Techno, throughout the playoffs, he has been struggling way too much. And he cannot afford to do so in the future form as well. Considering we know the Grand Finals is not that far away. Both these teams are just a step away from the Grand Finals. And this matchup means a lot. You lose this, you're way too close to move on to the Grand Finals, but your hopes and dreams will be shattered, as we've got the Agent Select in front of us. Once again, the classic Agent Select from the side of True Rippers, nothing changed, and Revenant Esports bringing back that Harbor Viper combo.
I love it. Paradox on Viper, Severine back on Harbor. It's absolutely fine. What I really like the most is Skills on the Killjoy and Rossi on Sova. Because you know, DOS9, Deathmaker, this is going to be a super amazing matchup to watch out for. But Disrupt and Helif as well with their Gecko and Sova initiator role. I've already mentioned it. In terms of the composition, True Rippers have a kind of composition that can potentially counter what Revenant are bringing on the table. It always just boils down to how well maintained and well practiced their set plays are and how well they are able to quickly get those duels in their favor. Both the coaches out up in front of our screens as well, pretty serious about that, and players are extremely ready, and I'm really getting excited to jump into the game.
I mean, you've got the player comparison as well. I mean, Deathmaker seems quite ready as usual, just trying to get his team's morale up. Deathmaker knows yesterday he went nuclear. Today he needs to do the same thing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers versus Revenant Esports kicks off now. And I'm pretty sure as True Rippers, they start things off in defense, and Revenant, as they kick things off on the attack, things are going to be spiced up. True Rippers with that Harbor Viper, not exactly Harbor Viper, but the overall composition they have, the classic one, including the Gecko, can be a really interesting factor. But then the Harbor Viper from Revenant Esports, if used perfectly, cannot leave any room for error.
wall, constant ups and downs is going to give you just a few seconds to work around with. But for now, it's True Rippers who will be making their move over towards the mid in the tubes along with Disrupt, slowly taking that space away. While on the other side, Revenant Esports creeping ahead in towards the A side, just like normally, will possibly jump over towards the pipes as well, take some space. The other end of the spectrum, though, decent amount of information being gained by True Rippers, so they might have an idea as to what Revenant are trying to cook. No space
Pretty
towards
much.
B.
Interesting.
Techno playing it way too slow.
Rossi going for the initial peek and also trying to clear out some of the angles with a shock dart. DOS9 instead gets tagged up by his own team shock dart, but it's completely fine. He's still 66 HP. It is something that he can work on. Even Helef's shock dart chipped away a little bit of an HP. Helef in the back lines
Yes.
trying to use his recon dart soon enough, and he will be able to do so. There's a big flank coming through. Disrupt, he's getting tagged up way too much, and he cannot afford to do so. Skills with a 2K has brought his team back on the top once again. There's a stick happening, and this might as well just come through. What am I seeing? Techno, he defuses the spike. True Rippers, they kick things off on a great note. Revenant Esports, all of that for nothing.
Daylight robbery is what you would love to call it. And I really love the timing that True Rippers played on with. As soon as they saw that their flank was not paying off the value that they demanded it from, Deathmaker being finished off, Disrupt as well finished off, they used the timing that was grabbed for the attention of Revenant to quickly stick on the spike and go in for the full diffuser. And the Poison Cloud having the full fuel is what had helped Techno to quickly get that entire diffuser in. I mean, you can get the kills as much as you want. We're going to take away the round, and that's what matters. A good play from True Rippers, and this time around, again, the idea pretty different though. Deathmaker making the first contact.
Oh, you cannot afford to go for a peek like that. DOS9's ready with the
skills.
ghost in his hand. Paradox as well, now trying to back away with his teammate. This Harbor Wiper combo can be super deadly if used perfectly. The execution needs to be on the point, though. Rossi as well exploring mid now. Even if he's able to find one single kill, that can be a major difference maker. And Rossi, as usual, this is what Revenant Esports likes to do. They always like to send one player on that lurk towards kitchen. And when he finds that lurk successfully, every single person on the defensive side of things, they just start to panic. And for now, the overextension from Revenant Esports really not paying off. Every single person getting countered, even towards the site, they're not able to get the spike plant. Yeah, SK Rossi with the lurk, with the flank is able to find one. But how much more damage can be dealt? There's another flank coming through from the back lines as well, and this is going to be a big surprise. Deathmaker finds the first. Now it's a 1v1 between Paradox and Deathmaker, and Paradox has got his crosshairs trained. Unfortunately, misses the initial shot, and now he's too low, but he still comes out on top. Paradox, he clutches that moment. What is going on?
And yet again, it was basically a double lurk situation where Disrupt, he had the idea that there might someone be pushed up in towards the tube, or maybe someone might be lurking in, but he just did not check that area. He went in from under the tubes. Helef's Outlaw only getting one. Techno as well found the first one on the back of a snake bite, but that was just about it. It all still came down to that last 1v1, and Paradox was also able to get that weaponry upgrade in form of a Bulldog. Now it's going to be a bonus round for Revenant Esports. Now they've got all 4 Vandals on the board with just one Bulldog in the hands of Paradox. And a humongous amount of money in the bank. And a good
Okay.
idea as well. Denying the orb, but Deathmaker is in a pretty deadly position.
Yeah, they're trying to set up Deathmaker here, but he still whiffs. Severine, Deathmaker, there's no way he whiffed those shots, man. That's the only chance he had to get the initial advantage to his team, and Disrupt finds the first kill. A lot of shots whipped from DOS9 as well. This is the clear panic setting in.
Oh, he's dead.
The shock dart will be getting the confirmation whatsoever, but still it's a 2v4. The trades did not happen back and forth, and that's the main problem. Yeah, now an initial retreat being called away as well by Revenant Esports to try and back away to the B site. They have managed to successfully force out all the rotation, and Techno does not stand a chance. Revenant Esports playing this perfectly.
The HPs are pretty low though, and Disrupt has also got a weapon upgrade. It could potentially be a case that he might find a couple of picks, but first he needs to take care of this lurk by Paradox yet again. It's just a different day, but the exact same story of those constant lurk towards the mid. And it does not matter for Revenant, who they're up against. They're always going to set up these lurk plays in the map of Icebox, and Disrupt finds the one. That's nice, but Paradox will now activate as well. He's got to be worried about him. He'll be paranoid. Cascade, he ran over it. The jumping's going to spot him. Slowly moving
Oh my
forward.
God.
Gets one, but a quick trade from DOS9 shuts him down. That's a solid round by Revenant, but only 2 rifles being carried forward. So a decent amount of economical damage at least.
Man, this was feeling crispy.
Yep.
Did you see some of those flicks that that was hidden? Nice. He's feeling crispy, and I like that. But overall, Revenant Esports is winning some of the rounds they're not supposed to, let's be honest. And that's a problem. True Rippers, they cannot keep on losing these rounds because these can really be a life breaker.
Yes.
And for Revenant Esports, these are the exact rounds they're looking for to squeeze away.
Now again, a good time to talk with the teammates, to understand what they were doing wrong. So this early timeout will eventually help them out to stop the momentum that Revenant Esports are trying to build. And it's the map of Icebox, let's be brutally honest. Yes, it's a very attack-centric map. You will see a lot of rounds on the attacking half, but when it comes to True Rippers, previously they faced the problem of the post-plant situation in which they were not able to convert those post-plants in their favor. Now that is one of the major reasons why they were not able to get that comeback previously. And I'd really hope they might have fixed those issues because, again, in terms of the composition, it is pretty solid. But there's still no answer for all the lurks that Revenant is doing in mid.
We've got a tech pause in front of us, and hopefully this issue gets sorted as soon as possible. We do not want any issues happening in the future as well, so it's better to get rid of those as quick as possible. For Revenant Esports, this is the dream start. 2-1. They have broken completely the economy of True Rippers. They've completely broken it. And now if you talk about Revenant Esports, moving on forward, their economy is starting to build up on next level. And True Rippers, they need to resist right now. But unfortunately, True Rippers, they do not have the economy to do so in the upcoming round at all.
Indeed. They've got to work on the economy as well, but again, it's just when all the constant situations of Paradox being in the positions where he's not supposed to be is what gets the value for the side of Revenant Esports. And yeah, since we're in this technical pause, you know it's again going to be a situation where the momentum is going to be broken. So this is basically the best chance for True Rippers. And as you already mentioned about the economy, they will have enough to buy out in this round. But yeah, if they lose again, then it's going to be the constant chain death cycle of the economic crisis, which they'll be caught into. You really do not want to be falling into that. Plus, here's the situation. In terms of the ultimate cycle, Revenant will get it first. Because even though True Rippers were able to squeeze away the pistol round, they did not get even 3 or 4 kills, right? If I'm not wrong, they only got a couple of kills, maximum. So that, again, helped out Revenant in getting those extra points for the orbs, and also that plant gave them one more additionally. Maybe Disrupt is closer to his thrash, but that's all about it. And previously when we saw Icebox, his thrash was something that did not find as much value as we expected it to.
True. That is really true. And especially if you talk about Disrupt, finding the value on the individual level, even that was a little bit less last time when we saw him play or face off against Revenant Esports. But I'm pretty sure this time it's going to be a whole another story. Because True Rippers, they just seem a little bit more confident after taking down a team like Metal Esports and moving up forward in the lower brackets finals. It is of course going to give you that confidence boost. You do not feel those jitters anymore. Every single player is probably going to be feeling at the top of their game. Hopefully the same thing is going to be with Techno and Skills. I mean, in the interview, Techno seemed pretty confident. I'm not exactly sure about Skills so far. I mean, there's only been 3 rounds inside of the game. And hopefully, in the future, Skills is also able to pop up. We've seen some of the great moments in the past as well, man. I've been seeing this man compete over the last years, and he has been an incredible player. But sometimes it's all about the days, right? And I think the Skills is not able to find his sweet spot so far.
So, Previously, as well, in all the different maps, whenever Skills would play the Killjoy or he would play the Cypher, you would normally see an increase in his performance wherein he feels comfortable. And that's what it's all about. The more comfortable you are, the better your performance is going to be. And that's one of the reasons we used to see him on top of the charts as well. And if not on top, at least in the mid, we would always have those impact frags. But again, yesterday when we saw those role swaps, you could clearly see, even on the map of Bind, the only one who was not that comfortable on his role was Skills himself. Yes, Orbital Strike were pretty good. You could see the smokes landing on that perfect places, but in terms of the incendiaries, there were no major lineups. And if I'm not wrong, there was one of the rounds in which his incendiary did not even land on the spike. So these are again those moments when you're comfortable on your agent, you would be able to quickly get the value out of it as much as you want. But when you're not, it just basically becomes you trying to outfrag your opponent and out-aim your opponent. And Grayfox Esports is not the one that you would be able to do it against. True Rippers, on the other hand, if they're not feeling it, if they've basically lost 4 or 5 rounds constantly, then their confidence goes down. And that's when you would be able to shine in your aim department. Otherwise, Deathmaker might just outfrag you. In terms of ultimates, as I was talking about, Severine already has the Reckoning. SK Rossi 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. On the other side, LF 1 away from Hunter's Fury. Disrupt already with the Thrash. So this is going to be a crucial round of the half.
I mean, especially if you talk about the momentum, it's going to matter the most on both the sides. And off the rip, they're going to decide to use that Reckoning. You have it, you might as well try to instantly force your dominance on the site. And that's what they're trying to do. But it's actually going to be massive fake. DOS9's all by himself on the B site, making the opponents think that it is a B execute. But instead, there's a big push coming through. And Deathmaker just looking for to shut down everyone. Gets a 3K. Hellfighter is well able to return back with one. And now it's just all down to DOS9. They were trying to fake their presence on the B, but instead it just flipped over them. And now it's all down to DOS9. What can he even do? True Rippers, they know the last man's towards B as well. And DOS9, he's completely locked in towards B main. He can never go anywhere.
That was such a solid pace change coming in from True Rippers, and you love to see that happen. But yes, it's just DOS9 as you mentioned, and it's just really difficult that he would be able to pull it off. Yes, that peak has spotted him. Helef should be the first one to take contact, and he wins the duel as well. Deathmaker was also just around the previous corner, and he would have been able to help out. Either ways, as I mentioned, a much needed round for True Rippers, and they're able to secure it as well. So I'm really expecting them to quickly build upon this momentum. And even in the replay, you could see, as you mentioned, they tried to fake the presence towards the B.
Oh
but
my god.
True Rippers, man, did not bite on it, and it's just Deathmaker shining off, showing off.
That whiff from Skills was insane. No way he whiffed those shots onto Deathmaker. And then Deathmaker just turns around and slaps him in the face. Rough luck. Skills not been able to connect any of the shots. I'm not exactly sure what the main problem is over there. I guess it's all the pressure just surmounting on top of him. I'm not exactly sure, but Revenant Esports, they should be the one in pressure. Instead, they should be the one to give pressure to the opponents. And Deathmaker once again kicks things off. The flash was perfect. Being able to get so many kills, Hellfighter as well with the Hunter's Fury, it's just a perfect combination. Good communication on the fly, and Revenant Esports, once again, their picks get taken away quite easily. It's a 2v4 on the way, and Revenant Esports don't stand a chance to convert this. With only 2 players, 3 players on the side itself, Revenant Esports, they still need to go for the re-clears, and Deathmaker's going to be a big threat. He's just ready on the top. Paradox is going to be the first man to go for the contact. And yeah, he will be finding that against Hellfighter. The callouts will be given away. And Paradox somewhere down line now knows the chance for them to come out on top inside of this round are way too low. Even the Viper's wall is going to be a big problem. SK Rossi just around the corner. Rossi needs to pop off. He needs to at least get a 2K in order for his team to have a chance to win this round. And there we go. Finds the first. That's murder right there. Rossi been able to get that kill, instantly back away, and then the recon dart as well, giving the position away. This is beautiful. 2 kills found. It's a 1v2. Now it is doable. Even the spikes dropped though. Rossi retrieves that spike, but unfortunately gets caught.
That starting set play with the flash, that was just phenomenal by Disrupt, and it gave such a great opportunity to both Deathmaker as well as Helef to quickly get their own utilities in place. Deathmaker finding the first one with the gun itself, and then in Helef quickly going into the Hunter's Fury on the first act. This is such a beautiful set play, man. You just cannot make that up on the fly. This is a good amount of practice being put in. But yes, SK Rossi also trying to pull that one back up from the grave along with Paradox, finding their own first picks. But RU was again playing in that off angle towards the screens, was able to quickly shut both of the players down. Though I'm still not quite convinced over the fact why they're investing, more or less like semi-investing onto that one. In the previous round, a couple of players had 2 sheriffs, and in this one, Rossi is the one who's basically having a sheriff in his hand. Oh my goodness, so much information being gained from this owl drone in the mid. Clearly shows them the entire mid is open, and Disrupt as well as Techno have already pushed up way far close, almost towards the spawn. They already know where Revenant is. This should be a massive defensive round, but the lockdown might change a few things.
Operator ready and trained. And here we go. Helef once again. How does he even find such a big flank? I mean, the early man advantage given over to True Rippers. It's not something they can afford at all. And then also detention's found. The man's completely detained. Rossi still somehow is alive. That's quite lucky of him. Unfortunately, Rossi not being able to take down that easily. Dawson9's also quite softened up. They're still inside of the Viper's pit. Another flash being utilized. True Rippers, they just need to find the initial entry, and it's being found already. Helef with just a classic finds a 2K. Revenant Esports trying their best to fight back, but it's done for. Techno up close and personal will just shove his gun barrel in his mouth.
How did the man even get a 3K with a classic in his hand? That is just a massive pick that he was able to find. But again, it was just everyone super low in the HP. So I'm not against that decision. It was actually a phenomenal decision coming in from him. But yet again, even the Viper's pit falling, and that was a massive investment round by Revenant Esports, and I really love this timeout because now they do not have the money, they do not have the ultimates. Everything will just fall in favor of True Rippers. Now, until and unless they find a way to break this setup, maybe they would be able to get this round and break the economy. But again, it's not going to be for the next one, it will be for the one after that, because that's where they will have those investments. But they will have to consider the fact how True Rippers are not being denied the space over towards B. They're gaining it freely. Even the mid space is being gained by them time and time again. Be it a push by Disrupt and Techno, or maybe just by Helef on the back of Soul Drone. So that is something now Revenant has to consider, because True Rippers are basically pulling the same shenanigans off on them that Revenant were doing on them previously in the previous matchup.
And True Rippers, I mean, they're being able to get away with these series of rounds. And you can clearly tell Revenant Esports, this is something they did not expect at all. The struggles are real. They really are.
And indeed is.
Hunter's Fury in the hands of Rossi. This can be a little bit of a game changer. Let's see. It really depends on how he decides to use it. And if he says he's going to be not that great, then the big problems are around the corner. Our drone able to spot Argue with that initial peek. Hunter's Fury not able to find the value that it's needed to. Argue will still get tagged once though. It's not that big of a deal anyways. Paradox was the one who was taken down initially. True Rippers always able to win these duels. And it's really keeping the players of Revenant Esports in a big problem.
Oh.
Once again, the tags are there on the board, but the conversion is the main issue. No one's able to convert these tags into a kill. Our drone from Hellfighter will be able to get a decent amount of info. He knows exactly where the players are positioned too. But what are you supposed to with that info? And here we go. Severine gets caught too. It's done for. True Rippers, you blink it and you miss it. It's just a quick wipe on the site.
That was such a nice shot by Disrupt as well to open things up over towards up on top. And again, Hunter's Fury not finding the catch. It was again a good movement coming in from Aryu on Killjoy. But to be honest, the man deliberately tried to get tagged at least 2 times when he was trying to jump down. And also in the third one, he actually did get tagged. It was funny to watch. But yeah, again, it was a broken by round from Revenant Esports. And now is the time where they will implement what they discussed back in their timeout. Might be a fast-paced round, but Deathmaker makes it a fast death for Paradox. And that's the Viper down already.
Rough luck. And here we go. Instant push once again towards the site. Revenant Esports pretty stubborn. They just want to move in towards A, no matter what the course is going to be. Severine able to at least clear out the backside. Reckoning being utilized as well to try and stop the retake in its track. And somewhere down line, the True Rippers players, they need to back off, at least for now. Ramps is not clear just yet. SK Rossi has got his crosses trained. He needs to keep on looking at the same spot over and over again, though. Hellfighter's throne is being spotted, but Deathmaker, here we go. He's starting to slice and dice things on the board. Severine was only able to get one in return, but once again, this retake from True Rippers is flawless.
It was such a deep reckoning to give them some more room to work with. But again, they just did not have enough players. 2v4 situation in a post plant on Icebox, you rarely are going to see them making until and unless, of course, they're hitting some nutty aims. And that is just not being the case because True Rippers are looking crispy and they've got the momentum. And what a solid first pick by Deathmaker. The operator was noted in the previous round, so I'm not quite sure why Paradox would still want to play in that area. Maybe just wanted to ego peek that and be in an off angle to catch Deathmaker off.
Eyes up.
However, they've got to be pretty wary about it. DOS9 on his blades, everyone else with the rifles along with the half shields. They've got some good amount of util as well. What a lineup over on top of the crane. Broken just as quickly as it was used. And Revenant are looking to crunch towards the B side directly from B main. And that's where Deathmaker is. Owl drone. It will push him back.
Switch up.
He's gonna ego peek!
And he still wants that. Severine able to catch him, but the damage is dealt. SK Rossi, the initiator, the info gatherer, is not there anymore. And DOS9 once again looking to squeeze quite deep. Disrupt just looking forward to catching at least one of the players off guard, and he does so! Gets the first, unfortunately the follow-up wasn't there, but still True Rippers in the man advantage. Skills peaks that. He wins that duel. It was a crucial one too. I mean, yeah, he's softened up, but it's still a 2v2 at least. And anything can happen at this point. Keep this thing in mind. Revenant Esports, they need this round desperately. And somewhere down line, Arju's play as well over here can be really crucial. Helif peeks out. Yeah, Skills gets that man too. And still Skills is more hungry for some more blood. Arju realizes that there's a man up close and personal, and this double peek will seal the deal. Skills with a 4K to save the day.
That was nice. Somewhat of a high-low setup coming in. Severine crouching down. And then Skills standing up top. Perfect play coming from their side. And I mean, Skills was not supposed to win the duel. Where, again, he was vulnerable as well. But the back and forth trades that actually came in from Revenant, that's what's important. Deathmaker, even though he got the first pick, he tried to move out but was somehow caught. Even though there were a couple of smokes in the way, the player was just standing on top of that container. And that's one of the reasons why he got caught on his way back. But that's the kind of opening that Revenant needed, and they finally got it. DOS9 with the blades as well was able to provide some good entry points. And again, it's a Harbor Viper composition, so you know the smokes will be always on your face, and you will have a very less chance of trying to stop the plant directly from happening, because there's also the core man that basically stops quite a few crucial bullets. But 6 rounds already on defense by True Rippers. Now, that is something I would say is already a big win in macro terms. But True Rippers post plans look shaky. So maybe just a couple of more rounds and that might seal the deal.
But still, this is not the Revenant Esports we saw on day one. Revenant were able to dominate True Rippers in all the aspects of the game. Everywhere. And I'm pretty sure Revenant is right now astonished themselves. Paradox is not having that smile, that smirk on his face anymore, while True Rippers, as usual, they've got the game faces on. And Deathmaker's operator is really now starting to be a big pain in the foot. We do see an operator being pulled out by DOS9 too, to try and counter that. Let's see how well the counter's going to be there. Deathmaker this time looking forward to op in mid. And he's going to be quite aggressive as well with that. Gets rid of the turret. Helef instantly activates himself. Pushes up all the way through the tube. And he's also holding quite an off angle.
Oh,
This
he'll
might
be
not
dead if
be
he
a good
outdrones.
idea. Outdrone being utilized as well, but around the corner, there's an operator just looking down. The orb is something that's denying Deathmaker's vision, but DOS9 finds the entry towards B. Helif's still able to get away with a 2K, and it's a big problem for Revenant Esports. DOS9 as well just falls all the way back towards Snowman, gets another pick to bring his team back into succession. And keep this thing in mind, Aryu's got a lockdown in his hand, so he cannot afford to die, but he
Oh
still
my
gets
God.
that pick. Deathmaker, he's popping off single-handedly, and just like that, it's going to be a complete wipe. The only reason why Revenant Esports isn't able to win anymore is because True Rippers have realized that Revenant Esports' main asset was that mid lurk, and if you try to cut off that mid lurk, nothing can work.
I'm still not quite clear on the fact how they were not just punishing that so up close and personal outdrone by Helif. Yes, it's understandable that you heard the op shot first, but you also had a poison cloud there. You could have just orbed up and then went in for a double pick to take care of Helif, but that just did not happen. And now Deathmaker is taking the bodies apart of Revenant one after the other. What an
That's
opener.
just
What a find.
that's just straight up confidence and momentum speaking.
Take flight.
Deathmaker feeling himself at this point. As True Rippers, all they need to do is just hold back. They know the opponents are quite shaky when it comes to the economy, so they're not going to be having the suitable weaponry. Rossi's the only man who's got the Vandal in his hand, so that means they're relying heavily on Rossi to find some sort of value. And Deathmaker's once again just ready with his crosses trained, just waiting for someone to go for that peek. He's holding quite a tight angle too. Dizzy used, no info found. Maybe Deathmaker can fall back now, but not just yet. He's still waiting for that peek. Sees the skill joy. He misses the shot. Unfortunate, but still it's completely fine. His teammates are there around the corner to provide him that cover. Disrupt up close and personal towards elbow, and all he can do is just back away. It's fine though. Already the damage has been dealt. It's a 3v4. Man advantage in the hands of True Rippers, and all they can do is just rely completely onto the back of that.
They've got a lockdown, they've got Thrash, Techno has got the Viper Spit, everything is just falling in place for True Rippers. And it's only 10 more seconds, they've got to go in for the plant. As the Thrash now being used up, should get one detainment, does not matter. As Deathmaker and Techno shuts down people, Skills is good for one, only to fall next. True Rippers are just standing up to their name finally, and you always love to see that happen. What a understanding as to how to retake on the map of Icebox and Revenant Esports. I mean, it's understandable that the aim is insane, but this is going in for so many one-dimensional executes, and it's basically becoming very easy for True Rippers to shut it all down.
Revenant Esports is just now starting to crumble under that pressure. They've got two ultimates that can help them play the post plant, and also the side take if they want. A Reckoning and the Lockdown. Let's see if they decide to use that. They probably have to anyways. It's the last round. But even on the opposite side of things, Techno has a Viper's Pit and RU has a Lockdown. So there's a chance we might see a trade coming through. Once again, True Rippers instantly trying to press upon the charges. Go for the flank, the turret spots him, and Helif still finds the opener. It's a problem now. They really need to get rid of this lurk. Reckoning being used to try and take the proactive control, and what just happened? DOS9 dashes into his death. He gets taken care of. Revenant Esports winning the majority of these trades now, and it's really giving them the big advantage that's needed. Skills falls back because he does not find the initial headshot. It's still a 3v3. Anything happen at this point in time, and Skills, it's still around the corner. He finds that pick. Good shot. Skills is now starting to feel himself. It's 8-4 first half.
So finally, Revenant understand the break of this defense, and that is to quickly push them all the way back in the spawn. That's exactly what they decided to try in one of the previous rounds when they went in for the execute, where you saw the Reckoning going so very deep in towards that spawn as well as the stairs and ramp, but there was just not enough members to capitalize on the back of it. This time, they had it, and they quickly pushed up forward too. Even though DOS9 fell there, it's absolutely fine because he had his teammates backing them up. And again, the full control over towards the rafter and the CT, that is what helped Revenant Esports get a massive win in that round. It was super crucial. Because now this pistol, if they win it, they're going to get one step closer into slowly reducing that lead. A sheriff on board for both of the sides, one in the hands of RU, one in SK Rossi's hand. All 4 goes for the side of True Rippers. Let's see how solid their attack is.
Okay. Push to the faces. Revenant Esports realize their strong suit is asserting dominance. And that's what they do this time. Classics prevailing in the close range. But RU might just be here with the full stopper. He's got the sheriff in the hand. Severine with only 20 HP. Can he win this duel? No is going to be the answer. One single bullet and the deal will be sealed. RU is only down to 44 HP. I don't think so he can stand a lot of ground against these last 2 remaining players of Revenant Esports. And yes, that's it. Rossi with the haircut to seal the deal.
A good round by Revenant Esports. Having a read that this might actually be a push towards the B. So they were already making sure they've got a good firing squad set up there. If I'm not wrong, there were at least 2 or 3 people out. And they were quickly able to shut all of them. Good push up front, good shots connected as well, and a much needed pistol now going in favor of Revenant. So they should potentially get this one round, and an outlaw being brought in by DOS9. Normally we just saw True Rippers pulling that out. But this time, DOS9 as well saying, it's fine, even I can do the outlaw, and he finds the first pick.
Okay!
This round, man.
There we go. That's all Revenant needed for the confidence. The first pistol round. And they win it. After this win as well, Revenant Esports will have 6 rounds in their hands. Which can be another confidence gainer. And DOS9 is just going for the peaks back to back. It will be a clean sweep from Revenant Esports, but now this is where they will be tested to the fullest potential.
This is going to be a full buy round for the True Rippers side now. But again, I want to see how many half shields they will have, because the outlaw, it's going to be pretty annoying if you've got a half shield in this round. Alright, everyone with a full. Disrupt, getting a guardian along with a full shield. That's what you would always love to see, but still a very solid bonus round coming in for Revenant Esports. They've got a Phantom in it, a couple of Bulldogs, Outlaw, Spectre. Good loadout. So they very well are capable of stopping entirety of this push. DOS9 should get a 140 tag. He should get a 140 tag. Outrun.
Broken.
Quickly gets broken. Yeah, so they should have an idea that there might be a couple of players already pushed up, just like back in the pistol round, and that's 4 people towards the B. So they're pivoting towards the A side. That is the weaker one, but the Killjoy setup needs to be dealt with as well.
Oh, Skills is playing a vital role. He needs to get away with a 2K here. He needs to get at least 2 kills. He's in a really vital position. If the Dizzy spots him, it's done for. And somewhere downline, it has done it. Deathmaker shuts down. DOS9 too. The site's now opened up completely. SK Rossi up close and personal wins that duel. He needed to. Another one could really be a good pick as well. And SK Rossi just looking for to find that good flick onto the target, but unfortunately, RU peeks out and gets the deal sealed. It's still a 3v2. Anything can happen. Revenant Esports is playing on the bonus. Utilizing the cove, trying to go for the fake tap as well onto the spike. And Severine's position's not compromised just yet. He might have a surprise effect, but no.
Good space being taken by Deathmaker on the back of the utilities of Disrupt. Again, just as you mentioned, it happened how it was supposed to happen. And the Outlaw up against full shield, 140 damage, it always breaks your heart and breaks the opponent's shield. But that's about it. They still stand. Deathmaker was also able to get this first pick on skill, so that's always what you would love to see. Rossi tried on the other end as well. Severine, you could see that go when it went down. He went in for the fake tap as well, but Paradox just peeked a little too ahead of it rather than waiting for True Rippers to get impatient. However, DOS9 with the operator now playing so up front over towards the belt.
Oh, the man's right underneath.
Are you?
Oh, okay. He whiffs! He whiffs his chance! And DOS9 gets away with 60 HP. So lucky to stay alive. Are you taking down? The Sentinel's out. No one to watch the flank anymore. Wall goes up. The side take starts. Dizzy out to try and get any type of confirmations. And True Rippers, all they need to do is just stroll on the site, get the plant down. But Revenant Esports, they're just waiting for that one single tap. As soon as they hear that tap, they will probably try to make sure that the plant's not going to go down this easily. Disrupt still has got the Wingman in his hands, and he's just waiting for the right moment to go for the plant as well. DOS9 whiffing that shot. This can really pan out bad for them. And Disrupt now, just look at this. Two of the players pushing up close and personal. Even Techno with the flank is available. But out of nowhere, it's a quick burst on the site. Rossi getting caught off guard too. Deathmaker placed this perfectly on the back of his team. Thrash utilized two all the way back to where Snowman is where the last man is. And Severine now left in a 1v2. Walking from the mid, Severine's position compromised, and Deathmaker with the headshot.
I love the approach from True Rippers to quickly push up front as well as soon as the spike got planted, because they needed to take that space and they needed to quickly get the numbers equalized, and that is exactly what happened. Were able to take that space away as well from the members of Revenant, and then it was just a matter of time. Good shots by Disrupt as well as Helif, both of them. And then Deathmaker as well playing in that off-angle position. Unfortunate for Severine because he threw the cove out. But during the animation time, he was just caught off by Deathmaker. And Revenant Esports now taking a much needed timeout because it's double digits already achieved by True Rippers, 10 and 6. And I don't even know if they've got enough creds to pull by for this one. So it might as well be an 11 and 6 situation. In terms of ultimates, yes, you could argue they've got some pretty decent amount of it. But let's be brutally honest, even in their attacking half, it has not been helping them out a lot.
Tactical pause from Revenant. Nothing's working out. True Ripper's really about to make this game one-sided. A big sound of concern. And especially for True Rippers, this is the exact start they wanted. They've got 4 rounds lead and also double digit on the board. Revenant Esports, nothing they're trying to bring on the board is working out. And now they've also got 2 of the ultimates. A Bladestorm and Reckoning. Bladestorm is probably going to be popped right now. And yes, that's what happens. DOS9 utilizing that Bladestorm as Severine posts himself in an aggressive angle.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to this initial engagement, but still Deathmaker just cuts off his head. And with that, also the chances maybe of winning this round. DOS9 still with the lurk, still with the flank hit, finds some value. But how much? Because True Rippers are ready for that. There's a turret just watching in the backlines.
Exactly. This should not have enough, but it's a stacked side. And True Rippers also realized that it might actually be a stacked one, because again, it's a full eco from Revenant. They were able to get the first pick, and that should grab the rotation. And that is such a massive read by True Rippers, going towards the side that is empty, but Revenant's senses should be tingling at the same time. They're re-clearing the mid. That's where Paradox is. And also you can see rotation from SK Rossi going towards the B. Now this man has been a pillar, and previously, if you remember, he was the one who actually got a 4K.
Pretty much.
But the site is entirely empty. Wall goes up. Recon didn't scan anything. So Wingman is going to do his job of planting the spike. Wingman, let's go. He was able to plant the spike.
And you know,
but
the best
playing so far back.
The best thing about this entire take was that they did not even need to use the lockdown. They've still got the lockdown available, which might just confirm that this entire round, Bladestorm being used, finding some crucial value, but still Disrupt single-handedly trades it back. What am I seeing? True Rippers, they're playing this pretty nutty. Every single player on their mechanics is able to pop off.
Jeez. I mean, it was understandable though, since they had a bit of weaponry. So,
One enemy remaining.
Yet, it went in way too close for comfort though. You know, you can always trust this man whenever it's about the clutches. But DOS9, yeah, he popped off like anything. But is it a little too late? That's the question. Because Severine has got the Reckoning, alright, but you've got some good retake ultimate on the other side as well. Are you with the lockdown? Disrupt 2 away from the Thrash. Deathmaker has his Bladestorm up. Maybe DOS9's operator could find some massive value. Paradox as well playing so far back over towards the Snowman. The Execute is coming towards the B, and this is eventually the side where They might not have a lot of resistance, but a quick rotation on the way from Revenant as well.
Once again, spike plant going down.
Planted. You should run.
Wingman's gonna do its job. Revenant Esports, instant resistance on the board. Hellfighter needing to back off. Lockdown being invested too. And what am I watching? It could have been a complete mowdown. Revenant Esports winning the trades in their favor. And Hellf able to catch one of the players. And that's all he's gonna find. Revenant Esports with that instant resistance. They really do come out on top.
Now here's the main problem whenever you are going in for the wingman plant and all the way staying back, is that you've not got a lot of space to work with. So the retake is not very difficult for your opponents if they have not utilized their utils a lot in order to stop the plant from happening. And that is exactly what happened. Even though there was a lockdown used up, you've got a snake bite under your feet, you've got a high tide up in front of you, there's already a tap on the spike, so you've got to push forward, and you do not have any more utils remaining because you used most of them during the execute. A good answer by Revenant in finding. But again, in terms of ult cycles, I would still say that it's favoring True Rippers. They've got the Thrash available now, 2 away from the Viper's Pit, Hellf 1 away from Hunter's Fury, but a very quick pick from DOS9 maybe. He's got the Operator, so True Rippers should be a little too aware about it, that he might be playing posted up aggressive over on top of pipes.
I mean, let's see. Okay. Beautiful shot. Nicely done. DOS9, great way to kick things off for his team. Revenant Esports, that shot can actually give them that confidence and hope they needed inside of this round. Look at Severine, he's pushed up so deep. This is insane. The controller's now starting to take the proactive control. I'm not sure what Revenant Esports is trying to do here, but these are some of the moves you do not expect from a player who's playing controller. But Severine really wanting to take the matters in his own hands. And Disrupt is just waiting for this push. He's ready, but oh my god, he does not get spotted. What am I watching? Disrupt might just be able to catch Severine right here, and he does! Revenant Esports, though, still winning the majority of their duels. And SK Ross able to get that 2K. Restores the life in the team's hands. And this is just looking incredible from Revenant. They're able to read into True Ripper's books now.
Just one more round away from map point, and that one leap seems to be like the biggest strength that they've ever come across. Rossi is popping off, DOS9 finding value with the Operator, Disrupt not being able to find that lurk of Severine on time. It's just like all the stars are aligning for Revenant Esports, and you always love to see whenever that happens because it just brings the match to so very close. And I was talking about the ult cycles. Yes, it still favors True Rippers, but Revenant as well, not that far behind now. Deathmaker has popped off his knives. He can do wonders, and we've seen that yesterday on Sunset. But there's the Hunter's Fury. What?
There's my buddy.
What?
Shot done.
That could be the massive mishap of the round, maybe. Deathmaker misses the shot. Skills gets to.
Strike down B.
Okay.
And that should eventually be the round sealer. 5v2.
One enemy remaining.
What just happened? What is this shift that we're seeing? This is so back and forth. Now Revenant Esports on the verge of making a comeback? For real? And that too with a flawless round to back it up. Okay, Revenant. I mean, the adaptability is there, but a little bit too late, right? And Skill's able to get that kill with the run and gun. Interesting.
One enemy remaining.
Rossi's now starting to feel himself. He's getting some of the multi-kills. He's getting some of the impact frags, as you'd like to say. We're seeing a tactical timeout from True Rippers once again to try and know exactly what changes Revenant Esports has brought on the table. And you see Deathmaker making a lot of calls too.
And they do require that pause because, again, they were leading 11-6, if I'm not wrong. And now it's 11-9. 3 constant rounds for Revenant. And they will have the economy to buy out in this round. They've got their ultimates on board. So this needs to be that one crucial round which breaks the bone of Revenant. But again, I'm still quite confused about that previous Hunter's Fury. If it was a deliberate cancel to put some doubts in the minds of True Rippers, or was that just an extra tap and a mistake? I feel that it might actually be deliberate, but you may never know. Just to kind of make True Rippers a little more uncomfortable out. But hey, couple of half shields on board. You've got the Viper Spit for Techno, Disrupt with the Thrash, LF with his own Hunter's Fury. Only a Viper Spit for Paradox. A couple of points away from Reckoning. Severine should be able to find an orb maybe. That's what he does. Quickly takes it, moves backwards. Now 1 point away. Owl Drone taken care of. Mid presence established. But where will True Rippers go? That's the main question, because A is entirely left open for the retake and DOS9 is watching that mid position. Everyone from True Rippers moving towards the yellow. Good swamp grenade.
Okay.
But Deathmaker wins out the duel!
Rough! Deathmaker kicking things off on a great note. He does not have a lot of HP, but still has done his job, getting the entry. And Severine might just be caught by Aryu. Aryu is ready. He's ready for someone to go for the lurk. Paradox towards mid, still just looking out. Deathmaker's just posted up towards yellow, not making any moves. It's a stop for now. Severine's ready with the lurk as well. If anyone tries to make any type of last moment rotation, then Severine's probably going to be going forward to catch him off guard. But DOS9's ready with the Operator 2 in his hands. This is going to be a tough take for True Rippers whatsoever. They've got the wall to back him up though. And unfortunately, because of this wall, DOS9's not going to find a lot of activation, but still he went for that. At least he denies the spike plant, but he's lost the Operator in return, which is not worth it at all. Hunter's Fury being utilized too in return. What is going on? It's an all-out chaos towards the site, but Techno gets away with a 2K. He steps up when his team needs him the most, and with that, they secure the match point.
That was a massive thrash. Unfortunate for DOS9 that the wall went down at that point. They just wanted to stop the wingman from planting. They were able to do so, but DOS9 fell, and as soon as the Operator went out of the hands, Paradox, yes, he was good to take the trade on Deathmaker, and he quickly unleashed the pit as well. That's exactly what Techno did. Both the pits were out, but again, I was mentioning about the thrash, and that's what Disrupt utilized to quickly detain Paradox, and Techno followed it up to finish him off, and that was all done. And in the midst of it all, you could see the Hunter's Fury, but wait a second, a head being popped off, but DOS9 could not get the pick. Second one is good. Disrupt was able to quickly get DOS9 as well with the mosh pit, so that's enough.
Oh my god, hold on, Severine! He finds the timing! Oh my god, a 3K! That timing was insane. And now Aryu left all by himself. True Rippers. What just happened? Aryu was busy collecting the orb, and with that, Severine just got away with that timing. It's a 1v3. Can he clutch it out? I mean, no one towards the back, so at least Aryu knows the spike's dropped. Is he going to go for a save, or is he still going to try to go for the plant? This is tough to retrieve the spike. And Revenant Esports, they can try to be a little bit more assertive and assert their dominance towards the side if they want, but they're not doing so. Instead, they're just playing pushback. Every single person in the back lines, Viper Wall goes up too, and Aryu still just waiting for the right moment.
It's a nano swarm under his feet. He's got to take care of it as well. And as soon as he moves forward, Skills is gonna spot him maybe. Oh, high-low setup possibly. Should be done. Oh, it's good for one way. Second as well. It's way too close for comfort. Does not have the spike though. Only 12 more seconds to do it. The reposition comes in. He should not anticipate it. Paradox is the one who seals the deal and makes sure that his team survives for another round. Revenant not giving up.
I mean, still that got way too close to comfort. A 1v3 going down to 1v1. It's not affordable. But Severine just saving the day for his team. At this point, every single person is just relying on those heroics of Revenant Esports.
True.
One player needs to pop off, so then only Revenant Esports can get the round win. Someone needs to go for a 3K at least. And you cannot do this. You cannot rely on individual heroics as a team. Here we go. Slow and steady approach this time by True Rippers. Do they want to assert the dominance? Yes, they do, but buying some decent amount of time in the initial phase.
LF is gonna move on top of the white container. They've still got to clear yellow though, and this recon should be doing that exact same thing. Everyone just pushed far back. But do they really want to commit to this? They don't have any control of the backside or the snowman. This retake would look flawless because there's a reckoning available for Severine and Skills is just one away from the lockdown. And there we go. As soon as I mentioned it, wait a second! Paradox jumps down to his death and LF gets 3! This should be the round sealer!
Pretty much. It should be, but then Doss Knight towards mid. He cuts off the flank. Hold on, 2v4. It is still doable. If this wall goes down, and yes, Severine wins that duel, Wingman is still going for the plant, and Helif is almost on the verge of getting the ace. Doss Knight's at the top, he pulls out the shorty, now he's looking quite desperate, and there we go. With that shot, it's gonna be it. It's True Rippers to win the first round against Revenant Esports. It's something none of us saw coming, but it is what it is.
The Red Giants are carrying the momentum from yesterday. Winning out against Medal was just not enough. They want more. And that's what they're taking. Revenant Esports is not being able to find their footing early on and giving up on those early rounds on their attack. That's what costed them. Even though, yes, you could say that they were still trying to point for those fights on the defense, but it could clearly see that most of it was individual heroics. The reckoning was utilized, but again, I still do not understand why the drop down from Paradox in that last round. And that to disrespecting the wall. Potentially wanted to capitalize on the back of reckoning, but Helef just got a massive timing on the back of it and was able to get him out of the picture and then also triple it up. That is just massive play. And then Techno's Viper Spit out in a, if I'm not wrong, 4v1 or maybe a 5v1. That is exactly what you need for your team, specifically in that last round itself. A great game from True Rippers. Really impressed by the work that they put in.
That is true. I mean, how can you forget the heroics of Helef 2 that he showcased, including Deathmaker 2 able to pop off, and then Techno was getting some of the impact frags. It was really a well-oiled machine, and hopefully the same thing's going to be seen in the upcoming map too, because later on, Revenant was starting to put up some resistance, and you can clearly see that as well. But as long as True Rippers was able to assert the dominance successfully, as long as they were able to get at least a decent amount of site control in the hand, including the plant, then retakes from the side of Revenant Esports were quite shaky.
True. I would agree over that fact that yes, the retakes were a little bit shaky, but I still feel they were able to find the answer to the executes of True Rippers, because again, it was almost the same kind of issue where in the post plants, it did look a little bit shaky, specifically over towards the B when all of them were playing over towards the back near the crane as well as the yellow, and no one was on the side. And that is where you could see Revenant having that advantage with all the util dump. They were able to force out the members of True Rippers in the open, because they had no vision. High tide up in their face. There were cascades as well, and again, they had to push through a snake bite, which eventually helped Revenant Esports get that one round and then slowly follow it up. But man, that was such a great game.
Indeed it was. Moving forward and looking at the MVP of the previous game, has to be someone from the side of True Rippers. And yes, it is going to be Deathmaker with the most amount of kills, and of course ACS of 287 with the KDA of 1.5, and damage per round is going to be 194. Deathmaker popped off in an insane level, but I still feel like Helef as well is probably not that far away.
He should not be that far away, along with Disrupt. I mean, all of them were doing such a great job, but seriously, focus on the first blood percentage, 34.8. And that is exactly what you need from your duelist player. You want them to take those first contacts, and he's got 8 first kills. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no.
That's just massive. That's massive.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as a duelist, and Deathmaker, it just feels like he was playing his role way too perfect. Helef not that far behind, as I mentioned. He needs to be right underneath Deathmaker, and he's got 20 kills and 15 deaths as an initiator. Disrupt 2 getting 18 to 19, and then RU getting 16 to 14. Techno, as I mentioned, he was getting some of the impact frags. If you move on forward towards the stats of the previous game, look at the first kills from True Rippers. 13 kills accumulated. They were the one to initiate majority of fights.
And they won 13 rounds. 10 for the side of Revenant, and they won 10 rounds. Pretty fun to watch out for, but a good improvement coming in from True Rippers themselves. 5 of the 6 post plants they were able to quickly grab in their bag, while they were also able to retake 3 when Revenant posted up in those 7 of those spike plants. So I really love how True Rippers were playing. Again, they were taking those first aggressive duels as well. Deathmaker was feeling himself. You could always trust that man whenever it's about the clutches. And unfortunately, we did not see the heat map. But yet again, you could clearly understand that there were quite a few fights that were on towards the side as well. But most of them were spread out entirely. You could see some of them over towards the A main as well as towards the B yellow, maybe towards the crane, because we did see a few extra engagements out there. But now we'll be heading into the next map, and that might not be as pretty as this one.
That is true. I mean, if you see initially when we saw True Rippers on the attacking side, they were just going for the A side over and over again, even though it was not working out clearly for them. And we saw them getting shut down instantly. True Rippers was coming out on top in some of the most crucial duels, and they were able to win that as well. I clearly mentioned this. Disrupt is feeling quite crispy. Deathmaker was able to pop off as well. Later on, even Helif started to pick up the pace when it comes to the kills. So in general, for True Rippers, they knew gaining the confidence is important, and another thing that is important is cutting off the mid lurk, and they did so perfectly by showcasing early dominance towards mid.
Exactly, and we'll see the same thing even in the highlights as well, that they did a perfect job in cutting off the mid lurk. They were able to grab the control of those mid and then also go in for the flood defense on side way too quickly. And Revenant, they were just not being able to deal with that, because their main plays relied around going in those mid, and that's where Paradox also found the ace previously in their last engagement. But this time around, it was entirely shut down, and I would just say good engagements from True Rippers, but great improvement and amazing adjustment. That's what you always love to see. I would not exactly call True Rippers an underdog team, but in front of Revenant Esports, who went out flawless in the group stages, that's such a great performance. And I love that the outlaw was being pulled out by both the teams, and it found the value too.
I mean, DOS9 was able to get that 3K, so of course, yeah, it was able to find the value, but we did not see it being utilized more than once by each side. So, once again, Revenant Esports, one thing is for sure, something has happened to them after the previous matchup, man. I'm not exactly sure why Revenant Esports is not able to pop off that well. Since Revenant Esports has been sent down to the lowest bracket, they have been struggling way too much, and I want them to wake up from the slumbers. This is not the Revenant Esports that we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wiper composition on the attack as well, he was struggling way too much. On the defense too, we did not see Harbor being utilized to its fullest potential. Yeah, he was going for the proactive control, which is understandable, but still, overall, this is not the performance we all expected. Severine was getting some of those multi-kills, then even SK Rossi was getting some of those multi-kills, and only on back of that they were able to win those rounds. Paradox is still not able to play that well.
He's got to find his footing, because again, this was the map pick of Revenant Esports, so you know the next one is going to be split, and that's what True Rippers pick. Maybe they'd be able to steal that map away. You may never know about that fact, but last I remember, when Revenant played on split, they put up Severine on I guess Viper. There was an Astra being picked up. All right, Severine was on Astra, and it was Skills who was playing on Viper. So yeah, again, any role apart from that Sentinel, it might create some problems for him. So maybe they would want him to stick back onto Cypher. But that's, again, the talk of map of splits. We'll have the podcast hours to talk about that. But all in all, a great map on Icebox, a great match between both of these teams. Good adjustments coming in from True Rippers. A nice attempt for a comeback by Revenant Esports. Almost pulled it off by getting the 4 rounds. But again, 8-4, pretty difficult to come back from. And it was True Rippers all the way, making sure that they were able to get their revenge. But that's just one map.
Yeah. It's just the first map, right? Last time when Revenant Esports, they faced off against True Rippers, the scoreline was 13-10 in the favor of Revenant Esports. And now the scoreline is something similar, but just the winners are not exactly Revenant Esports. It's True Rippers now. Moving on forward to the second map of the day. This is where things will be more spiced up, because Revenant Esports, they would realize that our main key performance has been over asserting dominance, and it's better to just stick to the basics and try and assert the dominance, play on the mechanics, play on the heroics, and that's what they've been doing, and that's how they got some of these rounds too. Setting each other up for success, doing the snatch and grab strat well enough can actually give you some of those multi-kills, and that's where Revenant Esports prevails. But for some reason, they're just not able to do that anymore. The mid lurk being cut off completely on the attacking side really put the players of Revenant Esports in a big state of discomfort. And then later on, the transition from the attack to the defense wasn't that flawless too. Revenant Esports, yes, they started things off on a great note on the pistol, but then later on, the carryover, the flow, the momentum was just not there.
If I'm not wrong, the only 2 rounds in the starting they were able to grab were, I guess, the pistol and the anti-eco after that. Apart from that, it was every single time just True Rippers steamrolling on their attack as well, doing such a phenomenal job. But it's just as you mentioned, normally we would see Revenant Esports setting up their own players, getting those 2Ks, 3Ks as well, but the aim is just not aiming as it normally aimed. I'll always love to use this reference and the meme. But you could also see that there were gaps in terms of the macro play itself and the understanding of that map. Now we know that Revenant, they always pick Icebox whenever they get opportunity, because they have mentioned it that this is a map that they normally practice on, so their confidence should be dripping, and the decider is going to be Bind, which previously we did see Revenant stealing away, and it was in a very dominating fashion and a very convincing way. Unlike the map of Icebox, which we did see that True Rippers could steal away, Bind was the one where we saw just a sheer aim diff coming in between Paradox, SK Rossi, both of them just flawlessly getting all the picks that they needed. So I think so if it goes to the third one, it might be a 2-1 in favor of Revenant. But if in case Split is stolen away by True Rippers, then this is going to be the upset of the evening.
Now, once again, I like the fact that you touched up on Bind as well, because the composition that Revenant Esports has, yes, it is pretty solid. The Super Flash combo, it has been in meta for a really long time. And it still is, but not a lot of teams do actually go for the usage of that, right? We do not see that being used that much recently. But still, it is quite effective if used properly. Specifically on the defensive side of things, if Revenant Esports does kick things off on defense, which they are on Bind, the problem is going to be if their Super Flash combo is being avoided by the attackers, then the defense is going to crumble apart easily. And you have clearly noticed this as well. The Reyna and the Sky, they push out from hookah a lot of the times, including the B long. The majority of the presence has been towards B, and then from A they push out through bathrooms. And if that push is being avoided by the attackers, the entire defense just crumbles down because they're not able to assert the dominance they want to. It's a push and pull strategy. It's a basic that Revenant Esports tries to rely on. But if that basic does not work out, then they start to crumble. Then they start to crack under the pressure.
It's the map of Bind, man. And it always becomes in a situation where you need the extremities control. We have been mentioning that from time and time again. If it's the map of Bind, you need the extremities, you need the showers, you also need the B-long. If you do not have that control, you're going to face a lot of problem. And that is one of the reasons why Sky used to be such a solid agent back when the flashes were not nerfed. You could always go in for those re-flashes, you could show the presence over there, and there's the thing about Sky Flash. You could pop flash so very quickly that you always have to respect it. Because sometimes it just becomes so very difficult to turn against them. And honestly, I don't even know how pro players are able to do that. I'm not able to do it in my own lobby. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of admire all of them. But all the admiration aside, once the Sky nerfs have been coming into place, you know that there needs to be a few extra changes. But again, we're talking about the map of Bind, man. It's going to be the third one. And right now, we've got Split up on boards. Maybe it's going to be another Gecko Breach combination with Gecko in the hands of Helif. Breach will be going in the hands of Disrupt. I always love to see Disrupt on Gecko, man. It just seems that the agent is specifically tailor-made for him.
I think so. Disrupt is playing KO in this one, if I'm not wrong. So yeah.
Maybe. Could also
Disrupt playing KO. This is going to be an interesting role switch up that we're seeing from him. I mean, still it's an initiator, still it provides you a lot of flashes, but still it's a decent change that you need to adapt to. Wingman helps you go for the plant so much that it's pretty much like a 6-man going for the plant, and then you can sort of provide the gunfire as well to cover the Wingman in return. And you clearly saw that happen so many of the times when True Rippers was on the attack and they were executing the B side. Specifically, if you remember, DOS9 pulling out the shorty, trying to kill that Wingman, but while he did so, he also exposed his body too much and he got killed instantly. If you do move on forward and look at the agent select, we're seeing a similar type of agent select over here, but Techno is going for the Astra, and Walt Severine as well doing the same. But we've got a double controller lineup from Revenant Esports, something new being pulled out here.
I mean, they did play this exact same lineup previously, and I also mentioned during the podcast hours that Skills played on Viper, Severine on Astra, so it was understandable they would potentially go in for the exact same thing because it did work out for them previously. And double controller is normally the way to go on the map of Split. Teams usually pair it up with double controller and double initiators, but it's Revenant, man. They pulled up the double duelist, Paradox on Raze, DOS9 on the Jet. You know it's going to be super explosive and super flashy, but on the other side, no Viper for True Rippers is what I'm looking at. The KO Breach, unless you know the KO lineups on the map, it's going to be super impressive. Otherwise, it's going to be underperforming like anything. So the lineups are crucial part of KO. And he's only relevant on Split if you know almost all of those lineups to be annoying, to gather that passive information time and time again, to go in for some fake presence. Now that's going to be one of the most crucial ways that True Rippers might play this one out. But in terms of the compositions, I think so I'm going to lean in a little bit towards Revenant. A little bit.
There's two ways to look at it, right? Now, there's a double controller from the side of Revenant Esports, which means they need to play a little bit more pushed back and defensive, which is understandable. On double controller, that's what you need to do. But on True Rippers, they've only got one controller. This can also allow them to go a little bit more aggressive on the map. So I guess for True Rippers, things have been flipped now. It's True Rippers trying to assert their dominance on the map, and Revenant Esports, they're trying to play a little bit more safe. Let's see how this is going to work out, how this is going to pan out, because it's all going to kick off with a pistol round where True Rippers will start off on the offense and Revenant Esports on the defense.
Slow approach maybe for the starting. They're looking to go towards the mid. Maybe just a little bit of an exploration out there. Show some presence and then move forward on towards the other sides. Paradox was quickly able to steal away the orb though, so don't get confused by the cam visuals, ladies and gentlemen. It was Paradox who took the orb. But Disrupt, pretty low, getting healed back just because of that poison orb's DK. The big control of mid without any resistance though, so I'm pretty surprised the split is going to come in way too quickly, but it is a stacked side.
It indeed is. To breach inside of the side, it's going to be a big problem. Do they have any clue that the mid presence has been lost? Yes, they do. A really great resistance towards main. A lot of shots being missed from Paradox. It's a problem now. But still, it's completely fine. Revenant Esports, they sort of do have the man number to counter this. It's a 3v3. DOS9 needs to win this duel. He cannot afford to lose his life, and he does his job. A 1v2. Deathmaker being trapped in towards main. And Skills is being forced back now. Severine should have been a little bit more aggressive and trying to help his teammate out. But Deathmaker gets that kill. And now he's trying to establish something new. He's moving up once again from mid, but instead he's going 2 vents towards the A site. Severine's up for a surprise.
There's already a star placed there, so alright, there's the Nebula.
Spike planted.
But again, he should be giving a lot of news. Yeah, Deathmaker already knows where he's coming from. Severine making so much noise. That's unfortunate, but what a massive clutch from Deathmaker himself again. They were able to get so much space out in mid without any resistance, and that's what helped them to quickly get the pinch. Though I love the idea from Revenant on the other side. They quickly pushed up out in the main because they knew they were getting pinched, so they wanted to take a fight up front in main, making sure that they're not getting finished off from the back as well. So they almost won that too, but just a couple of trades left and right, and that's exactly what helped out True Ripper, especially that starting trade of RU where he got a 2-piece. So that's lovely coming in from them. And Revenant Esports this time around, looking to play aggressive towards the A and establish the mid control. Now walking back towards the B heaven where they're calling the rotation towards A. Only one person towards the B, and that is where the spike is.
At concealment.
Severine Oh, there's a cam in the back. There we go. Broken instantly. RU as well playing pushed back in the back lines. I like the presence on the map from True Rippers. A good pick as well from Disrupt. That's really going to kick off the show in a great fashion for them in this round. And here we go. SK Rossi able to find the first. Instantly goes for the reload, but this time it's not going to prevail. Shut down instantly. B-side easily in the hands of True Rippers. Dosnad still at the top towards heaven. Disrupt clears the flank, shuts him down. There's just a classic, and what's that? I've never seen a classic shoot that accurate, and he still gets the second one too. What am I watching? Dosnad getting that 2K with just a classic in his hands, and he wins the third duel too. Are you kidding me? Dosnad with just a 20 HP. Unfortunately, did not pull out the Vandal at the right time, and he gets taken down, but still that was way too close to comfort. That is a successful anti-eco.
Such a massive economical damage dealt already to True Rippers, and that's what you need. They brought in 2 rifles, but only carrying 1 out of this. And again, Rossi with that first one, it was pretty good, but DOS9 was impeccable. Up on top in heaven. How could you shoot like that with a classic, dude? That should not be allowed. No way. I could never shoot with my classic like that. But yeah, he got a 3K, made the round close. Very expensive one. So this bonus should eventually not fall for True Rippers. But Deathmaker has some other ideas and he's got a showstopper already.
Walls up. And Disrupt now left in an awkward situation. Aftershock out to try and stop the rotation on the screens itself, not getting a lot of information done. Paradox softened up as well. There's still a showstopper available in the hands of Deathmaker. If he wants, he can try to utilize it right now and get at least one more kill secured, so we can't bring the man number back down to a 3v3. But a good tremor allows the players of True Rippers to go for that asserting play. At Deathmaker, he's found himself in quite an advantageous spot. He's quite advanced forward towards screens. He might just have the advantage in this fight too, and he does! Finds the first. Will he still just try to go for the second peek as well? He gets the kill! Deathmaker almost doing his shot, but still Disrupt is now left all by himself with just a sheriff in his hands. And he needs to get this kill. Spots out the first man. There's a man in the back lines too, and Paradox will seal the deal.
Paradox was 5 HP. Revenant, what a patience from their side. They waited for Severine's lurk to come into play, because I was about to mention that if in case Severine wants to lurk, then he might lose a lot of time because he was so very slow. And Deathmaker tried to make a play out there with the showstopper. I told you it might be pulled up, and he eventually did, but he was just half a second late. Had it been a little bit early, maybe Hella would have survived too. But eventually he got a 3K for that round. It's absolutely fine. Revenant Esports getting the round for them, but on what cost? I mean, they lost 4 rifles. Three rifles. They've got a Spectre in the hands of skills and only have 2 half shields for DOS9 and SK Rossi.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Dry peaks after dry peaks. Not working out. This time getting the kill. Severine barely moves away. And he's still trying to go for the second pick. There's no way, Severine. Mad's got nerves of steel.
But not the HP.
Yeah, time to move back towards the opposite side. It's a rotation being called off at the last moment. RU spotted, and Rossi still wins that duel. Severine getting healed back up. That's a good news for the team. Severine's going to be back up on his HP, so at least he can tank some more bullets. Trailblazer finding the man, and True Ripper's intentions now given away. They know the entry fragger is right there, so A-side has to be the take. And somewhere down line, the first man found as well. Rossi's feeling quite crispy. He's got a 2-piece for his team. It's a 2v3, man advantage in the hands of Revenant Esports. And all they need to do is press upon the charges once again, and Disrupt's going to be caught right here. Beautifully done. Severine catching Disrupt. It's done for. I don't think so True Rippers can stand a chance. It's a 1v3, and Disrupt will be dealt with.
Yeah, that's just last Deathmaker remaining. And as soon as Disrupt was dealt with, you knew that the round is over. Severine on that lurk timing now. Even more impeccable. Revenant Esports asserting the dominance that we were expecting them to. On the map of Split. But the timing on that walk up and finish, that was phenomenal. And what an understanding by him. He knew that it's a long range, the first headshot might be just 140. So he tapped on it and then readjusted the aim so the recoil could adjust back and then shot down on the body. It worked on that one. Not going in for the spray down, but a fast push this time because it's an eco round.
What am I watching?
Shut down by Deathmaker.
He loses a duel to a frenzy. Oh, that's gonna hurt him. That's gonna sting him, that's for sure. Also, Vandal retrieved in the hand. Deathmaker now is going to be feeling a little bit more confident. There's an operator towards screen, but what are you supposed to do when the site control's already taken away by the attackers? The duels are going to be happening into close ranges. And Disrupt is ready with the pop flash, just looking to pop out. Skills gets that kill. Helef shut down. Did not check the close quarters, and he gets shut down easily. Skills as well now looking forward to shut down at least one more. Paradox does his job, taking down only 24 HP. They've got the site control back, and Revenant Esports, even they're facing some problems. True Rippers looking forward to stop this plant in tracks. Paint shells being utilized, and it will be stopped. DOS9's way too low, and Deathmaker cannot go for the shots. And still, they pull off this clutch. Oh my god, True Rippers.
I love the cosmic divide that came, but the paint shells from Deathmaker is what sealed the deal. That is phenomenal. I really thought that the null command, when it was popped, it was a second too early. But it all just worked out so very well, even though Helef did not check that corner again. All they had to do was just buy time. Genius, man. That was a genius move. Even though the cosmic divide was solid from Severin, it was just a little bit better play from Deathmaker. Viper Spit popped in mid, everyone moving in directly from B main, and Deathmaker is taking so much space. DOS9 just 30 HP, should be dealt with. Yep, it is.
Really good aftershock that was. And now Rossi looking to pop out of the smoke. He gets the first. Nicely done. Instantly backs away as well. Another smoke being lined up, and Rossi's position still compromised. They went for the double peek, but Rossi backs away in the nick of time. And Techno is looking for to be a little bit more aggressive. He heard Rossi back away towards Heaven, and this flank might just be a flank of the century. He's able to find so much value soon enough. Severin's completely blinded. The turret is in plain place. Perfect! And he finds both of them.
Solid one. True Rippers now getting the momentum back in their favor. Seekers was pretty good, pretty solid. At the end of the day, it was Techno just wrapping things up. Are we going to see a timeout from Revenant? Because it might be a pretty good time for them to call it. Split. You could argue it is a map that is a little bit defense favoring. That's a technical pause though. Alas. 4-2 is still the situation, so True Rippers are maintaining their lead.
We're seeing some TR chants. There's a lot of supporters for TRs here.
Because the Revenant supporters are pretty silent, and that's why.
I mean, Deathmaker as well being one of the main key reasons, I guess. He's a fan favorite player after all.
He indeed is, and he is showing why. With all those flashy plays that he's making now on Split.
Yeah. I mean, there's some issues going on. We're probably going to get that sorted as quick as possible, but 42 being the scoreline. Revenant Esports really getting challenged to the gut. I mean, the punches that they're absorbing right now, it's getting a little bit too much to them. And Revenant Esports just needs to keep one thing in mind. They cannot keep on letting True Rippers get away with so many of these rounds. If True Rippers is having a big advantage when it comes to the round number. It will be too late to wake up. So this is the right opportunity. They have to wake up.
You know, this is the 7th round, and Deathmaker is already 1 away from his 2nd showstopper. When Helif is building his first Rolling Thunder. That is nasty. Techno also has the Cosmic Divide, so if in case it goes to that post-plant situation, you know there's no way Revenant are winning it.
Wow, setting Severine up for success. Up close. I like that. Proactive control in the front lines. And Severine's also got a stinger in his hand, so yeah, he should be able to get Disrupt here. If not, then it's a big problem. Disrupt, if he goes for the check, then it's a problem for Revenant Esports. So Revenant, they really need to hope that Disrupt right there, he whiffs at least a couple of the shots.
Let's not scan him.
Yeah, he's got no clue still. Good flash, gonna flash him.
It's
But
a fake.
he's just showcasing some fake nature towards mid. It was a fake presence. And now they're looking to back away towards A. Cypher Cage activated, and here we go. But this time it's Paradox ready with his counter ultimate. And the showstopper's gonna find one. Disrupt shut down, beautifully done. Paradox with a 2K, one with the Judge, one with the ult, and now pulls out the Judge once again, but it's Argue to shut things down. And then it's a 3v3 once again, and they're actually getting the site control quite easily. A man towards elbow spotted, Hellfighter will clear the side out, Techno turns around, slaps another man to the face. A 2v1 scenario, and Skills needs to pop off. The plant's going down. There was not a lot of time left over. Skills' position not compromised just yet. He might just find the advantage here. But he's not going for the peak. Instead, he finds the force. Techno is way too low. And Techno needs to win this duel. And he does not. Skills, a little bit too quick on the trigger.
A phenomenal round. Severine, by staying in that position behind the double boxes, he just gave out the information to his team that it's all a fake. And you could clearly see the rotation that they pulled off directly towards A from B. Maintained the control of Heaven. And it did not matter if the Cosmic Divide was there to block the vision. Paradox was just standing as a massive pillar, and he went down by taking 2 with him. That's all you really need. It was just a little bit messed up Rolling Thunder by Helif, but it's absolutely fine. His teammate got the pick, but jeez, man. That was such a great setup by Revenant, and what a great play from Paradox himself. Followed up by the last pick by Skills. Doing exactly what the team needed to close things out, and it breaks the bye of True Rippers now. Only a couple of rifles in their hand, and DOS9 finds the first pick onto Techno. So that's the smoker out of the picture.
Oh my god, the timing is insane. And here we go, Severine once again. This man is blessed with the timing. He is. In the previous round, in the previous map of Icebox, he found the similar type of timing, and now he finds it once again. Just squeezes himself behind all the enemies, and he gets them. Helif shut down too. Yeah, 4K to close it off. Severine, beautifully done.
And again, the understanding the buy would be broken, so True Rippers might look to explore mid, because they haven't done that for the last few rounds. That is what again helped them out, and this mid control is potentially going to be the name of the game for both of these teams. True Rippers, when they established it, they got the rounds. This time around, it's Revenant who realized that, and they've basically got the couple of rounds. Now, with the way this timeline is going, the next 2 rounds should potentially go for True Rippers. And there we go, Deathmaker, fast push over towards
okay.
Skills! If I'm not wrong, he was concussed, and yet he went out on top.
Obscuring vision.
Okay. Revenant 2 of the players towards main. Smoke's being used. And Rossi is ready with the off angle. Oh, Argue still wants that duel. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the players of True Rippers, but there has been a shift as soon as they have entered inside of the lowers bracket. And this shift is something that's really given them the major win in the sales. Here we go. Disrupt. able to shut down another one. Slowly and steadily, the site just keeps on getting cleared up. It's because True Rippers are
Massive
winning
fake.
their duels majority of the times. There's an operator in the hands of DOS9,
Yes.
but look at this. Helif is all the way squeezed in towards P. He does not even need to do that. True Rippers, they will single-handedly manhandle Revenant.
It was such a phenomenal fake that eventually became a round-winning play. Are you getting the first pick? Alright, that was fine. It opened up doors for the neural theft and for them to quickly scale up over towards the site, since everyone, 3 of the players were over towards B, and on the back of the neural theft, a couple of them moved towards the spawn. One of them was DOS9. And then they took up the space, went in, pushed towards the screen. Aryu got another pick, and then he also doubled it up. My god, that's gonna give Deathmaker a headache.
That's what you call a systematic dismantling. I mean, True Rippers, they were just walking on the map as if it was their home. Here we go. Asserting dominance. Peeks out before the flash even goes off.
Last player standing.
And that's why he gets taken care of. Skills now. Today, Skills has been feeling himself. Severine and Skills, these two guys, really able to push in tandem, get some dominance asserted. And now Aryu left all by himself. True Rippers getting countered instantly. Good adaptability on the fly. And now Aryu in a 1v5, all he can do is just cross his fingers, hope for the best that he's going to be safe. His position's compromised and Aryu is actually looking forward to push up close and personal. There's a snake bite in the front.
should be done.
And yeah, too much to handle. He gets overwhelmed.
Now, I'll be honest, with the play that True Rippers are trying to make, right? It kind of requires your team to have long control. Either you need to have the B main control if you want to go for a fast B push, or at least you should have the breach fault line to be in the place. Now, what's the only problem is that with the Sky, if you've got a Sky, then you can basically go in for a god flashes at those normal choke points, and it's going to flash almost everyone who are looking at that place. Specifically with this play that was made by Deathmaker on towards that side, you only have one fault line that covers a linear area. You don't have a specific flash because again, breach needs to be near that corner or near that wall to flash out the site, and was not being the case. It was Deathmaker quickly satcheling in on towards the side, and breach could only do either a flash or he could do a fault line. So again, it came down to the fact that there was no flash on towards the side, and Severine was just left out in the open, and he was able to quickly get that one pick. And as soon as he fell, that was the entry fragger out. All they needed to do was to take that map space, and now that's the same problem that encountered over on top in B Heaven when Deathmaker pushed towards that, and that's the same problem that he encountered over towards B main when he pushed. Now you know that Disrupt is also playing on that KO, but I really want to see some knife lineups which are just not coming into play. And neither those God Flash lineups. So, Skills, this could be troublesome.
Okay. Nice. I mean, I'm just surprised. What did I just watch? He pops the Viper's Pit. He pushes out of his own Viper's Pit, disrespects it, and then he gets away with the kill. It's really hard for me to believe. But, yeah. Oh my god, DOS9. What a big blunder that was. Drops down his operator. Guardian able to find some nice control. And then there's the cage. To assure that control as well on the back of that. Rossi, no! The overheat!
Shot.
Oh, the overheat really not playing out that well. And Revenant Esports, because of that, now it's just all down to Skills. He's holding the close quarters with the Shorty. What can he even do? The man's up close and personal Skills, he still prevails. How? Shorty not able to connect the shots well enough, and that's it. Disrupt from the back wraps around.
Last round in the half.
Good round by True Rippers. Such a great one. And they've already reached the 6. That's the threshold. That's what you need whenever you're on the attacking side. I would still say it's more than sufficient. And look at the ult economy. They've got the null command. They've got rolling thunder. After that first pick that Skills was able to take, I mean, this push down up in Sivers as well, not landing in their way. Skills was able to get one, but had absolutely no idea where the rest of the players were. And you always have to watch your back. You can only do so much with the two eyes. Techno has also got the Cosmic Divide. This could potentially be a fake towards the B Heaven to get the rotation and then push up towards the A. But you may never know. Clear out the angle though. So the mistake that was in one of the previous rounds, that has been properly checked, anticipated. Knife scans no one. So they know there's absolutely no one playing in vents. So much information being gained, so many utils being used. Skills, he's disrespecting it. He's moving forward.
Yeah,
And he gets Deathmaker.
Skills is able to get away with some of these unreal moments. I mean, yeah, he does get caught, but still imagine you have taken down the biggest red flag in the opponent team, which is Deathmaker. And then DOS9 as well gets tagged up. The heal is there. DOS9 will be patched up to full HP with no issues. But then still, a 4v4 on the board. But True Rippers has been able to systematically dismantle the opponents. Cosmic Divide being used, a really good Cosmic Divide that was. And that's going to cut off the entire sound cues for Revenant Esports, but they still know that the take is there. And because of the low command, they're not able to use any of the utilities anyways. And even with the knife, they're able to get some more information. A good pop flash that was, but he's not going to push on the back of that. But DOS9, he still comes out on top of that duel. Because of this wall, they're not able to get any type of sound cues. This Judge's wall getting shut down. What a beautiful play that was from True Rippers. A little bit of resistance from Paradox, but is that enough? That's the real question. Paradox now going for the fake tap. And his position is compromised. Taken down to 70 HP, and Helif will close it off.
That again, the Cosmic Divide being put up by Severine, it would have been good if they had the site control. And that's something that they did not have, and it eventually ended up being in favor of True Rippers. Now, apart from the pick
It was
that
technically a
DOS9 got,
waste, in my opinion.
yeah, exactly. You need the site control in order to utilize that Cosmic Divide to its fullest potential. But again, they did not have it. And True Rippers, they had the perfect opportunity to quickly capitalize on the back of it, get those insane quick picks as well. They were also dumping some decent utilities, you could say. I was expecting Disrupt to peak on the back of his own pop flash, but alright, it's understandable. He scanned Sky and Jet, so it could have been a crossfire. One of them could have been playing an anti-flash position, and DOS9 just found a bad timing on the back of it though. Now this pistol round becomes even more crucial for Revenant Esports because their attack has been looking shaky.
Proactive mid control this time. And Argue, beautifully done. Off the rip, starting things off. I mean, the second half pistol round is important for Revenant. If they lose out on this, it's a big blunder. I mean, off the bat, they're not really having the advantage. But then Severine, a great tap from mid. Taking down the man towards heaven. And this is where the overheat moment comes through. True Rippers going for some of the engagements they should not have. Instead, they should have just held in the back. And now, the chances for Revenant Esports to win this round have been restored. It's a 3v2, Disrupt and Techno all by themselves. And from the back, it's Techno wrapping around. Techno is conveying a lot of the calls. He's giving a lot of info for Disrupt. And Techno's position being compromised. Now Severine knows that there's a man in the back lines too, but Techno, he wins that duel. A 1v2. Disrupt cannot afford to lose out on any of the shots. He's also got some of the utilities, but he gets caught off guard.
Skills again doing a great job. And again, it just feels that True Rippers and Revenant, both of them, as soon as they lose the numbers, they try to make some desperate attempts to equalize the odds. And just in an attempt to equalize the odds, they dip further. So that's something I would still feel they both need to check upon. Because yeah, it's totally obvious. When you're down the numbers, you would want to try and take an extra fight when your opponents do not expect, to catch them off guard, get a pick, equalize the odds, and then move forward. But okay, Helif. The man is trying to solo take that space and also steals away the orb right from under the eyes of Revenant. Faking a very fast B push, and on the back of it, they're making sure they've got a 3-stack towards the A, and that is exactly where the spike is going, with the lurk coming in from Severin on towards the mid.
Slow and steady approach. And Paradox
Camera taken out.
once again looking for to assert his dominance. Double satchels all the way at the back of the site and gets the first pick, and then DOS9 there to back it up. Nicely done. Revenant Esports, considering this is an anti-eco for them, it should be an easy stroll on the site, and that's what they've found. This should be an easy round in the takings. DOS9 should be able to shut down Techno here, and yeah, this is an easy round for Revenant Esports. 7-7 being the scoreline. As I mentioned, the pistol round was super important, and now Revenant Esports, they're going to continue the upcoming round with the bonus.
When the boombot did not actually go inside the screens, I really thought that this might be possible for Techno to maybe get a right click or a lucky couple of headshots. And that just did not happen. DOS9 was able to come out unscathed. And it's a flawless round for the bonus, and that's what you really love if you're a fan of Revenant Esports. And here's the pressure that an outlaw puts on your mind. When you know that the opponent has an outlaw, you'd rather not buy a half shield, and you would rather not invest in any of the sheriffs. So, trying to steal away a thrifty round, it becomes even more difficult. And that basically gives your opponent a chance to not invest in outlaw at all and save their funds a little bit extra for a full shield or a bulldog, or a full shield or a spectre. And that is what Revenant was doing right now. So even that prolonged macro mind game is coming into play. Another technical pause on its way, 7-7. Last time that happened, we saw True Rippers steamrolling because they fixed the problems on their defense. But it's absolutely fine. It was just the pistol and the anti-eco. They should be able to get this one on board.
True Rippers, they know the first two rounds, it's okay. The only reason why they lost that pistol round was because they still pushed up deep in the pistol round. Or at least they tried to do so, and they instantly met with resistance from Revenant. And they lost that man advantage they had gained in the initial seconds of that pistol round. And as I mentioned too during that entire time, that fight was not needed. If True Rippers wanted, they could have just stayed back and let them have the control, because they had the main man advantage. But instead, they still tried to go for the fights. And now as the scoreline is 7-7, both the teams on the equal place. It's just that Revenant Esports, yes, they are in a bit of a gun disadvantage, but it's completely fine. It is still convertible because they're playing on the bonus. And if they do win out on this round, their economy is going to be super solid for the upcoming round.
Long range fight. RU spotted. Saw the cage as well. So it's given out the.
Oh my god! Okay.
Oh my god!
Clips his wings.
RU
Just clips his wings in midair. The bird shot down. And now it's a 4v5 with the site take lost. But Revenant Esports, they do realize the opponent's got the man advantage, and that's why you see Paradox pushing up close and personal. Paradox trying to make some of the plays happen. Hellfighter's position compromised, but Paradox needs to back away. He's still trying to challenge that fight. I like this. Paradox, instead, letting him have it. It's better to play with the team instead of going for those individual plays. And what was that from Deathmaker? Missing his opportunity, Paradox, and Deathmaker instantly capitalizing on the back of that. And now it's time to push up close and personal towards the site. Severin able to find that 2K. Disrupt and Deathmaker shut down. But still, it's True Rippers to come out on top. Because of that early man advantage, they still won those trades in their favor.
Brilliant round from True Rippers. Brilliant. Understanding that yes, this Deathmaker is not enough for a push down from Ram. There could also be another possibility of a potential flank. And RU was watching that angle. That is called doing your homework. Getting a read on your opponent and what they would be trying to do. That's one of the reasons why Hellup was also playing bad. But what was that shot? RU is just playing out of his mind. Yes, There's skills on the opposite end, but you've got skills, we've got RU. That's what's happening right now between both of these teams. And True Rippers keeping 3 of the rifles in the hand. That's what you would love. Disrupt's been sweating a lot.
It's funny
Why
to
does
watch
it
him
look
do
so
this.
ASMR? Yeah, it looks so much ASMR, man.
How does it look ASMR? What?
This looks so cool, calm, and it's like that, man. I understand it.
Huh? Okay.
It-
Well, I mean, focusing back on the game. So far. I mean, True Rippers, once again, after that technical pause, able to come out on top. Revenant Esports, that early man advantage. The bird being shot down was a big problem. DOS9 not inside of the game, giving the early man advantage over to True Rippers, and then the majority of the duels, not exactly the duels, but the trades, were in the favor of True Rippers at the end of the day. It was a 1v3 in the end, and of course for True Rippers to convert that, it was way too easy. But here's the big problem. Revenant Esports, they're not able to enter inside of the site that freely. And they need to find a way to at least fake some utilities out at the start. Try and waste as much opponents' utilities as possible. Make them util dump. Try and do some sort of a fake on the opposite side before you move into the site.
They could potentially do it, but then there's the thing about True Rippers. They only use the bare minimum. They're trying to keep most of it to stop any kind of advanced push by Revenant towards the CT or maybe towards the Heaven. That, like just in the previous round. Yeah, it was the first pick of RU. That was a nasty shot. But apart from that, you could clearly see that True Rippers, they just quickly decided it's fine. We've got the Heaven control. We will be able to play for retake. All we need to do is just take care that there's no one coming in for flank and there's no one pushing up forward in towards CT, which Paradox was trying to do. And he was basically pushed backwards towards the site when LF used his own utils. Now that's the thing, True Rippers are happy to give up the site. They are just very solid on those positions which require retake. So maybe Revenant could potentially fight for those positions like A Heaven or maybe B Heaven and then force out that util dump from True Rippers, which would eventually help them out in the site execute itself.
In my opinion, baiting out the utility should be the way to go. And that's what Revenant needs to do. At least bait out some sort of utility. I mean, DOS9 showcasing that presence towards A. Fragment being used by Disrupt. SK Rossi utilizing his Trailblazer too. This is where they need to keep a track of the opponent's utility. Not just their own, also the opponent's. So they should understand if they do try to breach inside of the site, what type of utilities they would need to face up against. Good snake bite to sort of realize that there is a man pushed up close. But now look at Techno playing super aggressive inside of the smoke itself. I'm not sure what sort of a game plan this was, but Techno just swings into his own death. Disrupt his wall through the spam. He's able to get one, but then Revenant Esports, this is a round served to them in a silver platter. Grenade out too. The paint shields might just be able to find some damage, but is that really enough? It's a 2v4 at the end of the day. The man advantage is heavily stacked up with True Rippers.
Don't have a lot of post-plant utilities to work with, but I believe it's fine because they've got a lot of numbers on boats and everyone just playing far back on towards the side this time. Not going in for any aggressive peaks and a good understanding. Paradox should potentially peek on the back of that contact, but is still playing the patience game. 1-for-1 trade.
Okay!
Right,
It's better to back away. It's better to back away and go for the save. And yes, that's what Deathmaker's doing.
Yeah.
Operator retrieved. But on the attacking side, the operator, how much value are you really going to find if the defenders just do not give you the peek? I'm not sure why that operator was pulled out, but hey, maybe they've got some sort of a game plan, right? We got to let them cook.
will potentially play the slow round, and operator might go in the hands of Rossi, if not DOS9. But how was Deathmaker even able to get that second shot? That was nasty. And then he backed away as well. A good decision in place. And on the back of it, he gets to keep a Hero Vandal. Ryu has got the neural theft. Deathmaker one away from the showstopper. Helef would potentially try to farm for the orbs. So in terms of ult, they're pretty close. On the other side, Paradox one away from his own showstopper. Severin already has the Cosmic Divide. And I love this Viper Wall, because it fakes that there might be a push over towards the B as well, and it helps you scale up directly towards the back. And then as soon as the wall goes down, you could potentially scale up and take control of the site. Since they've got the Cosmic Divide, they could eventually block off all the areas.
Timing is of the essence. And the operator almost getting shut down.
God.
No way are you. Oh my god, DOS9 almost saw the Grim Reaper in front of him. He's so lucky to get alive. Oh my god. Hellfighter now there to try and at least make something happen on the site. The site control is going to be lost as expected. Hellfighter slapped down. Site control taken away by Revenant Esports. There should be a spike plant. It's a 3v4. True Rippers, considering this was sort of broken buys on the board for them, I highly doubt they will be winning this. Unless Deathmaker is able to get a 3k, then that's a whole another story. But good pain chills. Gonna make sure Rossi's falling back from that angle. But yeah, True Rippers, they're probably gonna try to go for the save in this one. But the guys with the Sheriff, they will try to do at least some sort of damage. Severine with the 4k. Techno able to stop Paradox in its tracks. Severine really just sniffing for that ace now. And yes, he knows where the last man is. Two hands are busy. What is he doing? Skills and Severine getting caught. Oh, still the damage is being done though. Severine just losing out on that ace. It does not feel too good. I'm not sure why he pulled out that knife.
Maybe thought that because they gave up the space on the side, Techno might have already pushed up front. But yeah, that was an unfortunate timing moment. But some crispy shots being connected by both the Astras. And on the back of it, Revenant have got the lead. But look at the ult, my goodness. If this is a round that True Rippers cannot win, then I don't know which one will they be able to. They're just 2 away from Null Command as well. Paradox should provide the entry. Again, the same wall just like the previous one. But this time, it seems that Revenant want to capitalize on the back of it. And they are understanding that there's a full house on the ultimates for True Rippers. So they are also playing it safe. Look at so far back pushed Severine is on towards the A. Waiting for anyone to push up front only to get that punish. While Revenant are making some quick presence being shown towards mid. Clears out the wind. And again faking that area that they might be pushing up there. Not just faking, they are actually pushing up. Because the nebula is blocking the view.
Operator in the hands of DOS9. I'm personally not a big fan of Operator in the attacking side, especially on split. But if DOS9's able to find some crucial values, I mean, he's the one to go for the initial peaks. What a tap that was. Disrupt just putting him to sleep on the point.
Oh,
and then SK Rossi able to just pop back onto that. Nicely done. I mean, so far the traits are in the hands of Revenant Esports, but then Argue from the back lines, he takes down Severine too. A 1v2 in the makings. But Argue with only 33 HP, I highly doubt a lot can be established from that. Argue faked his presence, made the opponent think that he jumped down, but yeah, skills, he's a little bit too precise.
Just wanted to try and make a play. He needed one more kill to even make it close. Because both the players on the other side had full HP. And again, a Phantom in the long range, only 140 to the head. That's not what you'd really want. A full house on the ultimates and the second timeout being burned by True Rippers. Quick successions coming in and they really need this one. Need to find the momentum. A way to break what Revenant is trying to do. And they're not doing anything flashy, Necro. They're doing everything way too simply, sticking with the basics. taking the control on the map, realizing that mid has been left open by True Rippers for quite a lot of these times. Grabbing that space, moving forward, and then going in for their executes too. So maybe this time around, True Rippers would look to probably, if not address, then control towards the mid. 4 more seconds and we'll see what their game plan might look like, because 8 and 10, Revenant is just 2 away from map point.
Every single player from True Rippers, they've got their ults up. Neural Theft, Showstopper. They've also got the Null Command, Cosmic Divide, and the Rolling Thunder. Every single ult can actually help them secure a round.
Yes.
But the problem is the economy, the broken buys. 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs, and 1 Classic. Now, intentions here are pretty clear from True Rippers. They do want to deal damage to Revenant. But it will be only on the back of precision. They do have the utilities as well to back it up, but still at the end of the day, you need to connect the headshots. On the back of some of the flashes, you can easily do it, but might just be too much to ask for. Deathmaker's just waiting around the corner at this point. He does not even have one of his hands on the keyboard. He's just waiting for the players to move up. As soon as he hears some sort of sound, he's going to be ready. And Deathmaker's there on the backside. There's also Techno available, and Revenant Esports, it just feels like they're walking into a trap. DOS9 in the front, he's able to shut down one of the players. And then True Rippers, nicely done. Rolling Thunder being pulled out as well. And Skills is around the corner. Deathmaker's ult's gonna stop the show on the site. Skills being shut down too. Man advantage in the hands of True Rippers, and they have also retrieved a gun. Techno with the Phantom. And Techno is the one to lead the charge as well towards the site. The spikes being planted. Only 15 seconds in the hand. Rolling Thunder being utilized as well. Another free pick found. Severine in the corner. Right underneath the heaven and the ropes. And Severine finds the first. Techno is not winning that duel. Severine clutches it. What? All of the commitment for nothing. Severine with a 3K save the day.
Peaks after single peaks. Why? That was such an unfortunate way to go, but Severine, the IGL himself, now leading the charts for the team. Staying in that position, under ropes, and then getting all the important picks. The adjustment was phenomenal. But it was, I would still say it was just a throw by True Rippers though. Quick back and forth trades coming in, both of them in favor of Revenant, only Techno finding one. Flash peak comes in, but no one to be found. Rolling Thunder was also invested in the previous round along with the Neural Theft and Showstopper. Heavy investments, and yet they did not get any kind of round. Everything was falling in the hands of True Rippers until they, at the end of the day, threw it away, and Helip as well. That was... we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah, no, True Rippers, they've just lost the momentum at this point. Oh my god, Disrupt. Those preemptive shots. He took the shots a little bit too early right there, and he's still going for that peak. Man, Disrupt! He's got some nerves to do something like that. Does not back away, even though his position was compromised. And True Rippers, it just feels like they're now trying to rely on their mechanics too much. DOS9 softened up. As soon as he peeks out, he will meet Cream Reaper. And RU shut down as well. Yeah. They've lost the momentum, my friend. Now they're just cracking under that pressure. This is desperation that you're seeing from True Rippers. They're trying to rely on their mechanics too much. They're taking some of the fights that are not needed to be taken in that way.
I'll be honest. Even if they get this one round, I think so it potentially is done for. Because they had the best ult economy couple of rounds ago, but now it all is going to fall in the hands of Revenant. They already have the Viper's Spit, DOS9 with the Blade Storm, one away from Cosmic Divide, and in a couple of rounds they'll also get even more ultimates. DOS9 now going in for some flashy plays, but it's been shut down. No space for you, my friend. RU quickly finishes him off for disrespecting the smoke. that was put up by none other than Severine.
5 planted.
Last 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 seconds. 0 seconds. 1 seconds. 0 seconds. 1 seconds. 0 seconds. 1 seconds. 0 seconds. 1 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 seconds. 1
My question is, was that really needed? That's all I'm gonna ask. Was that push with the Blade Storm towards the vents really needed? And I think so it wasn't. Well, I mean, with that push, you've pretty much lost the man advantage, and this is exactly what True Rippers needs. They need to gain the momentum and the confidence that they have lost right now. And these type of errors can really give them that back. Pop flash out, Skills is right there! Oh my god, this could have been really worse. Deathmaker pulls out the pain shields at the last moment. This could have been his kill. But then Skills and his teammate, Rossi, looking to back away from the ropes towards the A heaven. And Skills should be able to catch at least one more player here. Disrupt! Shuts him down, Severine trying to sneak away. Good catch from Disrupt. And then Skills as well towards heaven, getting shut down instantly. Deathmaker's ready for that trade. So Rossi as well trades it back. 77 HP on the board for Rossi. He's also got a Trailblazer ready. And he's now looking forward to extend the boundaries too much. All the way from the spawn, trying to back away towards B. His position's known. What am I watching? Oh my god, that was so iffy. But at least he gets that kill, so we can let it slide.
I mean, the extra bullets on the body will not eventually help you out for the first few ones that were missed. But yeah, he gets the job done. It almost was a 1v1 that Rossi wanted. Unfortunately, did not anticipate a player being present towards the CT. But it's fine. It's okay. You could argue that Revenant kind of threw that round away. With first DOS9 making that flashy play, and then in an attempt to quickly clear everything out, just kept on losing the members. But still, got the Cosmic Divide up now. Viper's Pit. Oh my god, this push towards the mid. That's what you needed from True Rippers early on. DOS9 finds an opener though on the side over Arhu.
Good find. Really good find. A two-piece found. As I mentioned, True Rippers need these type of kills to give them that extra bit of confidence. They've also got the spike control towards the mid. But then Paradox has also got the control off the wins! And Paradox almost getting caught, but he still wins that duel somehow. A 2v3 coming up. And Paradox is way too low. Disrupt, he still kills him! Does not even give him a chance to activate his showstopper. A tremor being utilized. Helif is way too soft enough, and a beautiful double peek to close it off. True Rippers, slowly and steadily, gaining that confidence back, and now the momentum, the wind is back in their sails.
I just still feel if it's actually a full-on wave, or just some last few embers of True Rippers. Because, yeah, I'll agree over the fact that now they've slowly started to build the momentum for their side, but it's just one round loss, and it's going to be taken care of by Revenant Esports. And the other side, though, they're actually on a broken buy. SK Rossi with the Bucky in the hand. This could potentially be a fast B-push maybe, but that fragment along with the knife, it just stopped it entirely. And if I'm not wrong, two or three of them got scanned up, so they're all going in for the rotations. 3 of them directly from the spawn might potentially go towards the A. While a couple of players will be taking the space on mid, and that's where the spike is. If it gets caught, then it could be horrible for Revenant, and Deathmaker makes that happen. That's the spike down now. I mentioned about it, and that is exactly what took place. Forget about everything. You've got to go back and recover the spike. And I'm still quite confused why it was committed towards mid when 3 players were going towards the A. There's a firing squad on the other side for the welcome. It could be just done and dusted though. And we might possibly see True Rippers forcing up an OT. Let's see. As the flash comes in, DOS9 quickly gets in the entry and he gets one raided as well. Helif finds the answer. Only for Disrupt to close every single thing out. A weird buy for Revenant, but a good play by Deathmaker to seal the round in the starting itself.
They should still have the money to buy in the upcoming round though, so it is fine.
Yeah. Look at the ults, man. Look at the ults. There are just so many. if I'm not wrong, they've got 4 ultimates up on both. So, this one timeout. Now Revenant should potentially change a few things and address the concern of what True Rippers were doing, taking that mid control proactively and then keeping it. And on the back of that one round, they've now pivoted over towards the sides too.
There's a lot of people just cheering for Severine. I mean, Severine has been able to play really well. True Ripper supporters there too, because they know they have been winning rounds back to back, 11 to 12 being the scoreline. This is way too close to comfort. I'm pretty sure now even Revenant Esports can start to feel that pressure. And look at the amount of ultimates that they have available. Neural Theft to find the information in the mid rounds. If it does go that far away, Null Command is there too. I mean, in general, they've just got so many of the ultimates in their hands to try and do something. So this is really good. Even the showstoppers there, if they do find out that there's some quick burst on the site, and they're not that far away from getting the Rolling Thunder up too, by the way, so they can try and feed the breach, the ultimate orbs.
Exactly. If I'm not wrong, he's just 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, as you mentioned too. So could potentially play in for the orbs. So that might also be something that Revenant Esports might see. So if they really want, they could fight for it. But they've got the Null Command, a retake heavy ult. They've also got the Cosmic Divide. If you want to play on the aggressive, you can just shut down that space. Or if you really want, you can just play in for the retake. Neural Theft, as you mentioned, for the mid-round information if they're able to find a pick. I'm just hoping for True Rippers to win this one. Because if that showstopper from Deathmaker does not find the value on the retake, then I don't know what will. And because they've got so many ultimates, they can play a full retake on at least one of those sides and stack up their players on the other. If the gamble works out, that's phenomenal. If it does not, it's fine. You've got those ultimates on board. Get an offer, hell if that's another retake ultimate. I mean, they can pair up the Null Command with the Showstopper along with the Rolling Thunder first, so that they cannot use the utils. They'll basically be concussed, all of the ones who would be potentially on the side, and then you've got the Showstopper to seal the deal. But again,
a
it's
lot of people in the arena, huh?
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
They're enjoying their time. Having a great time there in the arena, while the players, they can feel the intensity. Revenant Esports, I mean, they have got the match point, but unfortunately now True Rippers is only 1 round away from making it to OT. And this is the exact way, I'm pretty sure, every single person wants it as well. Now look at the adjustments on the tripwire too. Just to try and catch whoever who tries to double satchel inside of the site, or either the Jet who tries to updraft it and dash. There we go! Showstopper out! Off the rip, he finds the 2K! Oh my god, True Rippers! A date with destiny indeed! Off the rip, starting things off with a 3v5. What else do you need? I guess we are going to OT, unless if someone pulls off some insane play from Revenant.
Dream start. Dream start for the man himself. The OS9 spotted. The knife was broken though, so the information has not yet been given. But look at the slurp coming in from Severine. Look at the amount of space he's taken. Going over towards the heaven, but there's a camera that you've got to deal with. Alright, he's spotted. Should be dealt with. Over deep Astra Star over towards the side, but no one's gonna see it. So the fake is not told.
One enemy.
Okay!
Spike down.
And we are going to OT.
We are. And also Rolling Thunder being utilized. Paradox being pushed back now. There's also a Blue Mod that's going to spot this. Man, Paradox wins that duel. At least able to shut down Deathmaker. It's still a 4v1. He can't clutch it out. I mean, I want to be optimistic here. It's Paradox. He has got some of the brilliant mechanics to back him up. But let's see.
But every information has been given.
Yep.
Heaven being watched out for. He should not get even one from this. And it's hell left to close the deal. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going for the overtime. True Rippers winning 4 rounds in succession.
It's time to go to OT, ladies and gentlemen. This is way too close to comfort, but also super entertaining. One thing is for sure, the fans are definitely having a great time in the arena, enjoying every single moment of this match. 12-12 being the scoreline. True Rippers really adamant, really stubborn to make this entire series a 2-0. And Revenant Esports, after dominating True Rippers in the first day itself in the playoffs, this is the matchup they would have never expected. I mean, it's been a sudden shift in the playstyle of True Rippers, and Revenant Esports, no matter what they're trying to bring on the board, they're just getting countered hard.
So, they did not make any proactive plays over towards the extremities for the entirety of the half. And this is the last one, the most important round, where they decide to change the gears. And guess what? The showstopper, instead of getting 1, was positioned in such a way that it actually got 2. I mean, it's a dream start indeed, as you mentioned. And Disrupt, yet again, having this one moment. But there's the thing. The job is not yet done. This is where the most important part of the game will begin. Quick pause. We'll be making sure that everything gets sorted out quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the patience. But faces of concern over the sides of Revenant, because now the thought might be going in their head.
Now,
But if they
scared,
don't win this OT, they'll be going home.
I will tell you why these faces of concern are here. Because Revenant Esports, they've used everything they have had in their books. While the
Yes.
opponents, True Rippers, they are able to counter everything to success perfectly. Okay.
Having fun.
Revenant just over there concerned, and then on the opposite side, True Rippers. I mean, Deathmaker especially, making it feel like he's not even feeling any type of pressure. But I'm pretty sure he is somewhere deep down. But hey, as long as you try to keep your cool and you try to keep your mental cool, it will be all okay. True Rippers.
Oh, wait a second.
This tactical pause from Revenant Esports now is really going to be questionable.
It seems that while the podcast hours were going, True Rippers won another round. And Revenant have taken their pause.
Yep.
13 and 12. Alright. True Rippers one more
Technical
round
issues
closer.
here and there.
Yeah, that is true.
Can be surprising. Can really be surprising.
Even for me.
But yeah, another chance for Revenant Esports to try and do something, I guess. I mean, True Rippers just one round away from closing it. From just getting the final nail in the coffin. While Revenant Esports one round away from sending it to another OT. Are we going to see that happen?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, off the bat, we're seeing equal traits on the port. And then Paradox being suppressed as well because of that 0 point. He has moved up deep towards ramps. Skills as well, right behind him, trying to back him up. This proactive control that Revenant Esports has, it's something they should not let go of. But it's all going to come down to the individual skills of the players as well. Who's going to be winning those duels? Flashes out, does not spot anyone. A return flash as well from the player. And Revenant Esports, a last-minute call made to try and back away from this spot. Are they actually doing it though? Yes, they are. They want to back away from this. It's a complete fake. And look at Severine. He's looking to completely deep dive inside of the B site. There's Techno ready. He spots him out. Good smoke. Even the B entrance now, it seems like it's going to be stopped. But then Skills is marching towards mid. And look at Aryu. He's got the off angle. Aryu is ready to mow down a couple of players. It's all going to come down to his timing. If Aryu is able to get a 2K right here, Revenant for them, the nail will right be in the coffin. Aryu gets the first. So close to get the second as well, but no, he gets denied. A 3v3 back on the track. Techno still towards the B side behind the pillar. And he's just waiting for the players to eject out. Techno, oh my god, he almost does find the timing as well, shutting down another player off the top. Techno getting the spray on the second. It's a 2v1. Wait for your teammate, Techno. Oh my god. Way too close to comfort, and he still pushes the W. Techno wins that duel. True Rippers, they have eliminated the opponents, Revenant Esports, and that's why you see Disrupt just jumping around and saying goodbye to Revenant.
Holy smokes! What a way to get the game! What a way! And they are now in the grand finals. It could potentially be a Cinderella run for them. That is a phenomenal way to close things out. True Rippers, my god, that's just mind-blowing from them. Getting it to OT and then winning the OT 14 and 12. Lovely. From the boys in red. And a heartbreak for Revenant.
I mean, Revenant entered inside of the playoffs as the fan favorites. And they were not even able to make it till the grand finals. This is such a stark statement being made by True Rippers. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of Best of 5 will be between Grayfox and True Rippers. I mean, Disrupt was just jumping around saying bye-bye to Revenant Esports. He was so happy to win this matchup. True Rippers, they really do deserve that spot over there. They have worked really hard. They have showcased some great adaptability. And because of that, they are the one to move into the grand finals. You can clearly see the disappointments as well. Honestly speaking, SK Rossi was not able to play the way he was supposed to. He was deactivated throughout the day. Yes, he was getting some of those kills here and there, but you see that star player Rossi we know, he wasn't there.
Because it was Deathmaker who stole away all the limelight. And I'm pretty sure that he will be the MVP of the series. With the way that he was playing. And imagine, the only two series that Revenant has lost in Split 1 were first in the upper bracket finals and then lower bracket.
Because LF, आप भी आइए, Techno, I want you to join me as well. Yeah, DM, आप भी आइए. Because we have to talk about that push through B main, जिसकी वजह से overtime हम गए. So guys, first of all, congratulations. Right. So, पहले मैप से शुरू करते हैं. I believe Icebox के लिए you were a little bit more prepared because उन्होंने बहुत खेला था.
I mean, हम लोग prepared थे कि नहीं? नहीं, हम लोग अपना गेम खेल रहे थे बस.
अपना खेल के?
हाँ, वही अपना फर्स्ट डे से वही फंडा था. फर्स्ट डे पे भी हम लोग आइसबॉक्स क्लोज आउट कर सकते थे, बट जैसे बोले तो हम लोग कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं थे, तो उसमें थोड़ा इशू हो गया. पर कल के मैच के बाद आई थिंक वी गॉट आवर कॉन्फिडेंट बैक एंड वी न्यू दैट वी गोना विन द आइसबॉक्स.
मैप नंबर 2 काफी इंटेंस हो गया था. यू हैड टू बेसिकली फाइट थ्रू हेल इसको ओवर टाइम तक ले जाने के लिए. क्या चल रहा था उस टाइम पे दिमाग में, एंड हाउ डिड यू गाइस हैंडल इट? डेथमेकर आपसे जानना.
लाइक वो दिमाग में कुछ नहीं चल रहा था, बस यही था कि हम लोग को एम पे मारना है. हम लोग का एक ही गोल है, जब लाइन पे आते हैं एम पे नहीं मारेंगे तो हारेंगे. तो उसके बाद उसके बाद उसने बोला, हेल्प ने मुझे बोला, सनी तू क्या कर रहा है यार, जाके मार घुस के. तो बस वही हुआ, उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं.
ये वो लास्ट जो राउंड देखा था हमने रेगुलर प्ले टाइम में, वो वही कॉल था क्योंकि जाके मार.
नहीं, लास्ट राउंड पे टेक पॉज हुआ था, उसके बाद मेरे को लग रहा था कि हम लोग बहुत सेफ खेल रहे थे, तो वी नीडेड समथिंग एग्रेसिव. एंड सनी के पास अल्ट था, तो वो लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे बोल के मैंने कॉल किया, पुश करते, और सनी ने 2 मार दी.
ऑलराइट, अब टेक्नो से एक सवाल पूछूंगा बिकॉज दिन के स्टार्टिंग में मेरी आपसे कॉन्वर्सेशन हुई थी एंड यू promised कि आज this is going to be a quick series. Now what do you have to say? अब आपको पता है finals में किसके सामने आपको खड़े होना है.
I mean, मैंने पहले से ही बोला था अपना पहला मैच हम लोग हारे because we couldn't shoot back on the upper bracket. But after yesterday's match, as Sagnify said, हम लोग बहुत confident थे. अभी grand finals पे आके अभी फोड़ना है. कुछ भी करके जीतना है अभी.
कुछ भी करके जीतना है. फैंस की भी उम्मीद है कि आप ट्रॉफी लेके घर लौटे. So guys, one more cheer for True Rippers, the second grand finalist. अब टीआर की इतनी बात हो रही है तो टीआर के फैंस से भी जानना चाहूंगा. How happy are you guys right now? How happy are you? How happy are you?
Very. To be honest, watching the two favorite teams in the finals will be amazing. Was rooting for the home team and TR as well. It's going to be a fun finals.
It is going to be a fun final indeed.
बी रेवेनेंट का तो नहीं पता बट बी टीआर जरूर हो गया. लेट्स गो. मिलते हैं अगले इवेंट में. आप घर जाओ.
All right, ये मैं नहीं सुनना चाहता था but ठीक है. Again, final match, Grayfox, tough competition. Do you guys still have the energy अपने players को बांटने के लिए?
आवाज से कम लग रहा है क्या? कम लग रहा है क्या? Let's go TR. Let's go TR. Let's go TR. Let's go TR. Let's go TR.
All right. अब TR के फैन से बात कर ली but I see something very interesting here and it's KJ making a call. Who are you calling?
Hello. You know what? I'm just disappointed nobody picked Killjoy and Split.
What? Yeah, because you're right here.
Yeah, I am disappointed.
By the way, people who don't recognize him, this is our buddy Crips.
Hello there, everyone. I hope everyone's having fun.
ये KJ का story बताओ. ये cosplay. Why are you cosplaying today?
I am cosplaying today because I'm not casting today, and I had to be involved in some way or the other. You know, I can't miss out.
So you just came to lock down everyone.
I came to lock down everyone, especially you. Can I detain you?
I mean, okay. Yeah. We're gonna go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can be. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can be. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the interview was quite fun. True Rippers fans, quite vocal, huh?
You always love to see that banter happen,
Yeah.
and it's the best possible way for a banter between the fans themselves. I mean, they proved their point.
Of course they did. I mean, just saying goodbye to Revenant Esports like that, including Disrupt as well. It was just jumping around the stage saying bye-bye, waving bye-bye to Revenant Esports. And I'm pretty sure SK Rossi, his entire team, Paradox, Severine, DOS9, they would have never even thought that they are going to be taking a lead from this tournament. This is a rough ending for them. But once again, the main reason why True Rippers was able to adapt so quickly, because this lineup has been staying together since last year now. It's been a while since these guys have been playing together, and that's the main reason why their team synergy looked much more better. And look at the MVP status. ACS of 336. Deathmaker, man, he's indeed the DM king.
Mind blowing at this point. I mean, even Helif stated, right? He mentioned, DM, why are you not going and killing them? Just go and kill them. And that's what he was doing later on. Specifically, that one showstopper which got 2 kills, that basically confirmed the OT for their side. 206.8 damage per round with 26.9 first blood percentage. He should have 4 or 5 first bloods. Never mind, he's got 7 first bloods.
Yeah, well, in the previous map, he had 8, if I'm not wrong, and now it's got 7. A
Yep.
2-0 series. Who would have thought Revenant Esports would get 2-0'd by True Rippers? Because last time, the scoreline was completely opposite. It was Revenant Esports who 2-0'd True Rippers and sent them down in the slumbers, in the lowest bracket. And now, from the lower brackets, True Rippers, they just handed out the knockout blow to Revenant Esports. Look at the stats as well. Skills was playing phenomenally well. I gotta give it to Skills. At the end, Skills was able to play quite nice, including Icebox and Split. Skills was always there, consistently performing at the top of the charts.
Yes. But look at how close this entire match has been. 7 out of 9 conversions on the post plants, 13 first kills for both of them. Just 1 thrifty for Revenant, but 2 clutches for True Rippers. And that's where all the difference began. It was such a close game. And you couldn't have asked for a better lower bracket finals, I'll be honest. Yes, one thing could have been that all of that should have been in the last half itself, but it's absolutely fine. Even in the economic graph, you can see quite a few mountains and trenches out there, but at the end of the day, it was dead even when we started the OT. And in those couple of rounds, it was just True Rippers shining bright like a diamond and a phenomenal way to close things out. 2-0, revenge is the dish, best served cold.
I'm gonna tell you right now why Revenant Esports was so tensed. Why were they so nervous before moving to OT? Because Revenant Esports knew we have pretty much used every single strategy we know in our scrapbook. What do we do that can catch True Rippers off guard? Because they're pretty much countering everything. And Revenant Esports, realizing the fact that they've used everything, they were just in a lot of that pressure, and that's why they cracked under it. True Rippers in the mid, we thought that, okay, maybe the wind has been taken away from their sails, but then once again, they were back with the momentum. And Revenant Esports, they just could not find a cure to that problem. Some of the fights that True Rippers were taking in the mid-game phases, yes, they looked pretty desperate, but then later on, once again, they got their heads together, and they were able to win majority of these duels too, which was pretty good.
It's just about the confidence and the momentum for True Rippers. And Elif also mentioned the exact same thing. Heck no, I didn't want to see that replay, but it's fine. Here's the thing, right? True Rippers, yes, in terms of aim, they were also looking crispy, but in terms of how you'd be able to find out those picks was also important. When they got a read onto the gameplay of Revenant, that's when they just started to steamroll into those rounds. And that has perfectly been mentioned by you. Revenant using up all of their strategies in the book resulted in them basically getting caught off. And that was one of the rounds in the OT as well. And Argue getting the spike out here, it basically sealed the deal because then Revenant did not even have enough time to go in for the full plant and post-plant setup. And Techno was the final nail in the coffin. And Disrupt saying bye-bye to them, jumping and happy.
Yeah, Disrupt just bursting with happiness. And Disrupt is one of those guys that I have been talking to behind, offline as well. He's a pretty sweet guy, man. Pretty down to earth. He's someone who has been talking with me. Yeah, so in general, I'm really happy to see Disrupt move on forward to the grand finals because these guys have been working pretty hard. Yeah, nothing taken away from Revenant Esports. Yes, they have had some of the glorious moments too, without a doubt. They entered inside of the playoffs as the fan favorites, but unfortunately did not take an exit like one. So there's one more thing I would like to say, that there's a lot of things that Revenant Esports should look back on and maybe try and fix things up, because relying on mechanics heavily all the time cannot work out. Even inside of today's game, they were relying some of the heroic plays a little bit too much. Majority of the rounds that Revenant Esports was winning was on back of some of those 2Ks, some of those 3Ks that they were getting.
I would agree over that fact because yes, they have had all of these star players popping off back even in the group stages as well, and everyone, yeah, they were a well-knit unit, but in terms of all those executes, in terms of the set plays, we never saw that happening, or if we did, that was very less. So those set plays are something that you would really need to use, specifically if you want to win out the finals or even in the playoffs. And I still feel that Revenant, they just did not have enough time after signing up their roster to quickly develop those. So all in all, saying that they even reached up to this point was actually a phenomenal way to show off that they've got such a great mechanical skill and some good basics that they can reach up to the lower bracket finals. But now, in order to take that next leap, they would really need to change their gears and go for those set plays, understand which composition works which on map.
And this is just the split one. Split two is still around the horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, for now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
Now it is time to begin the action, ladies and gentlemen, of day 2 of OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia.
Revenant versus Grayfox के बीच में ये day 2 है split 1 ये matchup. He's sticking it. Instead, he's smoking to spam हो रहा है, but I don't think Babel को यहाँ पर last moment पे went up with that knife. He got double knife lags in the first round. क्या चल रहा है?
अरे पीछे तो देखो वेंका. हमारा गोली का बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लेकिन शॉट मिस करेंगे गोली. And Severin की ऑडियंस फिर से जस्टिफाई करेंगे, but Hawks perfectly shut down one and Hawks with the second, making sure कि Grayfox तो बराबर करते हैं स्कोर लाइन को. क्या 2-3 मिलेंगे, तीनों के पीछे आगे perfect trigger discipline from this guy.
But ये dark cover उनके सारे मंसूबों में पानी फेर देगा.
Let's get Aussie with the double. The angle is good enough. Saya with that 3 can, this is it. यहाँ से Paradox के लिए clutch कर पाना बिल्कुल impossible. Hawks with the final blow and Grayfox takes down the favorite. 2-0 के साथ सीरीज समाप्त करेंगे.
कल मजा आएगा जो भी होगा. रेवेनेंट आए, TR आए, मेडल आए, सबके सामने हमारा सेम ही गेम प्लान है. We'll play to win.
Finally, it is time for the low bracket semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, True Ripper! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Revenant Esports! Stage पे आते हुए जो Venom आपकी तरफ फेंका है, how do you guys plan to counter that?
मतलब it's been a while they have won a game, तो अभी क्या ही बोले. तो स्टार्टिंग में 4 जीते तो उसके बाद तो जीते ही नहीं है. देखते हैं अभी.
ब्रीच में कंप्लीट किट है. ये सारे प्लेयर जो स्पैम खेलना चाह रहे हैं ना, इनके लिए परेशानी हो सकती है. लेकिन साए स्मोक के थ्रू द स्मोक क्रिमिनल वंस अगेन chimes in and should be a good mistake with a knife too. That's a great round for them.
बूम बॉट फेंकना चाहते थे एंगल से, राउंड से बाहर फेंका गया उन्हें, बट लिवाई का ये शाउट स्टेप बहुत करेगा परफेक्शन के साथ विद द 4K. Will he get the ace?
वाइपर बॉल के पीछे चीजें मुश्किल होगी. उन पे जरूर पुश आने वाला है कुछ सेकंड के अंदर. ये किया पिक ऑफ, मेडल की जर्नी हुई खत्म एंड ट्रू रिपर्स लो ब्रैकेट के अंदर एक और कदम बढ़ाएंगे और सामना करेंगे रेवेनेंट. हर एक हिस्से पे मेडल को पनिश किया है. ट्रू रिपर्स दे जस्ट रिप्ड देम अपार्ट.
लेकिन एक कमबैक आपने किया था फर्स्ट मैप पे, थोड़ा सा डाउन थे अर्ली स्टेज में. व्हाट वाज द कॉल आफ्टर दैट?
नथिंग. सनी ने बोला गाइस मेरा शूटिंग चल रहा है, जस्ट लेट मी डू द थिंग. देन ही स्टार्टेड कॉलिंग व्हाट ही वांटेड टू पिक. वही फिर तो सनी से हो गया भाई.
कल टू रिपर्स वर्सेस रेवेनेंट एक बेस्ट ऑफ 3 सीरीज के अंदर भिड़ेंगे और उनमें से जो टीम जीतेगी वो ग्रेफॉक्स को ग्रैंड फाइनल में मुलाकात करेगी, वो भी बेस्ट ऑफ 5 के अंदर. दिन पे बहुत बड़ा होने वाला है. प्लस हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आप लोगों को मजा आएगा बिकॉज आपको बेहतरीन वैलोरेंट देखने को मिलेगी. एंड कल फिर से आपसे मुलाकात करेंगे. टिल देन यू गाइस गो गेम ऑन.
About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja I am the 'Cause I am the Raja What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja I am the 'Cause I am the Raja Put your back down on your knees with your pistol Put your back down on your knees I am the Put your back down on your knees with your pistol 'Cause I am the Raja I am the 'Cause I am the Raja I am the 'Cause I am the Raja
Last player standing.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败的你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. You can wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 团结。Team is the best，咱们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一件不带不能被取代，比我更努力的每年不存在。到时我起来和盐酸奶直接出了那真的Great I go way from the pave on my way to the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're a flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test.我的精神也很顽强，地球活不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人牵涉，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，地球活不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人牵涉，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人牵涉，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，让我死都够 ape hey。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
What to find it? 30 seconds left.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे न डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तुअर चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला दुलोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, only the world, the choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना.
remaining. Yikes.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, but I paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out, you on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team's the best， 他们值得 respect， 跟我至今有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一人不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来喝点酸奶，直接出了那战斗舞台。Great I go way, put my pain on my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out, you're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你让我死都走，嘿嘿。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall through the test.
Blocking vision.
only me that I can be. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that massive break, actually. But yeah, now it's time to move on to the grand finals of the OMEN's Valorant Challenger Series. Now, as we do know, our title sponsor is OMEN, and our styling partner is Philips OneBlade. With that being said, the grand finals is going to be between Grayfox and True Rippers. After an astonishing finish to the lowest bracket, True Rippers, they have moved on forward in the BO5 series against Grayfox in the grand finals. It is a big, stark statement they have made.
It indeed is, but then there's the thing, right? Grayfox Esports making their way from the upper brackets now have got a map advantage for their side. So they'll be having that advantage in the veto itself. It might pose some problems for True Rippers, but it's absolutely fine. We're gonna have some fun matches.
Hey, we never know what the scoreline is going to be as we do move on forward. And look at the brackets. The brackets are in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers, after 2-0ing Revenant Esports, they have secured their slot in the grand finals against Grayfox. And this grand finals is going to be a BO5 series between Grayfox and True Rippers. It will be a super fun and intense affair, considering True Rippers, they have showcased some massive improvements at the end.
Indeed, the improvement is something that you always love to see, right? Because True Rippers, again, was a team that no one really predicted to be in the grand finals itself. We had almost every other team. You could say middle, you could even talk about Grayfox Esports, which are eventually there, Revenant, but True Rippers coming in as such a solid lineup, and with the improvements that this entire lineup has been doing in RU, Techno, LF, Deathmaker, Disrupt, absolutely brilliant.
I love the fact that even Techno is now stepping up to the occasions and getting some of those impact frags underneath his belt. Deathmaker, of course, is a man in the front lines, charging a forward against the opponents, getting a lot of those kills. But then their opponents, Grayfox, even they're not that far behind. You speak of the individual skills, of course they're on the point. You talk about the team play, they have been looking like one of the best teams out there. And if you see the Grayfox lineup, you've got Hoax, Venka, Adrian King, Kohli, and Sayo. Adrian King is one of those star players that have been performing up to the mark. And how can we forget Hoax, another man who has been putting up those numbers?
He's been blowing my mind, I'll be honest, because we always thought maybe Venka would make some flashy plays, maybe it would be Adrian King who'll kind of style upon their opponents, but eventually it's Hoax who always finds those important impact frags.
Exactly. I mean, in general, with how Hoax has been able to gel up with this team, has been super important. And if you move on forward and take a look at the player comparison between Venka and Deathmaker, yeah, Deathmaker is miles ahead because he has been performing on an individual level pretty well. While if you talk about Venka, he's one of those players that likes to stick to his team play. And that's where Venka sort of also gets held back. But he's actually able to play pretty well. His team is doing a great job in setting Venka up for success. And we know what Venka is capable of. He's one of those young guns inside of the teams. He's got a lot of fire in him. If you mold that fire to the right direction, then you have a super team in your hand.
And that's what Grayfox is also doing, because they're making sure that no matter what, Venka is set up for all of those picks. And it's been fun, right? You watch him play even on the duelist, and we've also seen previously that he can switch up the roles. We play a little bit laid back on some different roles, and Sentinel and things like that. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's True Rippers who are now finally sticking with that entire roster, staying on the exact same roles that they normally are comfortable on. With Deathmaker on the duelist, has been outperforming any other player out in the VCSA itself. While also on the other side, you very well mentioned about the fact how Venka, he is now a little bit more conserved, and there's absolutely no overheat moment as what we used to see prior to this entire tournament. So it clearly shows you how much he individually has grown and also how their team is performing as a whole.
I mean, Venka is one of those duelists that likes to play with his team, and Deathmaker is one of those duelists that likes to make those solo plays, but his teammate also try to set him up for success. Venka in general is one of those players that waits for his IGL's call to make any sort of a move, while Deathmaker is one of those players that would try to get into your faces and get those kills secured. And hey, as long as it's working out for you, you might as well try and keep on doing that. And that's what Deathmaker has been doing since day one. Yeah, unfortunately in the league stages it wasn't working out that well, but then later on, moving on forward, it has been working out pretty well for these guys, and you might as well try to stay with that entire thing. Now, hopefully they have researched on Grayfox a little bit more, because Grayfox is one of those teams that likes to play it pretty disciplined and pretty tactical. It will be a real challenge for True Rippers to breach through Grayfox's defense, but hey, it's not impossible.
In terms of technicalities, I mean, there's seldom a situation where Grayfox would lose to their opponents. And honestly, I also want to see what the map Veto itself will look like, because again, we've been talking about how technical this team is, and it clearly shows up on the map of Bind itself with the way they were able to dominate against Revenant Esports and clearly shut their entire powerhouse of a roster down. Because that was the map where I first witnessed a full meltdown of SK Rossi as well as Paradox.
Hey, I mean, the matchup is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Even the map video is going to be in front of us, but after this short commercial break.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips. I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or beat. Let's go, 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 go.
करेंगे हमारा ultimate showdown शुरू. And again, a simple question to everyone, because अब तो Grayfox के लोग भी आ चुके हैं. Are you guys ready? What about you guys? Right. True Rippers वाले तो काफी देर से शोर मचा रहे थे, अब Grayfox वाले भी आ गए हैं. I'm pretty sure this is going to be fun, but ladies and gentlemen, fun की शुरुआत हमारी teams के साथ ही हमेशा होती है, and that is why I am here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our first finalist. Please put your hands together for True Rippers! राइट एक सीरीज ऑलरेडी दिन में जीत चुके हैं, जहाँ पे लोगों को लग रहा था कि शायद ये यहाँ पे ना होंगे, लेकिन आज इन्होंने अपनी जगह इस फाइनल्स के अंदर बनाई है. बट वी ऑल न्यू हु दे वर सपोज्ड टू गो अप अगेंस्ट. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर Grayfox Esports! तालियां रुक क्यों गई? ओके, अभी हम लोग एक और स्पेशल इंटरव्यू करेंगे. पहले हमने टेक्नो को बुलाया, फिर से टेक्नो को बुलाएंगे और इस वक्त टेक्नो के एक बहुत ही अच्छे दोस्त को भी बुलाएंगे इंटरव्यू के लिए। वेंका, जॉइन मी बडी। आपने पहले भी बोला था दिस इज द मैन यू वांटेड टू फेस इन द फाइनल्स। हाउ हैप्पी आर यू?
I mean, I'm happy for the both of us, honestly. We worked really hard. We've come up from nothing, basically. And usually I'm very cocky to him. I'm very toxic, but today I would like to say that I'm very proud of him and my hard work as well. So I hope we have a good game.
तो बहुत इमोशनल कर दिया टेक्नो।
मैं भी लाइक हम लोग कहाँ थे, अभी कहाँ से कहाँ है। आई मीन आई एम हैप्पी फॉर बोथ ऑफ अस। लाइक कोई भी जीतता है चलेगा। We'll have a good game. We'll have a good game.
For sure. I mean, ये गेम तो बहुत एपिक होने वाली है and I think काफी इमोशनल सेंटिमेंट्स हैं आप दोनों के। So this is how short we'll keep the interview, ladies and gentlemen. Grayfox Esports going up against True Rippers. ये बहुत ही एपिक मैच होने वाला है and I'm pretty sure everyone is all set. Popcorn वगैरह सब तैयार है सबका to watch them in action. थोड़ी देर में मैप वीटो में नजर आएगा and after that we're going to jump into the action and I hope that the energy that we witnessed a few moments ago hasn't faded away, has it? TR, has the energy gone? Grayfox, how about you guys? Aap log to fresh ho? All right, so let's begin the action. Let's head over to our lovely casters, Mr. Krad, joined by Fritz and Spartus.
Oh, well, I mean, the crowd's definitely going to be enjoying this grand finals. Venka and Techno, the friends now just facing off against each other. They're rivals on the stage. They need to put up a good show for these guys, of course, who are in the venue, but also make sure they're securing the victory. It will be a best of 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. I'm repeating this over and over again because I'm expecting this one to be a close affair.
Close affair is all everyone is looking forward to because again, you know, you normally see all of the banters going around, but it's so fun when players get all wholesome and they're like, it's fine, dude, we don't care who wins, we just want to see a good game. That's basically the words stolen out of my own mouth and also probably from a lot of people in the audience as well would think exactly the same. But yes, it's going to be a super fun matchup and a super exciting one.
It indeed will be. I mean, True Rippers, they have been feeling at the top of their game, but hopefully they have got what it takes to take this grand finals home as well. Hopefully they're not exhausted, because just in the past they faced off against Revenant Esports. It was also quite a matchup which was filled with a lot of intensity, and now in the grand finals of this BO5 series against Grayfox, they will be tested to the fullest limits, even when it comes to the discipline and the tactical nature. True Ripper needs to bring in that A game when it comes to the team play and overall utility utilization, while Grayfox, we have seen them perform in the past in the playoffs itself, and we know their timing on some of the plays has been immaculate. We move on forward to the map veto, ladies and gentlemen. Considering Grayfox, they have moved in from the uppers bracket, they will have the first chance to go for the ban, and they're gonna ban out Sunset instantly. Grayfox now, they will also have a chance to go for the second one too, and they will ban out Ascent as well. True Rippers now will be the one to go for the first pick.
Let's see if we're gonna see Vine maybe being picked up. It's the Icebox, alright, all the way
Interesting.
down to classic map. Understandable. True Rippers have been doing a pretty decent job on that one, and Grayfox is the one who picks attack first. Pretty interesting though, but I was talking about Vine. It's Grayfox selection, the map of Vine. What's gonna be the next one? What's gonna be the next one? Ascent maybe? No, it was banned out already, so it might be split for this one. Nah, never mind, it's Lotus.
I mean, the last time when these two teams faced off against each other on the map of Icebox, things were not that great, because Grayfox 13-10'd True Rippers. And this is where they might also have the advantage, because True Rippers, yes, they have calibrated a couple of things on the map of Icebox. They have been looking pretty phenomenal, but still, does that mean you will be able to seal the deal? Oh, it might just be a little bit too much to ask for. Let's hope that True Rippers are also ready for Grayfox, just like they were for Revenant.
I mean, Breeze again has been a map that we've normally seen True Rippers ban out, and if I'm not wrong, in the VCSA we might not even have seen them play on the map itself of Breeze. Yeah, they have not even played it once, so I'm not pretty sure how well it is going to pan out for their side. But on the other end of the spectrum, Grayfox Esports, this veto looks pretty solid in their own favor, and not just because of the fact because they had the ban advantage in veto itself, but overall because they played on almost all of these maps and they have been the ones having that upper hand. So, I mean, the stats say that it should be Grayfox winning it out. Stats say.
That's what the stats say, as you mentioned. That's what the stats say. But we never know. I mean, the stats said that Revenant Esports should be able to dominate against True Rippers, but no. The stats were completely thrown out of the window. Every single analyst inside of the South Asian region was proven wrong by True Rippers. So over here as well, anything can happen. It's a BO5 series. Ample amount of chances will be given to you to try and at least fix your problems that you will be creating in the initial phases. But still, considering it is the grand finals, you got to make sure that the chances, that the room for error is next to none. And the True Rippers right now, they might just be on the receiving end of things, considering, as I mentioned, they've already played a BO3 series against Revenant Esports. Hopefully they're not exhausted. Hopefully they're still at the top of their game. They've still got some fuel left in their tanks.
That's a very well pointed out statement, because again, you played a best of 3, now it's a best of 5. It will be draining. You've already used up quite a lot of your tactics in the research book. Now you've got to kind of go back to the basics and start all of that again. Whenever you're playing on a map, you know, it's basically a storyline that you're always trying to build up, with everything starting on the first one round itself and then slowly changing a few things depending on what strategy was used in first round and then changing some stuff up. But for now, we're seeing Grayfox bringing in the Sage in the hands of Hoax, along with Killjoy on the hands of Adrian King. Okay, a double Sentinel. On the other side is the exact same composition from True Rippers that we saw in the previous series.
Now, this has been the best thing about Grayfox. They like to play the classic compositions, but they play it in such a way that they do not leave any room for capitalization for the opponents. True. And sometimes sticking to the comfort zone, sticking to the old ways is really good, because you pretty much know every single nooks and cranny around your own playstyle and the composition that you're playing. But once again, when the last time these two teams, they faced off against each other was all the way back in the league stage, and we did see the same composition even back in the time by Grayfox. So there's a chance they might just be predictable on the map of Icebox, but as I still mentioned, it's a BO5. Even if they do drop a map or two, it's not really that big of a deal. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As the first map begins off this BO5 Grand Finals, True Rippers will be kicking things off on defense and Grayfox on the offense.
True Rippers with a split setup for now. They've got the Viper Killjoy towards the B, standard 1. Turret watching a deep flank over on top and kitchen, while we're going to see 3 people over towards the A site, hugging the barrier. Might be them trying to play in for the AWP contestant. Just like normally, we're going to see Deathmaker moving forward, taking the space over towards the pipe, while everyone on the Grayfox pretty spread out. Slow default by posting up Kohli. At that angle, everyone else rotating back towards the B. If in case Kohli even gets one from that angle, it could be massive. But this could potentially be everything. He's spotted. He's spotted.
Oh no. Shock dart, really nice. Deathmaker taking down a 43 HP. Is he still going for the challenge? It's crazy he was. And yeah, he's so softened up. One single bullet from Kohli can actually seal the deal on to Deathmaker. But then Disrupt is the one to go for the initial duel, the initial challenge. Even a Wingman's being pulled out. Disrupt peeks back, shuts down the man, but Kohli gets away with a murder. A 2K from Kohli to bring the team back into race. Even the recon dart being shut down still keeps their position anonymous. And Venka shuts them both down. What a way to kick off the day.
Lovely stuff from Grayfox Esports. Kohli had to buy time, and he bought more than enough to keep 2 players busy out there. Disrupt, Deathmaker, both of them. And neither of them winning out on their trades. On the other side of the spectrum, you could see all the noise being made over towards the B side, which eventually got them the control and helped them out take that space. They were pushed all the way back towards the Snowman as well, though yes, there was some retaliation from RU. He tried, but at the end of the day, it was again Grayfox stealing away the round for themselves. No Outlaws being brought in, just a couple of Bulldogs along with 2 Guardians. Sayo's gonna stick back onto his Ghost. And an aggressive show push Coming in by the side of True Rippers slowly and steadily. This could get super messy.
It actually could. Oh no,
Okay.
LF able to start things off on a great note. It trades back and forth. But yeah, out and over, it just swings back in the hands of Grayfox, as expected. Venka was shut down, which is fine, including Sayo. It's okay, as long as they just drop 2 bodies in this round, it's completely fine. One more man should not drop down, though. Then it can be some serious damage to the bonus round, which will be upcoming. The flank goes down as well. It's all good in the hood for now. The man's all the way in the back lines going for the flank, and soon enough they will realize so.
But Turret did not spot him, so he might actually get a timing and catch one of the players off guard. He's already spotted one. He's got the Guardian in the eye. Oh my god! He missed the shot stick. No, that is unfortunate. He did not entirely miss the shot, but it's still 35 HP on Kohli. And now everyone is ready. Adrian King as well on that crosshair. Okay. Still doable.
I mean, 16 HP, we might just be a little bit too optimistic. Yep. The closure's
Yeah.
there, but as I mentioned, if one more body drops down, then it can be some serious damage to the bonus round, which will be upcoming, and that's what exactly happened. Now, Grayfox, are they going to force their buys in this round itself, or will they try to stick to the bonus? That's my real question, and so far it does seem like they're actually going to force their way through. If they win this round, it can be a really mature decision. If they don't, then it's going to feel a little bit rough on them.
I don't think so. They should potentially go in for a force, maybe just one, and that's Sayo. They're kind of going in for such a scrappy buy as well. Mixing in a Bulldog, Sheriff in the hands of Venka. Alright, they've slowed the entire round down. They're kind of waiting to see what True Rippers are cooking. And they've kind of changed their own setup as well. RU is now playing up towards the mid, under tubes, over towards that drop location, while we are seeing Deathmaker switch things up towards the B side, along with Techno, thinking just for the contact.
Nicely done. Sayo taking down Helef.
Oh.
Disrupt backing away. Realizing that his position's compromised. He's way too low. Taking down only 5 HP. Venka does not establish anything, but Kohli still is able to return back with one more. I mean, they've got the man advantage so far. True Rippers, they should have been the one to prevail inside of this round. But what just happened? Are you... forgot to re-clear some of the angles and went for the reloads, and that's where True Rippers, they just got shut down.
Alright, now True Rippers are getting a little too impatient out there. They had a couple of early picks in their own favor. This should have been their round to take. Even a 2-man lurk as well was shut down by the man Adrian King himself. So yes, again, True Rippers, they really need to calm their nerves down and get back to their basics, which Resurrection available for Hoax. On the other side, 4 Sheriffs up on board. Deathmaker the only one with a classic. Global Esports classic. Fun moment.
Oh, this time, trying to variate the pace a little bit, huh? Interesting. Yep. Oh my god, he's unchecked, right? Yeah, he is. He's got no clue. No, they do, actually. His position's known. And Kohli's not able to capitalize on top of that. He gets away!
Oh
and
my
Hoax!
God.
Beautifully done! The Sage Wall just completely blocking off the line of sight from the opposing side. And then they just move in from the mid. And even the Spike's gonna be stuck now. Oh, pops out through his own ball. Unfortunately, is not able to get anything done. True Rippers. Yes, the trades are happening back and forth, but still the majority of the man advantage is in the hands of Grayfox. A little bit of an iffy spray to close it off, but hey, they still do get the round.
Yeah, that was again a classic, so there's absolutely no bullet accuracy until and unless you're playing against Revenant Esports for some reason. Revenant get that bullet accuracy. Either ways though, you could say it was pretty okay round for both the teams because True Rippers, they were able to get 2 of the rifles down, while Grayfox Esports carrying out 3, perfectly fine for them. And also they were able to get the plant down, so that's another extra orb and money added in their bank account. And looking at their ult economy, it's getting pretty comfortable and pretty solid though.
Aryu already has his lockdown up along with Disrupt with his Thrash. So this could potentially be a round where True Rippers might change things up. And they really need to. It's a 4-0 start. And Deathmaker has got the Operator.
Yeah, Deathmaker with the op really makes me scared for the opposing team. And Grayfox, they've already pushed up way too deep. He misses the shot. This is where everything comes downhill. No value found with that op. And Venka with the opener has opened up the B side pretty much, but they still haven't capitalized onto it yet. They haven't moved up just yet. Trying to fiddle with the enemy mines, just trying to hold back a little bit more. And this is where the poison cloud goes up. And now they're probably going to try to wall off the entire left side. And this is where Hoax extends in the back lines as well. The Sage is being played super aggressive. They get the spike planted too. They've also got the snowman control established. True Rippers, they have been suffocated in their own side. And now Hellfire is trying his best to fight back. Oh my god, Kohli and Venka, they just close it off.
Brilliant crossfire setup as well. And again, they're doing some things that are unorthodox and you would not normally see teams do. As soon as they get the first pick and the yellow control, you could see them going up with the ball and then going in for the plant. But this time around, Hoax is playing so very smart. Blocking off that back alley with the wall and then planting for the snowman and then playing a crossfire there. Impeccable performance from Grayfox Esports. A dream start for their side because this definitely looks a 6-0.
Yeah, walling off the backside like that, taking the proactive control all the way towards Snowman. That's incredible. That's actually insane.
Yes.
I mean, the Sage is being used in some of the most aggressive ways that you can actually think for. Most of the people will try to go for that classic plant, just block off the site, get the plant down, and then back away and try to play the post plant. It's one of the most classic strats as well, but then Hoax just came up with something completely different. That plant was actually one of the most generic plants. And with that plant, you can pretty much cover that plant from anywhere. From yellow you can, from main you can, from snowman you can.
Exactly.
That plant was universal.
Hell, you can play up on top as well and you can cover it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brilliant plant indeed. But oh my god, I mean, apart from this round, I'm telling you dude, next round is going to be massive crazy. Look at the ultimates on both the sides. It's almost up for almost all of the players. Recon broken up, slow orb on towards the ultimate orb to make sure there's some presence being shown. Helef has got the Hunter's Fury up though. Along with Disrupt with the Thrash, Aryu's got the lockdown, all 5 Sheriffs up along with the half shields. So this could potentially be an expensive round, but do they anticipate the operator of Venka? That's the question.
Now, you mentioned this. In the upcoming round, every single person from Grayfox will be having those ultimates, and the same thing can be said for True Rippers too. Understandable, but this is where Grayfox will try to be a little bit more clever. They will try to at least fake their presence on one of the sites, and then back away at the last moment. Forcing out the lockdown from Aryu should be their main key goal. And if they do so successfully, if they force out the lockdown successfully, then it will be really good. Or maybe we might just see something completely different.
30 seconds.
Before now, I mean, considering it is an eco round for True Rippers, nothing much can be said over here. They have bought the half shields and the Sheriff, the dash being blocked off by his own teammate. It's okay, happens sometimes. But yeah, True Rippers now, they have been completely blocked off by this wall from the Viper, and then even a Sage wall to get the plant down. They're really not able to counter the Sage wall at all, and Hoax is able to get so much proactive control on the back of that.
Because he's not doing the same wall again and again. He's doing everything differently. Venka has been brought back up on the feed. Operator will be back in the play. And there we go. Finds out the value as well. And it was because the operator was in the hands of Grayfox. They knew they will be playing this one round slow. They just played for picks. And again, since the resurrection was in the back pocket, they knew they could go in and take those ego peaks. But look at that. All 3 ultimates up. Just a couple of points away as well, the rest of the players for their ultimates. One of the most important rounds of the half. So this is going to be insane and a much needed round for True Rippers. Looking at the setup, it's a 1-1-3 for their side. The read might actually be correct.
Shock darts out. Even the turret in the front line's going to be compromised. And as I mentioned, baiting out their lockdown should be the gameplay. Or even if they do manage to bait out the Thrash, that's still a W move in my opinion.
I got the spike.
They're trying their best to fake their presence towards A. I'm pretty sure they're not going to try to go for the full commit onto this site. Or maybe I'm just overjudging a lot of the things. There's an operator in the hands of Venka, and yes, lockdown's being forced out here. Somewhere down line, True Rippers should realize that this lockdown even can be a fake presence as well, but they haven't moved in on the back of that lockdown just yet. And even there's a couple of players trying to move in all the way from the mid, and look at that ball we're seeing from Hoax, and he still wins that duel. But are you able to reply back with two of those? Sayo as well being shut down. Important picks towards mid. The entire flank has been cut off. Thrash was being used as well by Disrupt, and he manages to detain one of the players in the back. So many utilities at the same time being utilized towards site. A lot of the information has been given away, and Venka whiffs that shot. Oh, flicking around the corner. He does not connect it. It's a big problem. Disrupt's low as well. Both these teams on quite the soft level. Not a lot of time left on the clock, and a big mistake from Disrupt gets capitalized upon. Adrian King now starting to pop off. Kohli going for the plant. He realizes there's not a lot of time left, and Kohli gets the plant down, but Techno is there to save the day. That round was so messy in between.
It indeed was. It indeed was. But, I mean, that one shot by Venka, he needed to connect that one. But unfortunately, it was just that movement error came at the wrong possible time. Just a second too early on his movement. But again, True Rippers bouncing back on a much needed round. They lost 4 of the rifles, but that's okay. The round is something that they really needed, and they've got the operator back in play now in the hands of Deathmaker. Yes, we do hear that. The Viper's coming for another Viper. Dr. Sabine, by the way. Sayo was able to quickly get one pick, and Hunter's Fury has also been brought in by Kohli. What a shot from Deathmaker.
Pretty much. And then still, Venka moves up. They're pretty much adamant on this entire push they're trying to come up with. But so far, we did see the good traits on the port. What a shot from Argue. Clinical and precise. Entry fragger, mode down. It's time to still keep on moving up. They think that they have pretty much cut down the kitchen rotation, but are they really sure of that? Somewhere down line, they will be rechecking that entire stuff, but look at Kohli and Adrian King moving together towards mid. What a pick from Sayo. Nicely done. Deathmaker shut down. Are you as well getting cut off? Are you not able to establish much onto the back of that? Techno getting both of them. A monstrous play from Techno. That right there was the round saver. And then Sayo left all by himself. Techno is going to be the man in the front lines. Will he be able to capitalize? But no, Helep from the back will take him down.
Good understanding. Knew that Helef as well was coming in for the flank. Techno is basically being the spearhead of the team this time around. We always love to see that happen. It was a nice opening by Deathmaker. And Arju finding the pick on Venka towards that window was also pretty solid. It was indeed a close round, but the operator not being saved, so that might hurt them a little bit, but never mind. They're utilizing everything that they've got in their bank. Now B approach this time. Good snake bite. Kohli's got to cancel out the drone. Not giving them a lot of information though, so that's a much needed utility for the execute, which has been bailed out. Deathmaker should be holding that angle for a while longer now.
Operator looking down. Deathmaker on the defense. Oh my god, position compromised. Not good. That surprise effect now has been taken away. They know there's an operator towards yellow, or at least towards the site. Man's ready with the
He's
recon
going
dart
back
as well.
again.
And yeah, Deathmaker for the re-clear. He's going back once again, but he peeks into his death. Disrupt is there up close, but Kohli's feeling himself at the top of his game. Now this is where the classic wall comes through. Wall's off the site, gets the plant down, and it's now time to back off and play the post plants. But look at Hoax, he's right there around the corner, and he catches Helef. Another big playmaker taken down from True Rippers. And now it's all down to RU. What can he do in a 1v4?
Probably a save. They don't have money, and neither the time. Should potentially be a save. But again, another great round from Grayfox. It just seems that they kind of have this read onto Deathmaker that he will go on those angles aggressively back up. So they do realize we do see Techno going 1-for-1. Sayo was able to shut him down. But yet it was just Kohli playing up on top of that white container. And he was again ready for that re-peak of Deathmaker. The jump peak from Hoax as well. It was phenomenal. And it's as you mentioned, they went in for the classic wall this time of the set. So not overcooking. Just calming their nerves down. Grayfox Esports are just looking impeccable.
They are. Deathmaker.
Aggressive play.
Yeah, getting scanned by the darts too. And look at this, RU now from the back. Helef. Position noted.
Hello.
And Venka's ready to go for the duel. Up close!
Okay, good shot.
Deathmaker, he's not supposed to get away with kills like that. Venka whips his shot too. Rough luck. But Venka as well pulls out his own Blade Storm. And now is ready to hunt down Deathmaker. But Deathmaker just runs away from that spot. He gets away with a murder. Adrian King once again able to sneak in through mid. It's been a real problem now. The amount of space, the amount of value Grayfox is able to find on the back of that mid control is insane. And you cannot forget the vital information too. And Disrupt, he wants to re-clear the entire mid. There is Adrian King just ready around the corner. But Disrupt, he wins that duel. It is still a 1v3 though. Might just be too much to ask for. And Disrupt gets peeked on.
Classic Sage move, man. Hoax, he's potentially a Sage main at this point. Standing up onto his wall. I know it's not that flashy, but you always hate to see that. Because on the back of your head, you know that it might happen. But yet again, Disrupt, he needed to break that ball early on. He did try that, but that was where Hoax found the timing on the reload. Was able to quickly shut him down. Was not exactly a reload, but I mean, come on. Low bullets in the magazine. Good round yet again by Grayfox Esports. 8 already on the board. If in case this one goes their way, then I would be pretty worried about True Rippers because they'll be broke for the next. In terms of ultimates, that's 3 available. Lockdown, Viper Spit, Resurrection for Hoax. So this round might be a combination of a Lockdown and the Viper Spit, both of them. While there's a Lockdown available for RU, Disrupt with the Thrash, they can potentially counter these. But they need to have the right read and the players. And it's as you mentioned, the mid lurk has been posing problems. So this time RU is placed there to watch out for Adrian King. That makes the side control weak.
Here we go. It's time to pull out the big guns now. Time to pull out some of the ultimates.
That's the pit.
Adrian King utilizing the lockdown, trying to move up on the back of that. Even the Sage Wall's going to be there. Another classic plant. Just get the plant down, back away. That's how easy it is. They've committed 2 big ultimates so far, by the way. All to the Viper's Pit and the lockdown. But a return, a counter lockdown comes through. And this is where RU could have been caught. Unfortunately, not just yet. Oh, because of the lockdown, they're being forced back now. And this is where True Rippers is asserting the dominance back. And both the players from the side of Grayfox, even they have been scanned through that dart. Thrash being pulled out as well to try and get something back. But Hoax! In the clotheslines! He sneaks up quite deep, gets a 2K, but that's all he's gonna get.
He was not caught by the Thrash. Jeez. He found the perfect timing on the back of it, got a 2K for himself in that situation. And there's a couple of cages out there. We've got two different cages having the fun time, and we've got two cages in the game itself. And both of the cages using their lockdown in this round, which was detrimental. One for the execute, the second one for the retake, even better. And True Rippers bringing themselves back from the brink of losing this entire half. But what now? Massive ultimates were committed. He left two away from his own Hunter's Fury. Recon destroyed, but the first scan was there, so it definitely cleared out a few of those angles. And Grayfox looking to take that orb and going for the execute towards the B side, which is again a weaker side.
Oh, Venka. I like that confidence. Dashing straight up to yellow. His teammates are there in the back as well to back him up. And look at Techno. Does he have any clue that Venka's at the top? I don't think so he does. Argue from the back. Gets the peeker's advantage. Techno in the front, shutting down Sayo. I don't know if it's True Rippers with the massive advantage once again in the round. Now, what can Grayfox do to try and flush these players out? Nothing. It's a 5v3. Big man advantage. Opponents have it. Adrian King winning some of the major duels, and they still do not check yellow. But a resurrection instantly on the fly. Techno's position is still loaded, by the way, and he hasn't left that yellow control so far. But I guess now the players are starting to fall back. Kohli's still the only man left over towards the main.
30
and True Rippers, they should realize that there's a big push coming to the A site. And yes, it is a massive rotation to the A.
Kohli, is he gonna catch someone in mid? It was there, but just some damage exchange, down to 43 HP now. The ball was not yet committed, so now Hooks will be able to have a crazy plant, but that's an even better shot. He's still standing there, the big man is out there. Oh my god, that's unfortunate. Did not go in the right direction. He can go in for the reclaim, does not matter. Deathmaker is there, it's down to this last player. Kohli will be shut down too. And it's True Rippers coming out on top. The play by Techno was immaculate. Hiding in his poison cloud, Wenka did not spot him. Aryu finished Wenka off first, and then Techno went in for the repeat behind the yellow because Wenka gave the cue that yellow is actually clear. That's a phenomenal play.
The previous round was clearly won by True Rippers, completely based off of timing. And that's going to be the first half, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers, they close off the first half 4-8. Still the advantage is in the hands of Grayfox. And now this pistol round is going to be way too essential for True Rippers. It's vital. If they lose out on this pistol round, it's done for. So Grayfox, they need to make sure that this pistol round is converted in their own favor.
It always becomes super crucial, right? Whenever you're down and it's not a 6-6. But that's again a generic statement. We've always been mentioning how important the pistol round always is. It gives you the momentum, gives you an upper hand in the next round, and then helps you build your economy. And if you get the bonus, that's basically the cherry on top. You can see the extra chocolate on top of the cake. But yes, now I would still say that the momentum is now favoring True Rippers. So, the pistol could eventually be theirs.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the second half will be there, but after this short commercial break.
It's only me that I can be. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go. I wake up and I repeat. It's only me that I can be. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
And we're back in the second half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. And so far, looking at the intensity, yes, True Rippers, they're in a big disadvantage, but considering how they ended the previous round, there's a chance they might just have the momentum. But you never know. This pistol round is all they have got so far. If Grayfox is the one to close out this pistol round, it will be way too troublesome for True Rippers.
That basically would mean that Grayfox are now going to end up on almost a 10-4 situation, a 6th round lead. And also the momentum that now True Rippers are carrying, a massive break in that. But hey, it's the attacking half. We've already seen some quick adaptations from their side against Revenant. Yesterday we saw that against Medal. So I'm expecting them to potentially pull out some new shenanigans too. 3 ghosts on the board, Sheriff in the hands of RU, classic half shield with Techno. It's got a Snakebite and a Poison Cloud as well. On the other side, a couple of ghosts, a Sheriff for Venka. Let's see which one of these weaponries will have the advantage.
Here. Here.
Good question. And I guess the answer will be there in this round itself. Wow. Just look at this wall. Walls them off.
So nasty.
Yeah. This wall from Hoax has been sort of annoying. That wall came through, True Rippers being pushed back completely. They could not establish their dominance on the B. I'm pretty sure he just wanted to get that orb in his hands, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. But at the same time, he avoided that push. And now look at this reroute that's coming in. Kohli catches a dink, but then he falls back. And look at the catch! Sayo gets away with a mortar! Onto 2 players, able to shut down those 2 players all by himself. He's taken down 40 HP, but Hoax himself is softened up as well. But even Techno on the same page. Still a massive man advantage in the hands of Grayfox. They have been looking pretty phenomenal in their pistol rounds, as they won the first one too. But as I mentioned, this pistol round might just mean the lifeline for True Rippers. If they lose out on this, that just means that True Rippers, they have given away too many rounds to the opponents.
30 seconds
Hoax
left.
already healed Sayo back up to 100 HP as well. So it's even more problematic. But now, they're going to go in for the plant as well. A free site over towards the B. But the question is, how far forward will True Rippers push? Because they need to make a play. And they've also got to watch out for the flank. That's the first pick. RU starts one. Needs to find even more, but there are 2 people in front of him. The recon reveals one. His could finished off. Adrian King was able to take him down. Hell, that was a scrappy fight which he needed to win, but could not do that. Techno tries to molly off the spike and was able to kill Hoax. Alright, that's fine. But now he needs to brute force his way back in. As again, Fuse is being stuck. Needs to win this fight. He does that. Another Snakebite comes into play, but the Refuser has left it. Low HP on Kohli. This could go anywhere. Down to over 11 HP. So very low. And Techno clutching up the round for True Rippers.
Oh my god. That can be the mental breaker. That really can be the mental breaker. This is something that can be really tough to recover from. And I'm not sure what Grayfox can do now. A lot of damage was dealt on the opponents. True Rippers still somehow coming out on top, even though initially they had the big advantage in their hands. It's really tough to understand. And then Deathmaker now looking to move up. Getting that 2k in his hands. Disrupt as well, shutting down Venka. This is once again the anti-eco in the hands of True Rippers, so it's not that big of a deal. This can be easily converted for them. This should be the 6th round on the board for them without a doubt. Unless some decent amount of damage is being dealt by Grayfox, then things can be different. But here we go. Techno able to shut down Kohli 2 in return. And then even the recon dart getting the scan onto the Sage. Good return from Sayo from the back lines. A lot of damage is being dealt.
Run away from there, boys, because there are rifles that you really would not want to lose. Long range fights now will be taken. It should be another True Rippers round. Yeah, that white peak confirms that there's no one sticking. No need to go for the peak. A good shot by Deathmaker as well to close things down, and that's going to be Hoax falling off. Good round. Again, a solid bonus. Could potentially be on the way because they were able to carry a couple of rifles onto the next one along with a Guardian as well. Looking fly, man.
And as soon as the camera shifts away, he once again takes off the glasses. Nice.
I mean, he was looking fly.
Light shields on the board for True Rippers, huh? But then for
Unfortunately,
Grayfox,
no outlaw.
Yep, for Grayfox is the same thing too. What was that one tap? Are you put to sleep with that shot? I mean, still, it's a bonus for True Rippers. They've got a lot of money still in the bank. So the upcoming round, they will be having the buys in their hands whatsoever. But it's all about the momentum, right? It's all about giving the confidence. And this is where True Rippers are really giving the confidence to the opponents with plays like that. But you can't even do anything when the opponent's just feeling that nutty. Coley in the back lines, and Venka gets another headshot. What am I watching? This is some insane stuff. What am I seeing? Venka is just getting away with some of these solo kills, and no one's able to stop him. With a 4K, he might just get the ace too, but no, Techno catches him. He was so close to that ace. Venka's heroics. Oh man, just single-handedly manhandling True Rippers. And now, it's Coley in the back lines, and he will get the closure.
So poetic at the end of the day. Venka's ace being denied by Techno. Yet, a solid round coming in from the side of Grayfox Esports, only losing one of the members. So, that bonus round did not pay a lot of dividend to True Rippers, but it's absolutely fine. What is that nutty shot indeed? And my man was just using the shift, drifting through the wind to slowly move back down. But either ways, now is going to be another important round. Viper split up for Techno. Man's doing a solid job. Venka as well has got his Blade Storm up on the back of the previous round. The one who actually wins it will eventually have the momentum. 6 and 9. Not a lot of round difference. Sayo, not a lot of HP. Will be healed back up thanks to hooks. They'll be back to 100. Only losing the shield.
Slow start. Walls back up to deny any sort of vision. And True Rippers, I mean, after getting ripped apart like that in the previous round, it's really challenged him to their gut. Still, Grayfox, they've got a decent lead they can rely on. A 3 rounds lead is quite nice. And if they do win this round too, it will be double digits on the board for them. Venka's already got his Blade Storm up, which he will try to use if things do go south.
Good fake.
Yeah. It was a fake.
30 seconds left.
But look at B. There's Venka all the way in the back, and this man's been feeling at the top of his aim. He's ready. ADS is all the way towards yellow, and there we go. The first haircut handed out. Deathmaker's going to be the one to hit the grave. Even the spike gets planted. Instantly, they try to back away with that. Viper's Pit committed as well inside of this round. This round has been some heavy investments. And look at Venka. Once again, dashes up forward. He's been feeling at the top of his world when it comes to the aim. And Venka is not going to be stopping anytime soon. Even Thrash being utilized, it's going to catch one of the players in the front lines off guard. And Venka is moving up in the back lines. No, the cross is not trained. Venka shut down. Trades happening back and forth. It's still a 3v2. True Rippers, can they stand a chance? The answer is going to be no. Disrupt is the last man left alive, and he's quite low. The mosh pit was there. It's going to get the kill onto Adrian King, but it's fine. The man number is still something that counts. Do they have enough time, though? Answer's going to be no.
I really thought they might have half a second.
Oh, they just realized that they lost the round. The supporters just realized that Grayfox lost the round. Report told them.
And again, Disrupt, I mean, the man is pulling other people down in the grave with himself. Martyrdom, you could call it. But that was an important mosh pit. It needed to land perfectly, and he was able to do that.
Not that crispy with the aim in this game, but it does not matter. He's still on top with all of those utilities, and on the back of it now, it's a full-on broken buy for Grayfox, so we might as well be looking at an 8 and 9. Necro, you called for it. We might have some close games. And the first map itself seems to be like that. 9-14, Deathmaker, that's the score. Not exactly on top, but still, it's fine. He's doing his job. Adrian King, though, might want to outdo his opponents. Will they anticipate him there?
Still a big might, though. Adrian
Such a
King?
nasty angle to hold. He drops down.
He does. And now he's trying to reposition as quick as possible. Adrian King, once again, looking to find that timing, but he's not going to. Players are ready for him to pop out of that wall. He disrespects his own wall. Dizzy being utilized to try and get him that extra bit of cover. And Deathmaker.
Good shot.
Good entry. Venka with the knives. Try to pull off some shenanigans, but it's not going to work this time. Hoax getting a kill on to Disrupt. And yeah, I don't think so a lot can be established.
That was a very solid round from Pro Rippers indeed. Realizing that even though it might be a broken buy, it still is a situation which could hurt them a lot. So only losing one, it is the great result. Yeah, you guys can smile. You've made a perfect comeback as of now. But all the Grayfox supporters as well, trying to make sure that the teams are able to hear them. 8 and 9 is the situation, and they've slowly made this comeback. This match has been pretty slow, to be honest, as compared to the previous Icebox that we saw. But I really love all the big brain moves that both of these teams are trying to pull. It could be in the form of the fake. It could be all those crazy walls that Hoax is trying to pull off. Backend is attacking off as well. We saw most of them. And yet again, now slowly and steadily, we are seeing True Rippers creep up.
I'm not sure what he's trying to say, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just some friendly banter.
I love to see it.
We do.
Right there.
I just saw that sad emoji. Okay, Deathmaker making a play in mid this time over on top of Tube. Sayo under it should get one, and yes, he actually does. Unanticipated though, but Deathmaker drops down and gives him the death judgment.
Time to relocate. Move somewhere else.
Look at the pings.
Every single person from True Rippers rerouting towards B. Our drone utilized too to try and scout out some of the most generic spots. No one towards yellow, it's confirmed, so they can be a little bit more proactive, get the control in their hands. Wingman's going for the plant as well, and it's not going to be stopped for now. Coley realized that the spike's being planted by the Wingman, and now every single person from True Rippers is just playing in the back lines. Just playing for the picks. Good shot from Adrian. But then he repeats that once again and compromises onto his life. Coley, the only man left alive for Grayfox. And he's also just trying to back away at this point. He knows going for the take might just be too much to hope for. It's better to just go for the save.
You win 8 rounds in attack was not enough. True Rippers just... The only round that they've lost was the bonus round. And it's understandable. Disrupt wanting to go for a hunt? Maybe not. Just saving it. But another solid round coming in from the side of True Rippers now. You can see a few of those smiles and smirks coming back on their faces. And their slow plays have been working out. This time, starting things off in the mid. Yeah, we can understand that Techno fell first, but it's fine since Deathmaker again was on top of the tubes, was able to come in with the trade quickly. Few long range fights, still going in their side, and then a decent plant along with the post-plant positioning because they had the numbers advantage. It's understandable they would want to play in towards the back. Sayo though goes in for a very aggressive Viper's Pit. Look at the amount of space that he's taking away from them. And he can hold all of that area alone. While Venka has pushed up so far forward towards the crane now.
Oh.
And towards that. Yep. They know his positioning.
Deathmaker so close to Venka. If Venka gets this kill, he does! Oh, big threat neutralized. And Venka able to run away with that kill too. Viper's Pit got the entire race out on the lockdown. How can you even move up? It's looking too much to ask for. Hellfighter, drones pulled out. Do they really want to move towards the A site? At least there's no one in the close lines. That's confirmed. And then Sayo once again there to regain the area control back in his hands. So far, not a lot of map control found, even from the opponents. So Grayfox now looking for a retreat back. Venka getting caught on the way. I knew this was coming. Venka could not back away from that spot. It's a one and done angle. And that's why he gets caught. Hoax now just looking forward to move up too, but he's trapped towards yellow. His position's not checked. Hoax activates himself. Decapitates Techno. First man down. Helef now trying to regain the same control back, but then Hoax is able to chip some more damage. Helef able to shut him down. Coley returns back onto Argue, but now it's a 2-on-1. Disrupt is the only man left alive for True Rippers. This is such a big blunder.
Thrifty.
A thrifty round comes in for the side of Grayfox Esports. And yes, a massive mistake indeed. They took a lot of time there. And two massive ultimates being used up in the previous one. Sayo with the pit. And then Adrian King with the lockdown. And both of them paying off so much value. And I would still say the first pick that Venka found on Deathmaker, I mentioned it's all about timing. Venka found it first. And then eventually Hoax as well on the side, activating himself, getting Techno's head blown to smithereens. That's what you would always love if you are a Grayfox Esports fan. But now Venka in an off-angle position. Normally it is changed,
okay,
but this time he's gonna find value.
Quick flick. That's all you need. And then a cloud burst too to block that dart. Deathmaker out of the contention, 4-on-5. Sage has got the resurrection available too. That's good.
Enemy tag.
But now this 4-on-5 will be really tough to execute.
Oh my
specifically
God.
when you do not have the entry fragger left anymore. And then Adrian King disrespects that wall. And he moves up. Hunter's Fury utilized, not able to find a lot of value on the back of that. But then Venka gets away with another 2. A 3K so far inside of the round, and Venka's now starting to feel himself. He can feel it coursing through his veins. Coley from the back should be able to get the closure, but no, Hellfighter a little bit too quick. He gets him down. It's still 1v4. It might just be too much to ask for.
30 seconds left.
Needs a spike as well, which is just impossible to claim, specifically from the position it is now left. Everything has been watched out for. The best choice, go in, save the rifle. He's got 20 more seconds to do that. But yeah, that was again Venka playing in an off angle, getting the first one on Deathmaker. And then it was just a domino effect onto everyone on the side of True Rippers, falling one after the other. And this means Grayfox will move to 11th. And look at the amount of crits Ryu has. He might be able to half buy, but that's about it. Huh. Momo buff. Alright.
You don't know the story behind that? You don't know behind the Momo. You know the story behind the Momo buff? You don't know it?
No, okay, that's just enlighten me.
I mean, even last year, and I think so this year too. I mean, whenever we saw the coach cam on the Godspeed, he would be eating momos.
All right.
So that's why it's like
Now
a
I know
Momo
it.
buff that Godspeed gives to the team that he's coaching. But for now, Hunter's Fury from Coley to get some sort of confirmation. I mean, there's a little bit of a dial back between True Rippers because The push is being divided into waves now. Deathmaker getting taken down. His team wasn't really there to back him up because of that Hunter's Fury, and that's why Deathmaker gets picked off instantly. And now Disrupt slowly and steadily moves up to try and get the plant down. He's also got the Thrash available. Beautifully done. Wins that duel too. Dizzy pulled out. The spike will be planted easily, and they've got a lot of map control, that's for sure. Thrash used. He's not going to be able to spot anyone right there. Thrash taken down as well quite easily. And now Disrupt is finally going to go for the plant. But just the amount of control they've found is a really big problem. And Kohli as well loses that duel. Now it's all down to Venka, and Venka can do it. I mean, he has been hitting some nutty shots, so what really makes me think that he's not going to be able to do it? Right there, a haircut handed out. Disrupt put to sleep. A 2-on-1. Venka locked in and loaded. Nanoswarm activated towards the spike. Venka now knows where both the players are. One towards yellow and one on top of that container. But a good repositioning from the side of RU.
I think a phenomenal job onto that reposition as well. Plus popping those nanoswarms, making sure that it's kind of tunneling Venka into an awkward position. And he just tried to brute force his way as well to take those fights, but not a single peek given. Deathmaker this time around in this match is just not being able to pop off like he normally would. And a lot of those moments are now being converted into an overheat situation where he's just trying a little too hard. Maybe just slow the pace down would eventually help him out. But on the other side though, again, another important round for both of these teams because there might not just be enough creds in the bank for Grayfox if in case they lose this one. In terms of the ult cycles as well. Resurrection, Blade Storm for Venka. Outro did not spot any major things, but this side is again not the stacked side. A side where there are less people. Hoax also has got the wall ready, but will have to concede the space because of the shock darts now. Wingman doing the work. Little boy was able to get the plant down too.
Snakebot did not do enough damage. Man, True Rippers have really pulled it back in their hands, huh?
You should run.
And Grayfox facing some real troubles. Lockdown invested too from the attackers. What can you do now? Grayfox, they need to disrespect this lockdown whatsoever. And Venka and Sayo working in tandem, getting that 2K. A lot of times have been taken away. Now it's time to move up as well. What? Sayo through the box finds it. Man advantage now in the hands of Grayfox, and even from the back lines, it's Adrian King moving up and personal. RU was able to shut down the flank, but that's all he's going to get. Sayo went nuclear in that round.
They needed to buy 4 more seconds, but they just could not. And that's all on the back of that pick on Disrupt through the box. I mean, he would potentially be holding his head thinking, what the hell happened there? But that was such a crispy shot. And it eventually got them the round as well. Plus, yeah, of course, there was a flank incoming on the way. And to check that, there was absolutely no tool. True Rippers, another timeout now being pulled out. And, I mean, what better situation would it be to now change the way how they have been attacking? Because the retake was just phenomenal. And since the lockdown has also been used, Necro, I do not think so they'll be having any kind of major ultimates now for this round. If not just a couple of 4 points away from one. While on the other side, Grayfox doing a phenomenal work.
Time to think. This tactical pause from True Rippers is to talk about the issues they're facing in some of these rounds. I mean, that's not a round they should have lost, honestly speaking. They had the lockdown, which they committed. But then Adrian King and Sayo. Adrian King with that flank getting the kill. Sayo getting that multi-kill. Starting to establish some problems. Venka pulling out the Blade Storm now, moving up from the mid. There we go. Kicks it off. First pound. The turret smoked off as well. Instantly backs off. He knows he's already handed out the team advantage to his team. That Snakebot's pulled out as well to try and stop Deathmaker's presence on the side itself. But then he's moved all the way in the back lines towards Snowman. But Venka gets rid of him. Gets rid of the competition. The enemy jet taken down. He's still got the Blade Storm backing up. And now, moving in towards the B site. Look at Aryu. He's got the lurk established. If he gets this lurk perfectly nailed down, it's going to be a big problem for Grayfox, and that's the only lurk they're heavily relying on too. Venka moving up. Venka needs to go berserk as well. If he's not able to find more value on the back of this Blade Storm, it's a big problem. And Aryu's position is uncompromised. He should be able to get at least one. He's still waiting. He gets the first one. With that, gives his position away. Venka whips all the knives. And it gives a chance to Aryu to restore the life back in the hands of True Rippers. And now the spike gets planted. Disrupt, taking down Adrian King was the nail in the coffin in that round.
Wow. Aryu just saved the round on the back of that lurk. And yeah, you could also say that Venka, he needed to hit the most crucial Blade Storm. He got two insane shots on two players, but just could not connect that third one. That is so unfortunate for him, but my god, was that just a 180 by Aryu? That was insane. And on the back of it, now they've broken the entire buy of Grayfox Esports. Look at that. It's a Sheriff with a half shield, Stinger with a half shield, and a Sheriff with no shield for Hawks. Only thing they can really rely on are the two Vandals. One for Venka, the other one for Adrian King. No ultimates to work with apart from one Resurrection. Adrian King 2 away from the lockdown. On the other side, you've got classic Viper Spit as well as Helef with his own Hunter's Fury. A pretty spread out defense. This time 3 people stacking towards the B. Owldrone should give out the information. But at least 1 or 2. Oh, maybe not. Wait a second. They haven't checked that angle. No way, Sayo.
Oh my
god, that's a nasty shot.
Great way to kick off this round too. True Rippers, wow, really winning the majority of these duels now. And Grayfox, all they're left with is just some sheriffs in their hands. I mean, Adrian King has got his hands on the Vandal too. He vents that duel. The only reason why he won that is because Aryu fell off that block. And Adrian King now, he's heard all the foot cues too, and he's still committing to this flank. Look at Helef, still on towards B main. He's not able to get anything done. Even he gets shut down. Thrash being utilized by Disrupt to try and clear out the site. And Adrian King with this flank can go huge. There's a lot of potential in this flank. Does the man in the front have any clue? Techno is right there around the corner. Adrian King, if he finds the kill onto this Viper, everything is going to come crashing down. And Techno somewhere down line is looking forward to burst out of his own Viper's pit. Hoax now moving right in front of him, and he gets him down. Techno, nicely done. The Viper's pit is really causing a lot of problems to the opponents, but then Venka shuts him down in the front lines. It's still a 2-on-1. The man advantage clearly in the hands of the opponents. Techno Snakebite finds a kill onto Venka, and what can Kohli do? Nothing. There's a lot of damage already being dealt onto him, and then Techno with the 4K.
Man clutched the pistol round, and this man has clutched the most crucial round of this half. Techno, the guy who's stepping up for his team. Such a great play, a big brainer as well. Gets the first one by moving out of his own pit. Then throws out a snake bite to get the second one. And then again, it was just Disrupt in the midst of it all, getting one of the crucial picks as well. If I'm not wrong, it was onto Hawks. But that snake bite, picture perfect, and then letting the pit fall, catching the last player off guard. 24 and 17. He's the man who's standing up for True Rippers where everyone else is falling. Oh, this should be a massive one. Yeah, gets one. No, wait a second, not two. For trades.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were trying to establish here, but still a 3v2. And a Swarm's activated. How drone's pulled out as well. Any value here? No. Still one man spotted there. But the call should be given away that there's only one man right there. Adrian King, he might just have the advantage. No, Helef in the back lines. Positions known. He's trying to utilize the shock dart. He does so as well. I'm not sure how safe of an angle this is going to be for Adrian King right there, but his position's noted down now, but he still wins that duel. But Arya is there to get the trades.
They were setting up all of it for RU to be able to win out on all of those duels, and that's a massive comeback by True Rippers. They're pulling off what they pulled off on Revenant on the map of Split. But a good understanding, this time showing aggressive play towards the B main, catching a couple of players off position, though it was still a 2-for-2, but then again, Helef coming back up in clutch. Stepping up for the team in the past 3 rounds have been going in for True Rippers now. Just one last push for them. One last way to attack. A high-low setup towards B, directly back, staying in the spawn. Helef will be covering the 6 of Deathmaker. 3 people playing it slow because they anticipate a fast push of Grayfox, and that is exactly what it was. Venka taking up so much space. The dash is going to expire, but it's going to still stand his ground. Dizzy cannot be reclaimed back up by Israb though. Slow round.
Yeah. Patience showcased. Because True Rippers, I mean, this variation between the pace has been their friend.
Stacked site.
Recon dart used. So you mentioned the site is definitely stacked. There's a lot of util dump for now in the front. The rotation from A has also been called, but look at this man right here. There's one man just holding down the mid lines, waiting for someone to flank through the A, and I think Savenka will be caught here. And he is. RU does the job perfectly, and Deathmaker through the wall, getting some of these unreal kills. Hoax peeks out into a player of 3, and that's it. Adrian King left all by himself on the site. Can he still clutch it out? That's the question. No is going to be the answer. Denied by Helef. True Rippers. That was a really exciting map. But in the end, it was True Rippers to come out on top. Way too close to comfort. But True Rippers, they have made a stark statement against Grayfox.
OT Kings, we could potentially call them at this point. Because that was indeed a great performance. Pulling themselves back up yet again. And that too when they were down in the half, 8 and 4. Equalized the numbers, then fell back in when Grayfox started to step up, but eventually closing things out. Yes, some disappointed looks over towards Grayfox, but man, come on, you all wanted a good matchup, and this is exactly what it seems to be like. Nothing taken away from Grayfox themselves, because again, they were doing such a great job, but at the end of the day, it was just True Rippers being a little better and closing things out.
And that's just the first map, by the way. We've still got 3 more to go, or maybe 5 more to go, depending on how the series is going to be looking like, right? But True Rippers, man, with the way they have started things off, it's really a start they wanted to have. On Icebox, they have captured the victory against Grayfox, and now as we're going to move on forward to the second match of the day, this is where Grayfox might just start to feel the pressure. But once again, the upcoming map is also going to be the map pick of Grayfox.
I'll be looking forward to how things are going to run down on that specific map itself. Because again, as you mentioned, Icebox was again the pick of True Rippers. They were doing a pretty solid job onto that one, specifically on their attacking half, bringing it back up. It was an 8-4 in both the situations then, and in the overtime as well, stealing it away. We will eventually see the stats of the game itself, but I'm saying it, MVP is 100% Techno for that one. He was stepping up big time.
Now, once again, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Bind, right? This is where things will be interesting. But as you mentioned, yeah, the MVP has to be Techno with the ACS of 274 and the KDA of 1.7. Damage per round is going to be 173.4 and FP percentage of 11.5. I mean, Techno, as you mentioned, the IGL stepping things up massively when it needs to be the most. And you remember, Techno was struggling a lot before moving down to the lowest bracket. Techno wasn't able to perform that well. But now, on the last day when it matters the most, Techno is a fireball, and he's just exploding onto the opponents.
That's just again, Viper stepping up. And you would always love to see that, right? Because you cannot rely on Deathmaker and Disrupt to make the play in every single game. So Techno took the matters in his own hand. But on the other side though, even Adrian King and Venka were not stopping. 253 and 247 ACS respectively. They were also doing a pretty solid job onto their end. But it eventually just came down to which side was a little bit better from the other one. And I would still say they were almost dead even, but 16 freaking first kills by Grayfox Esports. That is massive.
I mean, it was just Venka for you, man. He was going for those first duels. He was coming out on top. He was feeling extra crispy. And he was getting some of those most insane shots too. If you remember one of those rounds, one of those buy rounds actually, where Venka just got an ace. Or a 4K or something like that. He got a 4K.
Yeah, he had a 4K. Yeah, he had a 4K.
He just dismantled the entire push all by himself. That's what you call manhandling the opponents. And he did that. One of the thrifties being pulled off by Grayfox as well. I'm not gonna lie, in general, Grayfox was looking pretty dominant. But then, still True Rippers establishing that comeback, coming out on top in the end, pushing it to OT. Yeah, I guess Grayfox was just not able to deal and cope up with that pressure.
Even in the economic graph, you're going to see early on, it was almost every single time Grayfox having those advantages. But then later on, we do see some, again, deep trenches on their side. And that clearly shows you that it was True Rippers who were then having the advantage. And they were the ones who were just breaking down the economy of Grayfox, constantly capturing them in that death cycle. And then they did not let it build up to a certain point where Grayfox could be comfortable. And honestly, I was enjoying that previous game a lot.
But in the highlights, you'll be able to see how exactly the previous game went. You can clearly see some of the chances the players of Grayfox were taking. It was quite incredible, especially Venka being able to feel himself in a great fashion. And it all just went downhill when Grayfox lost that second half pistol round. Right then and there, we all knew that, okay, that was not the round Grayfox should have lost, but they still did. And that's why the main problem started to kick in. Maybe some confidence issue as well to back it up.
There were definitely those situations. I mean, when your players are just feeling themselves and there's a situation you get 16 per skills, those are the times when you would really want those rounds to get converted. Yeah, you can let go of a couple of them, maybe 3 or 4 at max, but still, if you're in an advantage and starting things off and you're hitting some nutty shots like that, that's Tayo hit onto Disrupt, you really want your team to win out that entire matchup. And it's, I would still say, fine, because yet again, it all just came down to a few of those impressive plays which RU was also able to make. We did not see the full one, but yeah, you remember it was a 3K for him and he basically saved the round. And then this last one, smart play by Techno, doing a great job.
One thing is for sure, with the way we saw True Rippers utilizing some of their utilities as well was really impressive. And especially Grayfox on their attacking side, some of the strategies that we saw was really catching the players of True Rippers off guard on the attack, by the way. And then when Grayfox shifted on forward to the defense, their composition was not able to keep up with the amount of wrath True Rippers was showcasing. We clearly saw in the first Bloods as well, the initial advantage was taken away by Grayfox, but then those traits also started to come through, and that's where the real problem started. When Grayfox was forced in a retake scenario, they were not able to come out on top in some of those retake scenarios, and that's where True Rippers sort of took the advantage. They knew when it comes down to the retake, Grayfox is really struggling, and especially if you've got some of the ultimates to back you up, then the struggle increases even more.
That is true, and we always saw them going in for those post-plan situations where they could eventually try and finish off the members of Grayfox Esports and find them all off in such a way that, again, they are pretty uncomfortable. And you've clearly mentioned that as well, because the post-plant conversion rate of True Rippers was also pretty high as compared to Grayfox themselves. Yes, you could say that Grayfox got more plants down, but then True Rippers got more retakes up on their sleeves, and they were eventually able to close things out as well on a pretty solid note. But again, that was the map pick of True Rippers, and Grayfox made it almost their map. Now we'll be moving on to the map of Pine, and that is where last time we saw a clean sweep by Grayfox Esports, right? If you remember, against Revenant Esports as well, Grayfox just demolished them.
Bind was one of those maps where we saw that composition come through, and that's where the Super Flash composition, it just did not really work out that well against Grayfox. And now if you talk about the side of True Rippers, I'm pretty sure we are probably going to be seeing the old composition that they like to play will be repeated here once again. Now, if you remember, I mentioned this, right? Inside of the playoffs, Grayfox, this was first time for them to face off against True Rippers. And Grayfox used a similar composition that they used back in the league stage. somewhere down the line, True Rippers, they had done their research on the Grayfox, and they knew exactly how Grayfox will be struggling when they get those post-plant scenarios in their hands. And that's why I guess Grayfox utilizing the similar Sage composition on the defense did not work out that well.
That is true. I mean, yeah, it's always understandable that in the starting you could see some crazy Sage walls as well, which Hoax was also trying to do during those plans, and he was trying to pull off the shenanigans of his own by even staying up on top of his wall and catching a couple of people out. But yeah, it's fun what happened there, but now we're going to focus on Bind 2.
Exactly. I mean, we've got a player versus player comparison in front of us. RU 219 ACS, but then Adrian King was of course topping the charts a little bit more better if you talk about it. 253.0 KDA, both of them have got the same 142 damage per round, 175.5 damage per round from the side of Adrian King. Adrian King was one of those players, you can also say the star players from the side of Grayfox Esports, but just the difference is that he does not really play the duelist.
That is indeed true. And honestly, in terms of first blood percentage, you can see RU having it a little bit better, but you really do not want your killjoys to be going into those first blood situations, right? It's honestly something that I would say that whenever it comes to clutches, you can rely on RU. There have been multiple times that this man has been standing on his feet alone and has clutched up rounds for his team. And it has been in these playoffs itself in the previous few days that we saw. So again, I'm expecting when it's time for the team to rely back on someone, RU could definitely be that guy. While in the mid-rounding, if you need someone to be solid on those lurks and you really need someone to either lock down a specific site or kind of give you some more room to work with, Adrian King always steps up in those situations.
It's all about the momentum as well sometimes, my friend, because when you've got the momentum on your team side, of course, you'll be doing better. If you do not have the momentum, then you will be struggling without a doubt. It's all about the mental, it's all about the momentum, and True Rippers, they pretty much had the momentum later on in the later stages. That's why they came out on top. You've got the heat map in front of us as well, and you can clearly see a lot of those fights were taken towards yellow on the main side itself, where they were trying to go for the proactive control, be it on the defending side, be it on the offensive side. That's how the heat map is looking like. Towards the A side, we saw the majority of the fights towards the screens and then exactly towards the site.
Yes, and that's the thing, right? They were taking a lot of space away from the side of Grayfox themselves, and that was one of the reasons why even when they pulled out those fakes, Grayfox could not go in for those quick rotations. They had to just wait out and confirm that, yeah, it actually is a fake, and then they had to run towards the B. And even towards the B, you could clearly see that most of the fight were directly on towards the side. They were gaining the control of yellow as well. Yes, Deathmaker did fail quite a lot of those times there. You would normally see him trying to pop himself off, but it eventually did not end up hurting his team so much because there were always players who would step up and go in for those trades.
Now, in the map of Bind, True Rippers will be starting things off in defense and Grayfox on the attack. Hopefully, Grayfox have got the composition that they need to sort of solidify their offense even in a better fashion, and hopefully they're going to play this Bind map in a complete new way, because that's only something that can bring in the surprising effect for Grayfox. If you notice, True Rippers, they keep on varying their pace between the rounds, but for Grayfox, the pace has been the similar time on the attacking side majority of the times as well. So, a little bit of variation in the pace as well can really help them bring in that unpredictable nature.
Really expecting that to happen, but again, in terms of the composition, no changes for either of these teams. True Rippers carrying forward the exact same composition that they previously used on this map against Revenant Esports with the Harbor. I'm really expecting to see some hookah floods coming in. I really love that to happen. While on the other side, Grayfox Esports, again, their standard composition needs no changes. It's always been pretty solid. Venka on that race, Sayo playing on the Cypher. So no switch-ups on the roles either. Hoax on the Breach, Kohli playing on Brimstone, and Adrian King with the Sky. This, again, composition gives them so much room to work with, because if you really want to go for some god flashes, you've got Sky for that. You've got that for the information as well. For the proper executes, Breach will be there. Now, there's again one problem that I mentioned with Breach, and that is that you don't have a specific god flash to flash up every player on the side, but it's absolutely fine. It's a double initiator up against a double controller.
Harbor Viper composition brought out from True Rippers, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We step inside of Bind, the second game of the Grand Finals. True Rippers already with the advantage has shook the players of Grayfox and given them a reality check, but now Grayfox needs to wake up from the slumbers. This bind can't be theirs only if they shut down True Rippers at the right time. And True Rippers, they're starting things on defense. And this lineup that they have, this Harbor Viper composition, it can really help them play the defense quite well.
Frenzy being brought into the mix by Venka himself, along with 4 ghosts in the hands of Deathmaker. Are you disrupt Helef, but never mind that. What a nasty beginning from True Rippers, getting 2 picks off the back. Wall also being pulled up as well. The heal is going to come into place, but yet again, side control still being maintained. Deathmaker, my goodness. A date with the trap fire. So very close, but Sayo has actually found a pretty decent amount of space on towards the side by slowly taking the control of the showers.
Adrian King moving up. And yeah, the U-Haul control being taken quite quickly to asserting dominance. Coley and Adrian King shutting down Disrupt and Techno. Unfortunately, a little bit of body block there. And that's why the man wasn't able to escape away. This is really unfortunate. Techno blocking his own teammate Disrupt. And now look at this. What are we seeing? Just running around all across the map, smoking off the hookah as well, getting the site control in the hand all the way from the defender spawn. Dizzy's out, good flash, gonna flash out the man, but still he connects! What did I just witness? And then Deathmaker lines them both up. Coley and Adrian King shut down. It's a 1v2. Sayo left in a clutch scenario, and he finds the first tap. Deathmaker's quite softened up, and he wins it. This was one of the most awkward rounds that I witnessed.
I would still say Aryu had no reason to make those footsteps and give out his position. Because Deathmaker could have grabbed the attention, and he eventually had the attention of Sayo. Aryu could have just played it slow and could have found a perfect timing on the back of it, but no. That is just something that did not happen. Miscommunication may be coming into place, but it was indeed a pretty awkward round coming into place. 3 players directly rotating through the spawn of Grayfox Esports, moving towards the B. And we saw True Rippers taking control of the long as well as hookah, trying to win for a flood retake. But for now, this is going to be a flood. Judge shots on the face. And look at the assist on the back of it. Get the third one, man. Get the third one. Get the third one. Get the third one.
Okay. As usual, the confidence just speaking loud now.
I have the spike.
The man with the judge. Just pushing to the faces, shutting them down. Spikes being planted too. And now it's Venka pushing up. Pain chills out. Well, I mean, at this point, Venka, you might as well just start pushing him close and personally. You know you've pretty much got the victory as well. Even if you do get taken down here, it's completely fine. Your team's got your back. Yeah. Ouch. Okay, and hold on. The damage is being done. And Disrupt gets a Bulldog in the hands. At this point, Disrupt will definitely try to go for it. He will try to deal some more damage against the opponents, but no, instead, is he actually going to go for the safe? I think so.
Nope. He's trying to go and peek in from the heaven to try and find an angle on one of the players, but unfortunately, the timing is just not right. Yeah, he's laughing out on his own. It's fine. He's got enough creds in the bank, so hang to the spy, pretty solid. Not giving an extra orb to Grayfox Esports, but yet again, a very pacey round coming in, and Venka, it was just a Venka show. Look at that.
It was. Boom, oh my god. Boom. Nasty indeed. Ouch. Then knives argue too from the back. Nice. It's all about fueling Venka, right? If Venka starts fueling himself, and if he's like a red hot fire on the map, it's gonna be tough to avoid this man.
He's got a Bucky.
I'm not sure what the game plan is for this man, but he's probably gonna be double saturating all the way in the backside and try to pull off some weird shenanigans. He flashes himself and then moves back. Disrupt. Trailblazer spotting the man moving back. Position's compromised for now. But Disrupt is completely fine. They've still got the site control. Soon enough, they might not have it though. It's a bonus round for the opponents, and Grayfox, they have got the weaponry disadvantage. But in the upcoming round, they're going to have everything they can ask for, including the economy. And here we go. It's a bucket show. First flick onto the skull. Techno shut down. It's a complete pump onto his face, but then Aryu finds a 3-piece. single-handedly shutting down the hopes and dreams of coming out on top. Mosh Pit pulled out as well, but Hawks wins that duel. But still, there's Deathmaker in the backlines. The Guardian in the hands of Sayo. Will he be able to clutch it out? But just look at the players from the True Ripper side, too. They're playing this one quite disciplined, and Disrupt finds the first peak.
Playing it slow and smart, understanding what needs to be done, but RU stand on the side was everything. I'll be honest, I mentioned it multiple times. Retaking on the B side, it is very difficult until and unless you've got a couple of extra positions on the map. So RU had to make his stand, and he was able to do that. And then Helef as well, making sure that he spotted the player with the Dizzy flash. Now, this is the best part about Dizzy, right? Because his flash shows you the direction of the player. And on the back of it, he knew where the player exactly was, threw out the mosh pit, and then forced Hawks to be in an awkward position. Yes, Hawks won the fight, and they were able to get 3 rifles off the hands, but for now, the showstopper is something that's in the hands of Venka, and he clears out the entirety of the B side, sends it, does not catch anyone, but the side is theirs. Wait, what? What?
Oh my god, no way! What? That spray transfer in the end! No way, Venka. I feel like at this point they've just said, Venka, you go kill. We'll try to do whatever we can. A 3v2 in the end. Venka is a man unleashed by his team. He's doing whatever he wants. And then Sayo from the back is also hitting some nutty shots. Helef is the only man left alive in a 1v3 clutch. Can he do it? It might just be too much to ask for, though. Look at Hawks in the back, and yeah, the tap to close it off.
Jeez, man. It literally just seems that Grayfox, they said Venka, smash. Just like how they say, well, huh? They go in and say, smash. That's what probably the call has been, and he is doing that. I mean, no one in their right mind would expect anyone to push through an incendiary. Now I know it's your own incendiary, but there's a smoke in your face, and there's a molly under your feet. No one in the normal mind would do it, but Venka, again, he's the man himself and gets another opening pick on the back of that concussion. Phenomenal play by Grayfox. It just seems to be, in the starting, it just seems to be a done map until and unless we see an adjustment from True Rippers. They've been played around by now.
Pretty much. Trailblazer not able to spot Techno. They've got no clue that there's Techno right there. Okay. Peekaboo. And Techno down. And last 2 remaining players. Yeah, one with the flank. Paint chills out as well. It might just deal a lot of damage onto Hoax, but pushes himself in that corner. Argu still gets away with the kill onto Sayo. Man's blinded, nothing can be done, and that's it. True Rippers, they've been taken down.
Level controller just not helping them out at this point. It's better to take a timeout at. Because Grayfox, they're just running away with these rounds, and they've got absolutely no way to punish the plays of Venka. It's been what, 5 rounds by now, and he has basically gotten the first blood 5 times, if not 4. This just seems to be insane. Already halfway through his second showstopper. Disrupt goes in for a long flash through the TP, confirms that there's no one playing in showers this time, and on the back of so fast and flashy plays this time around, Grayfox slowing things down. The Trailblazer should spot a couple of players out, so Disrupt, he's gonna stay posted up. Adrian King is gonna answer back with his own. Seekers are already up for both the skies out there now. And the execute probably begins, but they're all in towards the long. They can actually take the TP as well.
Oh, nice flash. Disrupt. Beautifully done. Venka taken down. The danger man is not inside of the game anymore. And then Adrian King is right there in the back lines as well. Look at the man at the top. Techno just looking forward for this peek. This initial peek from the opponent. And Sayo somehow wins it. He was not supposed to win that duel. And Techno is not supposed to lose that duel in the first place. Still, it has happened. A good flash was there, but then Disrupt still turns around and shuts down Adrian King. Reckoning being utilized, the first stunt comes through. Every single player on the site needs to back away, and that's what they're trying to do as well. But then Kohli softened up too much. It's still a 3v2. Deathmaker and RU, the last two remaining players. They've already used their Cascade. Not a lot of utilities left on the players as well. There's still a Cove in the hands of RU. They can use that to try and get the defuse done.
Orbital strike is there for Kohli, which will deny that, and that's exactly what's happening. What a stun, my god, he was concussed as well. That's such a great pick by Grayfox Esports. This might as well be a done and dusted round when Sayo seals the deal. Immaculate. Grayfox are pissed that they could not confirm the first OT, man. They are super pissed about it. And I'll be honest, they're getting the extremities control a lot. In every round, they have got the extremities control. And I have mentioned, if you've got the extremities control on the attack side, that's all you need. You can play with the minds of your opponents and you would be able to take every single fight and win it. So they would really need to check back on their fundamentals. True Rippers deny the space, at least on one side. They've got to fight for it. Maybe a triple push towards the B-long or maybe a triple push towards Showers. That is something that I'm expecting them to pull off.
I mean, Grayfox so far is making it look one-sided. And this is the exact start they had in the previous Icebox too, by the way. But then later on, True Rippers, they started to hit back really strong, and Grayfox were just not able to answer that wall. The similar storyline should not repeat for Grayfox if they want to keep on moving forward. They've got the wind in their sails and just keep on moving with it. Flow matters a lot. And for now, True Rippers, they're just going to try to play it as safe as possible. Play in the back lines, try and gain some information. Venka has been tagged up a little bit. Just trying to back away from that spot. Both of the players actually tagged up. 67 HP on both of them. That spam with the Sheriff was nice. And these tags really do matter quite a lot, considering it just took the entire shield away. They have been healed back up, though, with the regrowth. And then Grayfox, the reroute coming through. Trying to push back all the way towards the B site. Going for the control once again. There's only two players on the B itself. It's just the Viper and the Sky. But then a rotation being called off as well. I mean, Seeker's out. There's going to be 4 players to resist that control and stop this entire dominance that's coming through. But Venka, he still gets that kill, which is unreal in my opinion. The Snakebite able to find another one, and then Techno has been able to deal a decent amount of damage too. Argue in the back lines is trying his best to fight back. It's a 2v2. Make that a 1v2 now, but Deathmaker slaps back. A 1v1 in the end. Guns advantage in the hands of Sayo. He still goes for the plant. Sayo, is he going to try to play it slow, or will he wait for the right moment to strike? Unfortunately moved away, but then the pre-fire comes through.
Catches all the people perfectly. What a patience being shown by Sayo. Slowed himself down and then went in for the peak again. The peaker's advantage. It just seems that no matter what True Rippers are doing, it is just Grayfox finding an answer in the last few seconds. In every single round now we've seen that happen. The Seekers were invested in the previous, but they've already almost built up back to the showstopper Venka. Just one away from it. And they're going to take the long control yet again. No one to resist on the back of it. Okay. I might have said that way too early. Deathmaker is also there, trying to stop that push from happening.
I mean, it's equal trade. Sayo ready with that angle too.
He's taken. a lot of space.
So far, we haven't seen any type of conditioning though. It's definitely missing for both of these teams. Yeah, we're seeing that variation in the pace, but the conditioning is missing. But I mean, for now, True Rippers, they're indeed getting ripped apart so far on this map of Bind. This Harbor Viper composition that they try to pull off, it's not been working that well because the majority of the duels have been converted positively by Grayfox. Good peek, and he finds that kill. Neural theft being utilized as well, so every single person from True Rippers, their position will be compromised. Good kills from Techno. But it's still a 1v2 now. Sayo is one of those players that can guarantee the victory for that team, and he wins this duel too. Not looking that great. Sayo! Oh, that was the only opportunity. Aryu might have to shut him down. And look at Sayo trying to pull off some big brain moves, but no. Aryu is ready.
It did get pretty close though, but I mentioned it. If it's about a clutch, you can bet your bets on Aryu. But indeed, it was way too close for comfort. I would still say it was a good read from the side of True Rippers on the back of the re-clear by Deathmaker of the entire B long, which gave out the information. And then again, the thrash was also used up by LF to quickly clear out the entirety of the lamps, and then it spotted out the player in that one cubby over the double boxes, which was eventually walled up by the high tide. Great play from True Rippers indeed to steal away that round, but they need to do a lot of work right now. Trailblazer for Trailblazer, a lot of long presence being shown, so much information gained on the back of it.
Yeah.
And it is going to keep 3 players towards the B, which will eventually help out Sayo to move towards the showers yet again.
All of that is fine, but what has happened to Venka? I mean, in the first couple of rounds, Venka was popping off. He was bursting, exploding onto the opponents. And now he's getting chipped up. He's done his job finding the entry, but the follow-up isn't there. Deathmaker's low too. It's a 4v4. True Rippers not able to find that quick succession. And then Deathmaker getting countered. Nice shot from Adrian King. What was that reaction time? So quick.
Shoulder.
Did not even see the man on his screen, and he still went for that kill. Sayo all the way towards that headshot angle, and now LF. What was this? It was a little bit of an awkward moment.
Oh my god.
But Hellfighter eventually gets caught. And yeah, Disrupt is way too low. Can he back away with this one? He will be able to do so, but he's way too low. I don't think so he can stand a chance, stand a ground against these players. And Disrupt, yeah, he wins the first duel, but the second one's not going to be converted.
Adrian is not going to fire the shots on the body, surely. But yep, that's the 7th round on the attack already for Grayfox, and they've done their part. Getting over 6 rounds is everything that they need, and in general, Grayfox has had a good success rate on those attacking side. It's the defense that kind of seems a little bit awkward, but on the map of Bind, their retakes just look impeccable. They always keep control of the backside, they never let go of it, and then they flood in forward. However, talking about flood in, run away, Sayo!
I know exactly where you are.
Everyone run away from Sayo.
Okay. I'm not even sure what exactly happened, but it was one of those rounds where you just blink it and you miss it.
Spike planted.
I mean, considering it was just an equal round, so you cannot really expect a lot from True Rippers, but the problem is the lead that they're giving away to the opponents. They have established the comeback once, but can they do it again? And this is where it might just be too much to ask for. Adrian King, oh, he spots to the leg, and there we go. Good pre-fire.
Yep, the pre-fire gets the job done as well, and 8-2 is where we're now finally settled. But it's just as I said, will True Rippers be able to pull it off again? I'll be honest, considering their history on the map of Bind, seems pretty unlikely. On the other side of the spectrum though, it's just every one of the Grayfox now feeling themselves. Venka gave them a blasting start, And after that, everyone is just slowly capitalizing on the back of it. Adrian King, Sayo, both of them doing a great job. And I'm honestly impressed with the way these fault lines are working for Hoax.
Blunder.
And at this point, I might as well just not mention it how many times Deathmaker has been taken down in those opening duels.
Yeah. The moment Deathmaker isn't able to find the value, that's when True Ripper starts to struggle.
They found my wire.
It's all about the opening duels for True Rippers, man. And if Deathmaker's not able to come out on top in those duels, it's a big problem. It's a big struggle. Seeker's utilized. It's going to guide Venka exactly to the spot where the opponent is. And yeah, he's also pulled out a showstopper. Second satchel all the way on top of the heaven. Will Argue be able to escape that? Answer's going to be no. Venka gets that kill. He still goes for the repeak. It wasn't needed, but he still went for it. Venka was like, might as well. Let's see if I can get that kill or not. Rolling Thunder being utilized, and it's going to affect some of these players too. Hoax might just have a couple of free kills, but Helef still resists. Shutting down the man in the front line. Sayo is low, so Kohli will do it for him.
Wraps up. Everyone clears up the site. Rolling Thunder, I still think might have just been a little bit of an overinvestment, but it's absolutely fine, right? This might as well be the round where they try to seal the deal. There's absolutely no creds in the bank of Techno, Deathmaker. They will be broke in the next one.
I mean...
And just as I mentioned, broken by.
You said, yeah, as you mentioned, right? It could have been that overinvestment. But I think so the only reason why they did so is because they want to make sure that True Rippers is trapped in the economical loop. Where they get the money, they go for the full buy, and then the next round, because they lose the full buy, they have nothing. It's a loop that you would not want to be trapped in. And right now, True Rippers have been trapped into it. These broken buys, is it really going to assure them the win? No, absolutely not. Because Wendell and Phantoms are much more better in the longer ranges, and that's where the main problems are going to start to hit them. But Helef, with this judge, able to get the advantage back in his team's hand. Pulls up the Bulldog, gets the kill, and out of nowhere, True Rippers, they're just suffocating the opponents to the death. But then just look at this. They've already got the site control, the plant's going down. All of that was not exactly worth it. Thrash pulled out. It might just find the detention onto one of those players, and he's out in the open too. It's such a big mess up from the opponents. Reckoning is pulled out as well, but the Wrecking's not able to establish a lot of the stuff. Adrian King, beautiful flick onto Helef, clips his wings, and it's out of the cove. The defuse is being stuck as well. Argue placed that perfectly. The defuse is done halfway. And now it's time to protect the man at the front lines. Adrian King being cascaded out of that play, and Argue holds it down.
Good round. Finally, a good round. Even though they lost the first duel, the capitalization on the back of it was pretty solid. The play in the hookah that they made. The paint shells out in the open. Helef was able to get a shot with the jumping judge. Then Mosh Pit being thrown out. And then the repeak with the Bulldog in the hand. Were also able to get that player off the picture. It was just the orbital strike that was remaining. And they were even able to dodge it because they had the support from the players back in the TP. And then it was just a wrap around over towards the side. Doing that perfectly well. Just look at that. Great play after great play. That was a nasty shot by Adrian King, I won't lie. Side swap, 9 and 3. Maybe a curse, we'll just have to see.
It will only be a curse if True Rippers win this round. If Grayfox wins it, it pretty much guarantees them the 11th round too. So yeah, True Rippers, they've got no other option than to win this one. Oh, it's a really good bait by Kohli. He baits himself so that his teammate's position is still unnoticed. He's got the off angle. He's got the surprising effect inside of this entire play. But Helef opens things up towards A. And look at Kohli from the back lines now, looking forward to wrap around with and Argue. This is where it might just get the kill, but no, it's going to be the answer. Regrowth should be utilized too, so Kohli's going to be back up onto full HP. Maybe not. But here we go. Oh, what was that? Disgusting from Techno. Gets both of them. A 2
The
on
right
3.
clicks.
And the last 2 players, they need to pop off, especially Venka. If he's not able to connect these headshots, it's a big problem. Deathmaker replies back, and that's it. True Rippers, they win the crucial round. This might just be a 9-3 curse.
I've told you, could potentially be a 9-3 curse happening up in front of us, and we might also see another comeback, and that could potentially be the comeback of the history for True Rippers. I'll say it. A good round indeed in the pistol one. Are you dealing a lot of damage to Kohli? Making sure the Techno's right click would eventually do the work for his team. Now, Dizzy goes up, a quick taking of the space over towards the B-long, the extremities again being worked upon. On the side of Grayfox, a 2-3 setup with a couple of players playing in towards the hookah to help them go in for the retake. Skydog going in towards the A shot, showing some fake presence, while everyone scales up towards the B main. If they make a little bit of a noise, every information will be given. But look at this wraparound that's coming in. RU is good for 1. And now the couple of players should be able to find the breach as well. Hook goes in for the stun. Everything is bin doors. And Disrupt gets the shot on the skull.
I mean, the plant was something they needed, and they got that. Considering it's just an eco, yeah. True Rippers. Now, these rounds, as a viewer, might not really look that impactful from True Rippers, because, yeah, the pistol round won, the second one is the anti-eco. You will be able to get the win anyways, but it's all about restoring the confidence in those duels, man. And those eco rounds really do help you to do so. Eco frags matter. Guys,
yep.
There's going to be a lot of people saying, yeah, eco-fraggers, yeah, but no, eco-frags do matter to gain that confidence inside of the game.
And also, it helps you build upon your ultimate, which could be a detrimental tool for the next few rounds. Because the faster you build on your ult economy, the better it will be for your entire team. But as of now, since we're talking about fast, a very quick show towards a shot, but yet again it's same Techno and Disrupt that are playing there, and it has not got the rotation at all. Look at towards the other side, Hookah Flood might come into play. Deathmaker gets 1, but does he anticipate it? Looking as well on that position. Now he does. See,
Paint chills out. I mean, the visuals denied so far. He still gets his Dizzy back, so that's good news.
And
Grayfox with the man disadvantage. Kohli taken down. Keep that thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. That was the only controller they had. And now inside of this round, Kohli has been cut off. So that means no smoke for any type of visual denying possibility. But Grayfox still Hoax hits back. I'm telling you, Hoax is one of the most clutchest players that Grayfox can have. And he clutches it out in the majority of the time still. And that's it. True Rippers out and over. They have been systematically dismantled.
that was such an unfortunate timing on RU, man. He had the utility in the hand, but again, nothing taken away from Grayfox. That 2 people set up over in lamps, that's exactly what they needed, because it was looking like a possible pivot if they were able to establish the ramp controls. I figure that was a nasty shot, but yeah, if the slam controls was to be taken by True Rippers, this was definitely going to be an A hit. Because the players were near the TP, but as soon as they lose that, you knew they had to commit towards the B, where already there were a couple of people on the side. So yes, a much needed round by Grayfox. However, it's going to be a full buy for True Rippers.
10-5.
Thrash away
The Brimstone stuck on the backside. Yeah, he stands no chance to back away, but he still wins that duel somehow. Helef able to get one more on the back of that ability. And then, yeah, it's a 2v3. It's just a complete burst. Hoax able to get some of the crucial kills too. Once again, Aftershock utilized to make sure Techno is not going to be able to push up. But Hoax, he's got another battle brewing up right in front of him. And what was that shot? It was just a pre-fire with that jiggle peek, and he still somehow connects it.
Found the timing on the back of the shots that were being fired by Techno. So yeah, doing a solid job on the back of it. Adrian King, I mean, I don't even know how He actually got a couple of picks from that position, but that was just not supposed to happen.
I'm just surprised the fact that Kohli got one from that spot. It's just crazy in my opinion.
Just Kohli doing Kohli things. You always see him popping off from somewhere or the other.
I mean, the spot that he had and the push that we saw, it was supposed to be no value. But still, Kohli somehow gets away with that murder. He was flashed. He was also getting stunned. He was getting overwhelmed by so many of the players, and he still gets one there. Impressive. Really impressive. And now 11 rounds on the board for Grayfox. This is a technical pause, not a tactical pause, ladies and gentlemen. But still, it is something that can give the players of True Rippers a time to catch their breath, because so far this has been a one-sided game.
Concerned faces towards the sides of True Rippers, and it definitely would be. Oh wait, no way. Playing rock, paper, scissors in this situation. All right, let's guess what they're trying to do. Where are they going to execute? Is it going to be A or is it going to be B? All right, so that's Adrian King winning. You love to see that, don't you?
Rock, paper, scissors? I mean, if we were at the venue ourselves, if we were there casting in front of the crowd, we would have done that too, let's be honest, with the players.
Agreed. I would have 100% asked Adrian King, what was the discussion that was happening while you were playing? What were the stakes?
Probably about, should I go and commit everything in this round? Should I go aggressive? Then maybe the IGL said no. And then he was doing
it's about who's
rock,
going
paper,
to be on
scissors.
which side.
I guess, yeah.
Possible.
Good flash. Deathmaker pushed back once again. The stun was good. As I mentioned against Grayfox, it's all about the timing, and Grayfox is one of those teams that is really good at the timing of utilizing their utilities. They have mastered it somehow. They just know when to use a certain utility. And now look at this. Techno trying to squeeze up. The economy is completely on the reset. Helef is the only man with the Guardian in his hands, and he needs to be the difference maker too. A Deathmaker. His position's noted. Hoax capitalizes. Deathmaker has been chipped away. Venka from the top. Good crispy headshot. But with that, Venka's position has also been noted. But it's fine. For Grayfox, they've got the guns advantage. And True Rippers, I don't think so they stand a chance with just Sheriffs in the hand. Disrupt is there.
Nice
but Techno is the one to do the job. And now it's all down to Disrupt. Disrupt is one of those crispy players. And he finds that pick.
Spoiler.
That was a crucial one right there.
It indeed was, but he's got a lot of job to do. Still, a couple of people in front of him. Hoax is the one who's watching that angle. There's also a flank. 10 more seconds to work with. Or is this going to try and do nothing? In fact, a wide peak from Hoax wraps up the job. Grayfox Esports answering back in such a solid fashion. And this has been their map pick, and they're showing damn well why. One of the best teams to play on the map of Bind. You can say it in terms of being the aim gods in that regards, but I would still call it a master over the technicality of this map. Understanding what are the power positions, realizing where you need to take the space on. And then also at the same time, understanding what True Rippers might want to do. And look at that deep stroke. They've got to use the thrash all the way out in B long to clear all of that space. Now, yes, it could be reclaimable, but not before they're already almost in the line of fire from a couple of angles. That smoke is going to give them the room to do it. They take the control back.
I mean, hey, at least he's still got the thrash up, right?
At least.
You want more?
Look at the positive side. Utilizing the thrash once again to clear out the hookah. I like that. Orbital strike being used. Helef completely burned to death. That orbital strike was something that found some insane value. Good capitalization onto that. He realized the man's trying to thrash hookah, so he instantly uses that orbital strike. But then, Kohli able to find one more on the Deathmaker. This man has done more than enough. Kohli on the backside has been a menace for the opponents to deal with. And then a showstopper pulled out as well by Venka, and I don't think the True Rippers do stand a chance anymore. No, it's going to be the answer. And
Absolutely not.
It's Grayfox to close it off, ladies and gentlemen. Second map of Bind was completely one-sided, but Grayfox, man, they shut down every single move that True Rippers was trying to make on the lobby.
Fight is not over in the Foxes, utilizing their brains, showing why they are one of the smartest teams out there, and eventually winning out, closing the entire game out. That was such a well-placed orbital strike as well. Yes, LF was using the thrash and had the idea as well where he might eventually be. So it covered almost the entirety of the hookah and also just a little bit of the space over towards the outside. Now True Rippers are going to go back to their basics. They've got to try and think through as to what were the things that they did wrong. But it's kind of fine, right? Because again, this was a map pick of Grayfox Esports. So it is kind of okay. You've still got the next map to look forward to, and that's going to be the map of Lotus.
I mean, once again, looking at the stats from the past as well, somewhere down line, we knew True Rippers is going to struggle a lot on the map of Bind. And that's what I think, so somewhere down line, even Grayfox realized that, yeah, this might just be counter pick against the players of True Rippers. And now that they have come out on top of the map of Bind, once again, you cannot forget that some of these rounds were going way too up close for personal. And this is where the real problem still lies. In the upcoming map, things can definitely be quite different because True Rippers, they are a solid team. You cannot underestimate them.
That's indeed correct. And yeah, in a few of those rounds, we could argue that it was potentially a situation which kind of came down to a close affair. But let's be brutally honest, in most of them, it was just Grayfox running away with almost all of those kills. Specifically in the earlier part of the game where Vanka was just popping off like anything.
But hey, time to move on and look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Sayo with 298 ACS and the KDA of 2.8. Damage per round is going to be 191.1 and the headshot percentage of 31.9. Sayo, the man was feeling himself, that's for sure. But you talk about the overall impact of Grayfox, I would still say every single player was able to pop off on an equal note. And that's the main strong suit of Grayfox. As I mentioned, the timing on the utilities and every single player being able to perform on the equal level has been the main strong key for Grayfox. On the opposite side for True Ripper, whenever Deathmaker's not able to perform at the top of his game, that's when True Ripper starts to struggle. And this is a clear example of that.
And it's not just Deathmaker, right? Even look at Helef, 5 and 17. The man was just not feeling himself on this map, and it clearly shows the struggles that he was going through. On the other end of the spectrum, Techno, again, the man who was always on top, 17 and 15, 257 ACS, followed up by RU, who was always trying to make those clutch plays happen. But a couple of unfortunate situations where he was also being caught with the utility in the hand. At the end of the day, 12 first bloods by Grayfox Esports, 6 for True Rippers. And we're seeing a scoreline of 13 and 5. 9 out of 10 post plants converted.
I mean, the stats speak for itself. You cannot even look at True Ripper's stats that well because, once again, it was the entire map was just dominated by Grayfox. You cannot judge True Ripper's performance just on these stats. You need to also compare these stats with the stats in the previous game, and that's where you will find the real True Rippers. True Rippers getting completely stomped on the map of Bind does not justify anything because we know there are something even better. In the upcoming maps, that's where the real True Rippers will be tested, and Bind has always been their weaker suit, and that's why Grayfox picked it because they knew it's a counter pick. Now if you move on forward towards the heat map of that game, you clearly see a lot of those fights happen on the B side, and then if you move on forward towards A, look at the U-Haul. It's completely red.
That's again the lamps area, which has been the point of contention for
most of the times by Grayfox Esports. Again, there's not a lot to talk about from the side of True Rippers itself because it was mostly Grayfox making those plays when they were on the attacking side. I mean, ending things on a 9-3 note clearly shows you how dominating their attack side was there. But again, we'll have a look at that as well as we have a look on the highlights. In the meantime, there are still a few extra things that we'll get to discuss as we go through them.
Pretty much. I mean, just look, as you mentioned, looking at the highlights, there will be still a decent amount of things we need to discuss. Techno has been a key asset for the side of True Rippers because Deathmaker not being able to pop off, yes, it's a common issue, but then you move on forward. Techno being able to play that well has really sort of restored more life in the hands of True Rippers. And if Techno is able to continue the same form in the upcoming map too, it's even better.
Yeah, but you would really want Deathmaker to step up because, again, if in case you're able to out-aim the members of Revenant Esports, you could potentially do that to Grayfox as well because it's not just about the aim between these players. We know that every single one of them have got a potential of a very cracky aim, and that is the reason why they're all there. But again, it always just comes down to the confidence and how well the momentum is favoring you in the starting or early on in the round. And Venka was the one who was just able to shut Deathmaker down, and then followed up by what happened in the previous map. He's basically looking pretty underconfident now.
But some of these rounds where True Rippers had a chance to convert them, then there would be that one single moment where True Rippers would just give the entire advantage away. The same thing can be said for Grayfox too. As I mentioned, yes, Grayfox has completely stomped the players of True Rippers, but just look at every single round. It was still going way too close for comfort. And that's where True Rippers can still have the edge in the upcoming map of Lotus, because that is the pick of True Rippers. And we have seen True Rippers perform in the past on the map of Lotus, and the changes that they brought recently on Lotus has been really effective for them. And this might just be the change that will probably catch the opponents off guard, which are the Grayfox.
Again, there's a situation, right? We've seen Grayfox mostly play on Lotus. If I'm not wrong, they played it somewhere around 7 times in this entire OMEN Valorant series. And on the other side, you can look at True Rippers, and they played it only 3 times, out of which they've won it twice and they've lost it 1 time. But on the other end of the spectrum, right, the most recent fight that we saw on Lotus was again between Grayfox Esports and, if I'm not wrong, Medal. When Medal, they just outperformed Grayfox in a pretty solid fashion, which gave hopes to a lot of their fans that they might move forward in the upper brackets. But that was just not the case because, again, Grayfox is just so mechanically strong and their pool of the map is pretty solid. And again, there was a thing where normally they would run a Sky composition and they changed it by picking up the Sova. So I'm really expecting them to probably go back to the basics as to what they used to do. But yes, True Rippers really need to step things up.
That is true, but then if you look at the opposite side of the spectrum, you know Grayfox is one of those teams that will probably do that common research, and they would try to fix all the loopholes that are there in the strategy. So one thing is for sure, you can expect a different Grayfox now as you do move on forward towards Lotus, because Grayfox somewhere down the line, they had the first 2 bans, and they still did not go for the Lotus ban. There's a reason for it. They're probably ready to face off Lotus against True Rippers, and they must be ready.
Possibly.
They have probably fixed all the issues. At least that's what we all can hope for. Hopefully we're not going to be seeing the similar Grayfox that we saw in the past against Metal Esports, because Metal Esports completely dominated Grayfox. And I'm pretty sure that similar scoreline is not going to be seen here, because Venka is going to be feeling at the top of his form, that's for sure.
And since you've already mentioned about Venka as well, right? We might possibly see him as one of the favorite players, but on the other side of the spectrum, we'll now be moving forward and having a look at the favorite IGL of the players. If I'm not wrong, we've got that startup. There's been a lot of voting going around on the back end as well, where all the fans have been voting for their favorite IGLs, the favorite offer. And then again, there were a couple of more stats which I've got to go through. Best support player and best duelist. So the first one would potentially be the best duelist. And I mean, for me, I think so. I am potentially going to give it to Venka. Who do you think it is?
I mean, Venka has been the fan favorite without a doubt. There's been a lot of people supporting Venka, considering he's one of the young lads, and now has been getting a lot of recognition, and is also playing super well on the banner of Grayfox. But then even Deathmaker is one of those fan favorite players, man. How can you deny? Deathmaker, yes, sometimes is not able to play that well, but when he does, it's a complete nuclear performance from his side, where he just completely carries his team on the back single-handedly. So it's a close competition, I'm pretty sure, between these two players. So maybe if the graphic is shown, we'll be able to find that out. But overall, if you speak about the upcoming game of Lotus, the concern still raises on my side when it comes to True Rippers. Because, yes, I know why True Rippers went for that pick. They know that overall Grayfox's Lotus has been looking weak in the past. But there's a chance that True Rippers can also showcase some new stuff on the board and might just astonish completely to the Grayfox.
Yeah, I'm also expecting a similar thing to happen. And again, it's just about momentum. I've also told it multiple times that True Rippers are pretty momentum-based teams. If they've got in their favor, then they will move forward. But for now, we're going to move forward to a very short commercial break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or read. Let's go, 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 go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Phillips. I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song or read. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to move on to the third map of the day, which is going to be Lotus. And as I mentioned, we have been speculating a lot of the things. Yes, recently Grayfox's Lotus has been countered by Metal Esports, a team that wasn't looking that strong. And still Metal Esports were managing to counter that Lotus. So for True Rippers, it should not be that big of a deal. But then if you look at the opposite side of spectrum, of course it's Grayfox you're talking about. They're one of those teams that will try to patch up all the holes instantly.
Again, in terms of the data that we have been normally witnessing, you could see that Grayfox is a team that has not got a very pretty win rate on that one. It's somewhere around 40-43. And in terms of the attacking rounds as well, right? We normally see them getting major rounds on attack. But when it comes to Lotus, they kind of struggle on the back of it. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Specifically when they swap the sides and when they move towards the defense. So on the other end of the spectrum, if you're watching True Rippers, I mean, they've got a pretty solid coverage with winning almost 50% of their attacking rounds and somewhere over 50% of their defensive rounds. However, the disparity in the amount of times that they have played is pretty high, 7 and 3. Not enough to solidly say that yes, this team is surely going to take it home, because again, the momentum seems to be in favor of Grayfox. And if in case Venka is playing the way he played right now in the starting, I'm pretty worried about True Rippers.
Signs of worry, signs of concern there on both the sides, because the scoreline is 1-1 so far. And we might just have all 5 mappers on our hands here, which sounds pretty exciting to me. The closer the game it is, the more intense and the more entertaining it gets. And True Rippers is one of those teams that has started to gain a lot of confidence recently, but that previous map might just be one of those maps that might snatch away the wind in their sails. But the music has started to play, and we have got the Agent Select in front of us. Techno on the Viper, Deathmaker on the Raze. It's a Viper Omen composition from the side of True Rippers, but we're also seeing a fade being pulled out from Helif.
I was honestly not expecting a fade to come out in these situations. I mean, I understand Adrian King picking Sova yet again. It's fine. They kind of tried that previously. The Viper Omen composition, one of the most staple compositions out there. But True Rippers pulling in the fade. Now you need to have those lineups with the fade. It could potentially work out. And on paper, it has worked out multiple times. The Nightfall gives you a lot of value. You can clear some decent amount of close spaces with the Prowlers as well. The Haunt Reveal, pretty solid. But if it comes to an operator play, I'm still not convinced how they'd be able to remove an operator from a specific angle if not smoking that entire area off. So that might be their play.
A lot of ifs and buts. But I'm not gonna lie, I like the composition from True Rippers a lot more. But you never know. You really never know who's gonna be the one to come out on top. Once again, Grayfox Esports just trying to stick to that basic roots. The only change between both the compositions is that fade being pulled out for the initiator, which is understandable. It's quite a decent change, but as I mentioned, True Rippers composition, for me personally, I buy it.
Anyone would, because again, most of the teams we have seen test this composition out have also faced a decent amount of success. But it just comes down to when the operator is up in play, then this composition faces a lot of struggles. Right now, pretty defaulty Viper wall setup. We're seeing RU playing in for a full retake towards the A with the turret to get the contact from the tree, so he's going to get that passive information as well. And a pretty early on lurk play also coming in by Helif as well as Disrupt.
Here we go. Turret's being pulled out. And Grayfox trying to establish some early dominance. What is
come
this?
On, finally.
Good flank. A quick one with that. Great decision making on the fly. Being able to catch one of the players off guard instantly. And Grayfox here starting to crumble down. They're just getting caught off guard in the majority of these timings too. What am I watching? Grayfox struggling to win the duels. It's a flawless round from True Rippers. They did not even get a single kill. What?
Perfect timing on the back of every single utility. And that double flank as well, working out really well for their side. Disrupt, yes, a couple of starting few shots landing on the shoulders in the long range, but is absolutely fine. He was able to quickly collect the kill as well. And then the Haunt Reveal over on top. Basically saving the life of Deathmaker out there. Otherwise, he would have gone for the peak. And they're bringing in a Vandal, 3 Bulldogs, and a Guardian up in the mix. That is a massive buy. Holy jump peeking that angle. Techno as well being warned. There's a firing squad on the opposite side. So, map space being exchanged on the opposite ends.
Good snake bite.
Good snake bite.
Yeah, it's going to soften up every single player in the front lines and then argue for him. He's just set up for a mowdown. Vandal retrieved. Really nice. Cole able to get his hands on that Vandal. If he's even able to get a 2-piece right here, it can mean a lot for himself. But Coley's probably going to get peeked on soon, but he still wins that duel. What am I watching?
Okay.
Adrian King 2 replies back strong. Hold on, this eco round can actually be converted, but no, it's DM King for you.
Almost converted. Almost. And that is a heavy damage. It was a massive investment by True Rippers, and they lose 3 of those rifles. So that again is going to be trouble for them in the next bonus round. But yeah, that was a pretty solid early on start by RU getting those 3 Ks for his team, utilizing the snake bites potential, and you can clearly see a couple of ghosts, a frenzy into the mix. Already some chip damage onto Techno. and everyone from the side of Grayfox Esports moving towards the C as well. They will potentially try and take that space. Outdrone already out in the open. A couple of smokes going on their way. Snakebite to stop that push. And what happened in the previous round has taught Grayfox to not push through the Snakebite.
Poison's off.
And look at this recall. Pulling themselves back from that spot. There's only one player towards C, by the way. And that's who is Adrian King. Now his job is to gather as much attention as possible onto himself. Sayo able to get one kill in the back of that. There's 3 players in the front lines. And he does not realize that. Now it's time to move all the way towards the A side. That's what Grayfox is trying to do. It's a run. It's a rush for the A. And whichever team reaches to the A side first takes it. And for now, it does seem like it's going to be Grayfox to reach there first.
30 seconds left.
Considering it is a bonus round for True Rippers, they are sort of on a guns disadvantage. There's a man ready on the opposite side. Easily the site's taken away. And Grayfox, they're also going to go for the spike plant quite easily. No issues on that part. Disrupt able to shut down Sayo. That's on the return. And then Deathmaker 2 wins that crucial duel. Venka taken down in return. It's a 2-on-4. And yeah, Kohli from the bottom as well, getting shut down.
What a bonus round conversion from True Rippers. That is massive. And it actually seemed funny in the starting how Adrian King, as soon as he saw 3 players, they were deciding to execute towards the C side if Adrian was able to find some space. But as soon as he saw 3 players, they were like, all right, nah, man, we're just out of there. We're going towards the A. They were also able to get a free site for themselves. But they just could not capitalize on the back of those post-plant positionings. A couple of solo fights being taken and all of them being won by True Rippers. They've got the weaponry upgrade as well. They've done their job. It should potentially be a 4-0 start. Just a hero Spectre and 4 sheriffs in the hands of Grayfox.
Grayfox getting countered hard here. The composition they have is not that bad, but still it's all about the utilization, right? And that's where they're struggling the most. True Rippers so far, a great start for them. And keep this thing in mind. The more rounds you're able to squeeze away on the defense, the better. And so far, True Rippers, they've got a really big lead. 3-0. Sayo trying to get that last minute rotation done. Just trying to see if he's getting peeked on by someone else. But the seaside now seems to be in a massive danger. True Rippers, they need to be ready for this take instantly. Sheriff's in the hand. With back tail for the Spectre. Yeah, it sounds next to impossible to be pulled off. And what was that shot? Sayo just runs and guns the player. And then Hoax's wall backs it up. Techno shut down too. Oh my god. Helif. Yeah, he's there around the corner, but the damage has been done. It's a 4-on-3. Yes, the players are softened up a bit. But if they try to play on the back of trades, it is still doable for Grayfox.
Yeah, but the HP, it just is not their best friend. 20 HP on 2 players combined. That's Hoax and Kohli. That's just way too low to work with anything. That's another pick. Maybe just one more is all they need. Smoke up in the open. Rifle was retrieved already, but now it's just a wrap-up. So some damage being done to True Rippers, but not near enough. And finally, you could see Deathmaker as well, slowly and steadily popping off. He was being kept quiet for 2 maps, but that's for as long as he is going to remain silent. DM a king, that's exactly what he's slowly trying to prove on this map itself. And again, he was one of the fan favorite duelists, you called for it. And he's showing us why. And there's no problem with the execute as well. It's just about how, in those retake scenarios, True Rippers are slowly working out and winning their duels, while on the other side, Grayfox, they're not taking a lot of space away over either towards the city or the waterfall. They're kind of facing some problems there.
They indeed are. And those problems need to be cured. Rotating doors being triggered. But still, nothing established on the back of that. Got a showstopper ready. I'm pretty sure that showstopper would be used as like in mayday situation if things are going downhill for them, but Deathmaker's ready on towards the site. The first peek that he goes for, he instantly gets headshotted. Saya pulled out his, but it's completely wasted. Disrupt with those crucial shots to the dome. Just waits the ultimate completely, and now it's a 3v3. Still it is doable. And look at Techno pulling up from the back and still wants that duel. Venka just holding it off now, waiting for Techno to go for that peek, but Techno is not doing so at all. So much patience showcased. The spike is dropped down to the back lines, and Helif is still going for the peek himself, and he wins that duel. Good cover fire from Techno.
He was trying to play for a bait and switch situation. He baited for the fight to be taken, and then Techno peeked in from behind. True Rippers now. Fans are also shouting out. You can clearly see that happen. And they're showing us why. Because again, Lotus is an attack-centric map. All you need are 5 rounds of defense and that's it. And with the buy that Grayfox are bringing in, it very well seems to be a 6th one potentially. Adrian King with the Hunter's Fury. Deathmaker has got his own showstopper. RU one away from the lockdown. Even the ultimate is just not looking pretty for Grayfox with the shots on.
Sayo shutting down the opponent in the front. It's a 3-on-5. But the main issue is here to make a comeback for Grayfox. They have got the man advantage, and most of the times they have been screwing it up too quite easily. And there we go. Once again, the same thing happens. The individual peaks are really keeping them in a big problem.
Down.
And yeah, lockdown being invested too. It has been broken for now, but fake tap coming through from RU to try and pull out at least some of the peaks from them. But RU now is finally going for the peak himself. There's 3 players playing together. Good capitalization from Grayfox. And yeah, nicely done.
Where was that lockdown even placed?
I think so. He placed it in that corner. Yeah, he just spammed it. He placed it in the corner, and then the spam came through with the Guardian. I'm not sure why he placed it over there.
Should have had the idea that that's where players must be posted up, because they cleared almost the entirety of the site together. That was just an unfortunate situation for True Rippers, but you could say a lifeline for Grayfox because they get the first round. And on the back of it, now have their own massive ultimates.
It was an unfortunate situation for True Rippers, yes. But it was still a mistake that should not have been done. They should have realized that that is a wall that can be spammed easily, but still somehow RU, I guess, did not comprehend that. Here we go. A quick take towards C. Recon dart out towards the backside. Techno's position not revealed just yet, but it doesn't even matter. The man's too precise. Showstopper used from Deathmaker, not able to find any type of value, then pulls out the paint shells. At this point, it's just time to stop the entire push. And oh my god, Coley able to shut down Hellfighter 2, then Deathmaker and Disrupt, they hit back together. The spike's going to be planted without any problems. Spam's not going to find any kills. Adrian King softened up. But Grayfox so far on the attack has been struggling too much. Adrian King goes for the dry peek to the operator. He knew that there's an opera right there, but he still went for the peek. And he gets capitalized instantly on the back of that. Venka shutting down Disrupt in return. It's a 2v2, and Grayfox somewhere down the line winning these duels.
Nah, Deathmaker is saving it. He can no longer fight it in the pit with the operator, though. He was able to find 2 picks in that situation. I'm still surprised how and why. But yeah, alright. Another round going in for Grayfox, and you can see the economy is already broken for Techno. So it's going to be 1 rifle not being afforded. Good round coming in from Grayfox yet again. They were quickly able to capitalize on the weakness over towards the C side. Went in for the plant as well. And the early few duels just going in their favor. And as soon as the pit was utilized, you just knew that there's absolutely no way for True Rippers to go in for the retake. They had absolutely no retake utilities. Not a paranoia, if I'm not wrong. And then as well, it was just them trying to go in for those spams. At the end of the day, Grayfox slowly breaking the momentum. Already into the next round. Setup just changed a little bit. Maker still playing over towards the sea with Techno out there in tree. We are seeing Aryu along with Helef.
All 5 players now towards the rubble. Grayfox, the slow and steady push. The same pace has been repeating over and over again. And Helef gets away with that. How?
No,
that kill. Backs away. Helef is going to be caught, and he does. Sayo gets the first one. That's quite an important pick, and Sayo now just keeps impressing the W. There's going to be Techno around the corner, and he still wins that duel with the classic.
Wow.
One man towards the site, getting taken down as well. Grayfox, they've got a major man advantage, but Deathmaker, he's got the operator in the hands, but he misses the first shot. Poison Cloud out too to try and deny the entire vision, and yeah, you just can't see anything. Deathmaker, the operator, has been nullified completely. There's a turret in the front lines. That's being destroyed. Deathmaker, even if he's able to get one kill on the back of this operator, can really mean a lot. Every single player is just playing on the same angle from Grayfox. We're not seeing any type of variety. And Venka reclaims that angle back. But Aryu replies back onto Venka. Good shot. Aryu does not have a lot of stuff to back him up. And as you mentioned, there's also a wraparound coming in from Hoax, but it's anticipated. He knows. But still, Hoax wins that duel.
The fences tingled on the perfect time, but yet again, they just could not close things out. And it always becomes a problem as soon as the opponents take the rubble control and slowly push forward to take the orb control. Because from that position, if the wall is put up, they could push up towards stairs, or maybe they could break the door towards the connector and then going forward for some nasty off angles. And that is what Grayfox did. They realized the weaknesses in the defensive setup of True Rippers. Horn potentially detected him, but it's absolutely fine. There's still the smokes on their faces. Mount and rubble space being exchanged between True Rippers and Grayfox. That's all the spam! Does not connect.
Oh, back away.
Sure.
Showstopper used all the way to the backside, but it's completely wasted. But at least he asserts the dominance and gets the control in his hands. There's Odin right around the corner. And still, nothing is established yet. Odin peeks out, gets the first. He actually lines up two. Techno, massive impact on the site. He does his job. But even the lockdown has been expired now. It's a 3v3. True Rippers, they have a solid chance to make this entire comeback in this round.
I don't like it. All three people in tree. That seems horrible. Hunt, it should get one. Yep. Boombot actually does. That's the third one as well, getting a tag. Paint shells. Recon destroyed. They've got to push the smoke now. They don't have any major utils defending, and it's Deathstrap.
Oh, what?
Back in a 3K. But he does not have time. No, he actually does. A great play in making True Rippers phenomenal.
True Rippers. Job done. Completed. And as I mentioned, the more rounds you're able to squeeze away on the defending side, it's better. And True Rippers has squeezed more than enough. On the attack, it's going to get even easier. But the players of Grayfox, they're getting read like a book, and it's a problem now. Grayfox needs to find a cure to this problem. Lotus has been their weak suit for now in the playoffs, and that's what True Rippers realized, and that's why they went for this peak too. But my God, has True Rippers been putting on a show?
Now here's the thing, right? I mentioned as soon as I saw the post plant that it is not pretty. They had some utilities to delay it. It's understandable. I knew the Hunter's Fury would be used as soon as the spike tap came in, but the stick that came in from Helef made sure that it was diffused to half. That gave his team enough time to go in for those fights as well. And eventually, you could clearly see that Grayfox had to go in for that push. A few back and forth duels left and right, but that's about it. And True Rippers are the one who actually go in for the tactical pause. Because again, since all three players were in the tree, they were not supposed to lose as many members as they did in the starting. But Shrub gets that clutch and makes sure that his team are staying close. Wait.
5-4 being the scoreline. Now the players moving in towards the rotating door. There's 4 players towards the A side, by the way. One of the players just watching towards mid, almost like a stack. And then one towards B. They've completely left C alone. And I guess True Rippers, after losing the previous round.
Yeah, they lost the previous one.
Yeah, they did not have enough time, right? And then Sayo
stuff.
Taking Deathmaker down. Good opener. Really managing to squeeze that crucial time in the previous round. And now to this, where True Rippers just left with a complete shattered economy. What was that? A little bit of an iffy aim there, but he still wins the duel. Passes on over the Vandal to his teammate, and now the C-side's going to be in the takings for True Rippers. They're completely fighting with this. They want to play the C-side on the retake.
30 seconds left.
And it's not going to be off the concern at all. They're completely down to play the C-side on the retake. Spike's going down, and the retake now begins. Viper's Pit available in the hands of Techno. If he wants, he can try to use it. But still, if he does it too early, it can be a big investment. If you're not able to capitalize on the round, it will be wasted.
Slowly they're going to push forward as well to take the space. Smokes are already out, and Kohli has conceded the space. Paranoia out in the open. Venka gets the first one, and Hoax will find the second. That's just Adi remaining with the rifle. As soon as I say it, it's just a full-on wrap-up. Grayfox, impeccable post plant. And from 5-0, they move up to 5-5. What a recovery.
Smiles on the faces, and that's what we like to see. And if you look at some of these frags they're getting, they really do feel gifted sometimes, no? And some of these frags are just quite unreal, honestly. Getting those kills through the walls, just connecting some of the most nutty shots that you can ever expect. And now look at this Deathmaker. What was that? It's disgusting. Pushing up close and personal, getting that kill, gets away. That's what you call a thief. Snake bites out instantly.
I did a small rhyming there. Hope you noticed it. Race over towards the sea. That's where the stack site is actually. 3 people still out in the open. Techno, Smalley could be humongous, and it does that. Stopping the push. Disrupt follows up on it, but Venka gets one. Techno will be moving backwards as he's paranoid. Quickly jumps out back to safety. 4v3 situation.
4v3. And Kohli looking forward to get a little bit more aggressive. Up front on their faces. And True Rippers. Good communication on the fly. They communicate their peaks pretty well. They knew exactly when to peak. And as soon as they realized that the attackers are trying to get up close and personal all the way towards the backside, that's when they peek out even from the waterfall. That was a really good pinch.
Lovely work coming in from them. And yes, as you mentioned, it was all on the back of that perfect timing play. Again, an early play over towards the rubble. Deathmaker was alone there. No one to break that recon. LF needs to run away down to 36 HP. Aryu quickly answers back as well. Techno, Viper's Pit, but that's over towards the sea. He's still got it available, so might as well use it for the post plant when they want to go in for the retake. 4v3 in favor of Grayfox. RU needs to find a massive
Timing?
value on this lurk.
He's got the timing though. He definitely can't find the value on the lurk. And RU, he does get the first one. At least that's an equal trade. But still the man advantage is in the hands of Grayfox. Lockdown invested too, and look at the man. He's found another timing. What am I watching? This play's just making me anxious. Techno, he's still got the clue though. He knows there's a man in the back right there. But Adrian King instead, he wraps around. There's an alarm bot right in the front, and Adrian King's position's compromised. He uses that dart. It will reveal the position, but yeah. Oh man. That could have been a perfect timing for Adrian King right there, but he missed the chance. He did not know there was a man right around the smoke.
Impeccable stuff from RU. He had to be that playmaker, and he was. Getting the first pick on the Omen himself, and then went in forward with a lockdown play. Forcing awkward angles onto the members of Grayfox, and where we thought maybe this could be a 6-6 half, it's even better for True Rippers, 7-5. Grayfox, the special round becomes even more crucial because defending on this map is comparatively difficult, and even their own records is just the same.
Cover going out. Smokes out.
3-1 setup.
Hooks on the C-side all by himself, considering it is the second half now. Grayfox, they desperately need this round, by the way, to try and equalize the scoreline. Can they win it, though? That's the question. Grayfox trying to be proactive. They might just be caught by Hellif right here. 3-player spotted. Prowler's used. That's going to push him back a little bit more. A good resistance that was. And once again, True Rippers finding that exact momentum they needed in this round. The turret triggered out as well. Do they have any clue that there's one of the mans just squeezing through the mid? He's probably going super deep as well. And RU, he's positioned himself quite deep. Just looking to catch at least one of the players off guard. Trying to use the reveal as well. But Hellfighter needs to find the perfect timing onto this one. If he does, everything will be revealed on towards the site. Reveal used, but it's not used to perfection. Does not give away anyone's possession. But then, Grayfox, they're just breaking through the barriers. And they're still winning these duels. It's insane. We might just see another flawless pistol round. But no. RU gets Adrian King.
It is indeed fine because pistol round is what Grayfox needed, and they have finally got it. That's what matters. Wenka as well being the spearhead, getting a couple of crucial picks in the previous round. Making sure that he was the one who steps out, gets those both of the players. My god, that's actually nasty. And how is even Kohli able to hit that shot? He was in the smoke, man. That is a sigh of relief indeed. And a much needed round. Outlaw being brought in by Sayo. I love it. I already love it.
I mean, look at the C site. Hoax. Ready. Grayfox, with the win that they had in the previous round, once again restores the confidence. But somewhere down the line, Lotus being one of those attacking-sided maps, how long this advantage is going to be continued on. Turret in the front. RU will get rid of that. And True Rippers, they have committed onto some of these sheriffs, thinking that they want to do some decent damage on Grayfox. But can they really?
Five players still standing, so they could potentially, and they've got the place where the site is weak. Adrian King gets one, needs to reposition, needs to play for survival as well, because up on top there is Kohli for that support, and never mind that. Adrian King just wraps up almost everyone down to a 2v3 situation. Recoverable weapon? Maybe not. Oaks shuts down Disrupt. That's a paranoia out in the face of Techno. Shots of desperation for Kohli to grab the kill. And we move up to an equalizer.
Solid stuff by Grayfox. And once again, if you talk about the overall impact Grayfox is going to have with these 2 rounds that they just got, it will be massive. Because you can clearly see the face of the True Rippers as well. They're not looking too happy after losing that pistol round. They knew if you want to secure the win easily, that pistol round is essential. And Grayfox, when there's an outlaw in the hands of Saya, it can be a big deal breaker right there. But then every single person from the side of True Rippers, they've got the full shields. And True Rippers on the attacking side, they have always been one of those teams that has been sort of dominant. And you can instantly see the same thing happening as well. True Rippers on the attack, they can just feel that confidence, and Deathmaker is the one to lead the charge. Aldron's going to find one of the tags as well, and Venka has been softened up, so he needs to back out.
But here's the thing, right? It's a very stacked site. But wait a second. Yeah, the rotation was being pulled towards the B, but as soon as the door opened, they're coming back in. And that's 4 players gonna burst out through tree. Adrian King, he's gonna be overwhelmed on the site itself. They don't have any major utilities to stop this one from happening, apart from a couple of shock darts. The molly comes in though. Vulnerable on Deathmaker. Needs to be smart and safe, but he loses the duel.
Spike down A.
Haun's used, and Venka able to get away with a 2-piece. Disrupt. I mean, yeah, he does get one of those kills, but the impact is something that matters a lot. Sayo's still ready with the outlaw, and he's going to go for the pop, and he does. Oh my god, Disrupt able to shut down Sayo as well. Unfortunately, True Rippers, they got too close to winning this round, but still, Grayfox was the one to come out on top. Impressive stuff. That's one of the advantages of Outlaw you can actually have. It is quite valuable in mid and late game scenarios, considering a lot of these players do get chipped up.
Was again an impeccable setup, plus the angle that Venka was holding, he was able to find a massive value, 2 kills of his own from that angle. And then eventually it just snowballed into another round win for the side of Grayfox. Yes, there was an attempt, but that was about it. Now a broken buy, while a full buy on the other side of Grayfox. Adrian King 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. And Hoax is going to feel a bit of a pressure. Information being given, Snakebite goes out. Prowler being cleared up, a death stopped in that off-angle position. A brilliant entry. But now, he's got to pave the way for his teammates. Double P comes in, but that was a massive paranoia. It eventually pushed back Helef. And the duel was isolated.
Oh, man. Adrian King, still there towards the A. And this match single-handedly with the Odin now is probably going to be a big pain for True Rippers to deal with. And Helef, I'm not sure what he can do. I'm really not sure what he can do. The only man left alive, he needs to connect some insane shots. The shock dart's going to be there to resist this control. Nice shot from Hellfighter. Hands him a reality check. Odin shut down. 30 seconds left on the clock. Needs to go for the plant too. Goes for the fake tap to try and force out some of the peaks, but Helef does not realize one thing, and that is every single player from Grayfox is playing the patience game. They're playing quite pushed back. Helef does not care if he's going to win or lose this round, but he wants a couple of more kills and do some more damage on the opponents, and Grayfox is now able to run away with the series of rounds.
Now this is brewing major trouble. Grayfox were able to win their pistol, then of course the anti-eco as well, and then the bonus round. And their economy is snowballing. Look at that, 4,000, 3,000, and then almost 4,000 crits in their back pocket. They've got the lockdown up, Hunter's Fury up. On the other side, Helef is the only one with an impactful ultimate. with the Nightfall, are they still gonna look to take the space towards A? That's the question. They've been doing that in previous few rounds, but it has not been helping them out a lot. And the Odin spam comes in as well. Try and connect a few of those shots. Do not even tap on that orb. You're dead.
Prowler's out. It's going to chase the man all the way to the backside.
It's been locked down. Are they going to try and fight for it? No, they're all respecting it. The Nightfall was also used up, but it did not even catch even a single player. That is so messy from True Rippers, and now they're all caught in the connector.
They indeed are. Look at Coley pushed up so deep. Oh man, Disrupt though. I mean, he's got some proactive control too. B-side taking over the entire map for now. It just feels like it's in the hands of True Rippers. And Deathmaker now starting to move up from the B itself.
Oh my
Grayfox
God.
getting some of the most crucial wins in the hands. These 1v1 duels that they're being handed out, and Grayfox is able to capitalize on the back of it perfectly. And Adrian King with the closure. Grayfox now to nowhere. As I mentioned, these series of rounds has really given them a lot of the confidence that they need.
I still do not understand the fact why they tried to brute force their way for the execute and then back off. If you really want to disrespect a lockdown, then you need to go in for a full-fledged committed fight to break the lockdown. They did not even have any utilities to take it down apart from maybe Deathmaker's paint shells. And on the other end of the spectrum, they also committed the Nightfall, and it was understandable that everyone on the side of Grayfox Esports would play back to dodge all of that utility. It's just such a smart play from Grayfox. And then eventually just getting stuck in the connector. Disrupt tried to make a play of his own. They wanted to go in for the plant as well, but being caught from 3 different directions is what caught them off guard. And gave the round away to Grayfox Esports, but what a massive play from the Foxes.
I mean, this tactical timeout from True Rippers is really needed too. They need to catch some breath and understand exactly how they're getting countered so hard on the attacking side, where they're supposed to be the one to dominate through. And Grayfox somehow are able to come up with some insane counters to every single strategy that True Rippers is trying to bring up. We're seeing some heavy communication being done from True Rippers to try and bring him back in the race once again, because for now the wind is in the sails of Grayfox. And they're just running away with the advantage too.
What are the chances that True Rippers are actually drained out? You really would not want to fight an Odin in that situation, even though they're trying to get in the wall bang. But Sayo with your should
there
get
we go.
one, and he does.
Sayo gifted that kill away. And now, are you taken down considering that's the sentinel they had, which could have been useful for the post plants. But once again, it is a broken economy. But every single player from True Rippers, they've still bought the sheriffs. That means they have some sort of hopes of converting some of these major kills, which they're not able to. Venka deletes Deathmaker. And then it's a 3v5 still. True Rippers at this point just getting picked off slowly and steadily. And as I mentioned, some of these individual peaks that are being given away, these solo peaks are really playing against True Rippers now. They're not able to play on the mechanics inside of this attacking side. And that shock dart as well, sort of chipping up Hell F. Still the spikes being planted. 2 of the players, so all the way at the top. Hoax is one of those players in the back lines as well. And these 3 players now are playing on the site. No one's playing towards street. Adrian King able to get the first, and yeah, now it's all down to Hell F where he just can't stand a chance.
Simple, smooth wrap up. Playing all the way towards the back. Getting a couple of picks off of the back of the contact of their players, and then going in for a full retake towards the A. Solid stuff from Grayfox Esports. And True Rippers are again now in a pretty precarious spot. And with every single round now lost, it's going to become even more daunting for them to move back up and try to bring in another comeback. Sayo has also got the Showstopper, pretty solid tool for the retake. Ryu 1 away from the lockdown. Deathmaker 1 away from his own Showstopper. So maybe they would try and play for the orbs on at least the one side. And then follow back up on potentially the lockdown. It's basically off the charts. You cannot try and take the orb, specifically when you know that there's an Odin out there. So C Mount is where they're all moving forward to.
You got to point to the players in the front. And look at Grayfox trying to make sure that True Rippers is meeting as much resistance as possible. 3v3 scenario. Odin in the hands, in the back lines. With that too, it's in the hands of Venka, and Venka's just getting taken care of. Good shot from Aryu with the operator. Crucial pick that gives the man advantage to the hands of True Rippers. Another chance restored to make this comeback happen. But still, Grayfox, as I mentioned, it's one of those teams that heavily relies on the timings and stuff. And Adrian King, he needs to win this first initial duel, and he does so.
Brilliant.
Perfect crouch peek that was. Nightfall utilized as well. That's going to give Adrian King's position away. And he's also quite low. He needs to wait a little bit more for his HP to restore back. But he's still pushing up. He's got a lot of confidence to win this entire duel. It's a 2v2. Showstopper used as well by Sayo. And he will be able to find that kill. Beautifully done. It's all down to Hellfighter. He's wrapped up from the back. But what was that? A whiff from Hellf. And that's going to cost him the most crucial round.
Haunting deja vu happening again. He made such a great play of using the Nightfall to go for the wraparound, and that too a quick one because no audio cues. But at the end of the day, just went in for a jump down, and the movement error just made his shots go wild. And he could not close it out. Aryu just... As soon as he saw his death coming over, he popped off all of the nanoswarms as well. Now Deathmaker is going to move forward, trying to take that space away, but that's not just enough. And again, repeating the play from the previous one, trying to go in for a crunch, but Oli was alone and he's been punished for that.
Grayfox looking to change the future. In the past, Grayfox has lost against True Rippers in a 13-10 fashion, but now Grayfox is on the verge of winning this Lotus! And Sayo kicks off on a great note. A 2K to start the day in this round. And now the last two remaining players. Argu's got his hands on the lockdown. If he wins this duel against Ghost, it can be so important, but he does not. It's done for, ladies and gentlemen. Disrupt is way too low. He cannot stand his own ground anymore. Unless if Disrupt's able to pull off some inhuman plays, which he has done in the past. True Rippers, they do have some individual heroes in their squad. But pulling off this clutch might just be too much to ask for. Sayo is one of those players that has been feeling himself. Venka, another one of those. And Hoax's Viper Pit makes it even more tougher to win this round. Disrupt smoking off the entrance. Fakes up the TP. Making the opponent seem like he's TP'd away, but then Venka knows exactly where he is. He heard it. It's going to be Grayfox, ladies and gentlemen, to close out the third map. It's going way too back and forth. These grand finals have been really close so far. But this time, it's Grayfox to close off the Lotus.
Stealing away the map pick of their opponents, and that too in a pretty solid style. Grayfox Esports now have the lead in this grand finals, as you mentioned, 2-1. Just need one more to close this entire series off. Such a great gameplay from this team, and what a discipline. You always love to see that happen. Be it True Rippers, be it Grayfox. This is one of the most fun grand finals that I've ever witnessed. And these teams are making sure that we are entertained a lot.
Who would have thought? Grayfox proving the stats completely unreal. In the past, Grayfox has lost against True Rippers, but then they completely just flipped the past. Now they have won against True Rippers on Lotus, and this is a big statement too. This win can also mean True Rippers' mental break, because they did not seem that satisfied with their performance on Lotus, which is understandable, but still their mental should not be drained just yet. They've still got a solid chance to win the finals.
They've got a solid one, but they've got to steal the next map away, so it's going to be even more difficult. But all in all, you could clearly see some problems in the basic mechanics of True Rippers themselves, specifically when they went in towards the attacking half, right? On the defense, they were just not able to grab as many rounds. I mean, yeah, no, you could still say it was a 7-5 situation. They did a phenomenal job in their defense. But again, moving on to their attack, they just could not grab as many rounds as you would expect them to. Lotus is an attack-centric map, but these teams in South Asia, they just make it seem entirely different.
Exactly. I mean, teams have been doing much more better on the defending side of things. So, yeah, as you mentioned, it just seems like a completely different thing. But no, Lotus is supposed to be the attack-centric map, and True Rippers getting countered so hard on their attack. It has indeed surprised me, because True Rippers is one of those teams that likes to assert their dominance in the early phase of the game. Now, moving on forward, the MVP is going to be Sayo with 267 ACS and KDF 1.6. Damage per round is going to be 171, and FP percentage will be 30.0. Sayo, this variation that we saw from him pulling out the Rays on the map of Lotus has worked out perfectly. But then Venka playing that KJ role so well too. Look at the kills, is not that far away, 18 to 12.
I mean, you can look as much as you want on the side of Grayfox. Look at Disrupt on True Rippers, dude. 21 and 15, 315 ACS.
Yeah.
That is
Disrupt
just
was
bonkers,
carrying.
and he was carrying. Unfortunately, not enough. Look at that. They only planted the spike 5 times and not even a single one of them was converted. It was all the way straight 8 rounds for Grayfox Esports on their defense. Not a single one given up. True Rippers, that's a massive smack on their face, specifically when I was mentioning that their attack has been looking a little bit better.
This was the scoreline that I never thought I would see. I thought we might see Lotus going OT after we saw Grayfox dominating through. Look at the A site. The entire A side is just filled with the red zones. I mean, on the side itself, towards the plant area, there were a lot of fights going on till the back sides, and then you also saw the fights towards the drop. You move on forward towards the C site. There were a majority of fights as well, but the site that was least contested was the B side itself.
This is the thing, man. I mean, yeah, B side very less contested, and at the same time, you could clearly see. I love the plays that they were trying to make, because at the end of the day, even when we were seeing those constant pinch towards the C mount, like, so here's the thing: whenever a team loves to play aggressive over towards C mount, the opponents, they try to go in for a pinch when they're on the defense. They try to pinch them directly from the C main opening choke point, and as well the rotating doors, and for that you need to have the B control or the entire B main control. And a counter to that play is to take presence towards the mount and make sure that you've got some decent amount of presence towards the B main itself, and then go in for a return pinch. We did see True Rippers trying to go for that, but the timing was just extensively off. And that is one of the reasons their players were getting caught in those positions. And that's just a couple of rounds that I'm mentioning. In all the other ones, I mean, you could clearly see some basic mistakes that even they know that they were making and might want to improve upon heading into the next map.
And not just that, even Deathmaker wasn't able to play that well. And remember the point that I made?
Yes.
If True Rippers Deathmaker is not playing that well, they have struggled every single time. And once again, the same thing happens. Deathmaker not able to pop off that well on the attacking side, not able to get some of those crucial entry frags, has really put the players of True Rippers in a big state of discomfort now. They're in a big sign of worry. They do not exactly know what to do in the upcoming map, because for now, they need to find a cure to this problem. Deathmaker's inconsistency.
Because normally you would see him popping off like anything, right? But Grayfox is just another side of the story. And since the next map is going to be split, where we're already seeing Grayfox doing a pretty solid job. Not quite sure. You could say that True Rippers have played split more than Grayfox, but yeah, at the end of the day, with the performance that we have seen from the side of Grayfox right now on this map itself, clearly shows how well disciplined they are. They were not doing anything flashy. They were winning in their aims, yes, but they were having that map control for their side. And that is one of the most crucial plays that you can make. And they were just punishing the mistakes of True Rippers.
They were. And True Rippers on the opposite side, as I mentioned, Deathmaker not being able to pop off, it really just put the entire team in a big state of discomfort because entry frags are not there. Then you really need to rely on the initiator. You really need to rely on the other players, and even the other players are not able to get that good follow-up. Every single round, once again, was getting super up close, by the way. Keep that thing in mind, too. It was super close every single round. So that's where Grayfox as well was also being put in a bit of a problem. But then later on in the second half, yeah, the pistol round was lost by Grayfox, but still, it's all about winning some of those buy rounds. And Grayfox are winning those rounds when it mattered the most. Grayfox winning those crucial rounds, once again, put them back on the lead. And then the series of the rounds they were getting back to back was a big issue, was a major issue for True Rippers.
Let's be honest, it all started in a 5-0 fashion where True Rippers were the ones who were having lead. Yeah. And then a massive comeback being pulled off by Grayfox to equalize the scoreline to a 5-5. That is basically where the backs started to break for True Rippers because they just could not find the answer to the adjustments of Grayfox. And that's the thing, like every single time I have been mentioning this exact same point. Whenever it's Grayfox playing and they seem to be in an area of discomfort, you would see them bringing in a small adjustment. And then their opponents, they just seem to be very disconnected. And it just basically puts them in a very confusing spot where they are not able to find any answer to that. And Grayfox, they did not do any kind of flashy thing yet again. They were doing their basics things that too pretty well. And that's all it took for this team to quickly make a comeback, and getting 8 straight rounds on the defense clearly shows you that there has been some massive problems in the calling of the attack. So True Rippers would need to make an adjustment on it to move forward in the next map.
And a lot of times, Seaside was being played completely on the retake potential.
Exactly.
We only saw one of the defenders on the C side, then the Killjoy utility was majority of the times on the B side itself, probably to try and stop the entrance. But then once again, towards B, it was really tough to stop them, right? Because they just never entered. And whenever they tried to showcase some sort of presence, they would just try to get that presence done for a couple of extra kills that can put them in the advantage. But overall, we did not see B-side being contested that heavily. So that's another big of a problem. But still, in general, playing the C-side on the retake and still coming out on top because True Rippers was sometimes going for the overcommitment. That's where the major problem relied. You remember that waterfall push from Grayfox? Just completely pinching the players of True Rippers when they try to push all the way to the backside? That was the prime example of that.
And, you know, we've seen this meta now kind of evolving on the map of Lotus, where teams kind of rely on retaking towards the seaside. And it has been working out phenomenally for most of them. You could take the examples of Carmine Corps up against Fnatic. They did the exact same thing. And that's what has been adapted by Grayfox Esports, if not entirely, just a little bit of it. And that's all you need, you know, some small spices from the recipe books of the others to cook a perfect meal. And they've served it us in a silver platter. So we'll be looking forward to what's going to happen on the map of Split. That will be up next. But the stats do suggest that Grayfox might take that home.
And once again, whenever you see a 3-sided map, you have to play at least one of the sides on the retake. That's simple meta right there. You either try to play the B side on the retake, or you either try to play the C side. For example, Heaven, which is of course not currently in the competitive pool, but still, given an example of Heaven, you either see the B side completely on the take, where you just see one of the Killjoy, either Killjoy or Cypher playing towards that side, or maybe one of the controllers playing over there, who is probably going to be playing the retake angle if the A side's being hit, or the C side's being hit. But then you talk about the C side, there's one player towards Garage and one player on the C side. So in general, this is how it goes. You try to play at least one side on the retake potential. And over here, these guys were switching between the B and C. Majority of the times, they were just playing the C side on the retake. There were a couple of rounds where we saw the players just stacking up on the A side as well, where it did work out quite well for them. But in general, this is what you need to do. If it's a 3-sided map, you need to play the one side on the retake. You cannot divide your attention equally on all the sides.
Yeah, they were doing such a great job on that. And honestly, I was still pretty paranoid about the fact that they were bringing the Sova into the mix on Adrian King. And previously, when they played on that one, they could not grab the win against Medal. But it's again, Medal just being super solid on their own fundamentals and going for the set plays, which were eventually difficult to break. But right now, for True Rippers, it just seemed that they brought in the fade, but there were no solid setup plays coming on the back of it. Let's be honest, we did not really see the Seize nade combinations either.
And remember, I mentioned this too. True Ripper's agent composition was much more better if you're trying to compare it to Grayfox's. Yeah, there was just one change, which was a Fade, but still overall Fade is much more viable on this map, in my opinion. So, still True Rippers losing out against Grayfox sometimes really just makes us question, were True Rippers really ready against Grayfox on the map of Lotus? Or did they just pick this map because they once defeated them in the past?
Maybe again, it all depended on the bans, right? And since the bans were both completed by Grayfox,
Yeah,
they just
true.
had to kind of pick the order in which the maps were supposed to be played. So they thought maybe they're going to have a better chance on the map of Lotus. Why not just pick it first? Because again, I've been mentioning it time and time again, Split has not been looking that pretty for True Rippers. They've been pretty decent on it. They still run the same Gecko Breach combination, and it proves to be very valuable. But we know that Grayfox, they just needed one adjustment on the map of Split, and if I'm not wrong, Winka would potentially play on Cypher. And once that happens, you know that most of the sites are basically the simple entries that you would normally take, or the lurk plays that you would normally go with, they have been cancelled out. So I'm kind of expecting the same kind of composition from Grayfox. On the other side, True Rippers, I am pretty intrigued to see what new thing can they bring on the table.
Once again, you brought up a really good point right there. Unfortunately, they did not really have a chance to ban any of the maps, but I still feel like even if they did have a chance to ban the map, they would have still went for Bind. Bind is much more weaker for them, right? Bind, statistically speaking, they have been struggling on the map of Bind a lot. So I think so going for the Bind ban could have been much more better for True Rippers. I think so they genuinely picked up Lotus because they thought that they can come out on top. But unfortunately, they just couldn't. Unfortunately, they just couldn't. They saw Metal Esports destroying Grayfox on Lotus, and that sort of gave True Rippers a fake confidence, thinking that maybe they can't pull off the same thing as well, but unfortunately, no. Lotus is still pretty much a strong suit for Grayfox. The only reason is because Grayfox is much more a patient team.
But again, we've been just going in for these podcast hours time and time again, right? It is basically going to be the time for the teams to get ready for the map of Split, and for us to potentially guess what the agent composition is going to look like. Whatever has happened in the past has already happened, and everything in terms of the map video has already been set in stone. You cannot dwindle back on it. Now you need to just focus on what's coming next. And for honestly, my judgment and my idea, True Rippers, like, they have been constantly showing some various compositions, and against Revenant Esports themselves, we did see them picking up the KO Astra lineup as well, with the KO and Breach with the initiators, and alongside with an Astra into the mix. They did not run a Viper composition. They've got a Cypher as well as a Raze. Maybe they will pull off the exact same comp. Again, I'm mentioning I am pretty intrigued to see that, but I will be pretty paranoid based on what Grayfox will bring back. But it might be possible we might not see a Viper from either of the teams, and I'm pretty sad about it.
I mean, it's still a might right there, right? You're not confirmed, you're not sure. And recently we have been seeing a lot of those changes on the fly too, right? Just to sort of bring in that mix of mystery. And sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't work. So it really depends. Grayfox is one of those teams, I've been mentioning this over and over again, they like to stick to the classic compositions. They do not want to experiment. The only team that would actually experiment is True Rippers. But speaking of Grayfox, I doubt we're going to be seeing any of that. They would probably try to stick to the classic compositions, nothing else.
Hey, if I'm not wrong, I remember you mentioning the exact same thing, that Grayfox might not go in for the experiments, and the next thing I know is that they pulled off a crazy composition back when they were playing against Revenant Esports. And if I'm not wrong, it was again on the map of Bind, I guess. I'll have to get a stat check on the back of that one, or maybe it was on the map of Ascent itself.
It was on Ascent.
Let's have to again.
Viper Omen combination that you were talking about.
Viper Omen composition, yes, exactly. Correct, beautiful. Thank you for that stat check out there. But at the end of the day, we're going to have a look at Sayo as well. The man you should potentially watch out for.
Exactly, 230 ACS overall, of course, and the ranking of #5, then the FP percentage of 17.1. Sayo, one of those consistent fraggers from Grayfox, but how can you forget about Venka too? He's also been there at the top of the board. Venka on the role of KJ is unable to pull off some of the poppy plays that we've seen in the past, but hey, he's doing his job. He's doing his part. He's still quite consistent on the fragging department. Sayo playing that duelist role, that's a big change for Sayo as well, and he actually plays that perfectly too. So calm, cool, collected. We've not seen a lot of expressions on Sayo's face.
If I'm not wrong, when he was playing Cypher and he was getting some nasty lurk plays, that was the time when we were seeing quite a few expressions on his face. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, you sometimes need the poker face and your gamer face on. You love to see that happen. But again, it's going to come down to the exact same situation. It's going to be the confidence that the players need. And Ryu, he was seeming to be full of it, but now based on the previous couple of maps, he's also kind of having a tough time.
True Rippers, the only thing they really need to do is clear their mindset and move into the upcoming map. That's all they need to do. Just don't overthink a lot of the stuff. Just try and focus on the upcoming matchup. And if you do well, it's an icing on top of the cake. But then if you don't, you're pretty much going to be costing yourself the series and also the grand finals. You won't be the winners of the split 1. But then once again, somewhere down the line, we know split 2 is somewhere that matters the most for these players too. But still, getting the split 1 victory and getting the split 2 victory at the same time, just imagine. It sounds like a Cinderella run.
Imagine again, that's going to be the best case scenario. But for now, the best case scenario for True Rippers would be for Ryu to perform. ACS of 196.6 is 20th on that ranking. Not that high, but still, it's pretty solid. Because you know that he's going to step up specifically in those clutch situations. And he's been doing a pretty decent job in that. But now is basically the time for a do or die. Because True Rippers have got no cushioning to fall back on. If this map is done, if this map is lost, then it's all lost. All of their Cinderella run down in drain. But it's fine though, because I eventually guessed that Grayfox would potentially win this entire tournament. That was my prediction though.
You really got to show it off, huh? Really got to flex it.
Indeed. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess one of the men who has been a big support behind this entire win has to be Adrian King. He has been playing so well. He's really good when it comes to utilizing the utilities. Communication has been point from him. And then also when it comes to the fragging department, he's doing a great job. Look at these stats. Look at the ACS. 215. That's really good. So Adrian King as well plays a massive role behind the succession of Grayfox Esports.
You can always see the impact he has whenever he plays on Sova, be it on the sky. He is always there. The recons, perfect. Shock dart as well. It kind of chips off the opponents pretty well. And he's again been one of those pillars. He's been one of the man who stands when everyone on the side of Grayfox kind of falter. And he keeps the team together. And that's really what you need from your initiator player. The flashes are like almost every single time perfect. And they're there wherever you need them to be. And this guy, he also had a roster swap, if I'm not wrong. Previously, he was also in Revenant Esports, and now he's playing in for the side of Grayfox. And it seems that this was the missing piece of puzzle Grayfox needed, and they've been doing such a flawless job together.
I like the fact that True Rippers still have got some smiles on their faces. Disrupt is one of those players that is quite expressive when it comes to his emotions, and you hardly see him not smile. That's one of the best parts about Disrupt. That's why he's super consistent. He does not let the intensity of the game just spoil his mindset. He's always having a smile on his face. He's always feeling quite good. And that really puts him ahead of the curve. A player versus player comparison between Kohli and Disrupt. 191.9 ACS, 213.8. And then the KD of 1.9. The KD is not that far behind, but still it's about the impact that you're having. And ACS showcases that.
And it does not matter what role you literally put Disrupt on. Yep. You used to play the duelist as well, and now he's the one who plays initiator, and he is still being top on the charts. And if I'm not wrong, in the previous one, he kind of played Omen and still showed the impact that this guy has. So you could basically flex him onto any place, and he will still be showing you the exact same numbers. On the other side though, Kohli, yes, he's basically hell-bent onto that Omen role and the one who is basically the controller of the team. And you could always rely on him. He sometimes make those flashy plays too, but most of the times he's got those crucial kills. He's got those crucial timings on the map itself. Be it of the smokes, be it of the lurks that he could potentially pull off. You always love to see that.
Everyone, for now, it's just waiting for the game to begin. I'm pretty sure there's some issues going on, which we will get sorted as soon as possible, but this game is split. Might just be the decider. Might just be the last map. As you mentioned, talking about the stats, they really do favor Grayfox. But then True Rippers as well in the past, on split, they have proven themselves. The curve can go on any side. And True Rippers, considering they know that the opponent does have a map lead, they're still pretty chill. Enjoying their time over here in the arena. They're just waiting out for the game to begin as well. Just waiting for the issues to get sorted. And how can you forget to talk about RU? Another great player on the team. Previous year in 2023, RU used to play controllers. And now we've seen that shift in the roles as well come through, but still it has not affected RU's performance. He's always been one of the impact fraggers from the side of True Rippers. You can see that on the map of Icebox that we saw, the first map of the day. And RU was able to perform phenomenally well. It went OT, and RU had some of the most insane clutches in that.
Told you, if it's a clutch, you can place your bets on RU. And he's been proving us time and time again as to why he is one of the best clutch players out there. If he had a stat of the number of clutches performed, I personally would say RU would honestly be in at least the top 3, if not the top 2. So that's the amount of impact that this man alone has. And yeah, I know, ladies and gentlemen, it's basically the podcast hours. We've been yapping around for a while, but it's fine. Good things take time. And that right there was just a rhyme.
As we mentioned, good things indeed do take time. And right now, I mean, we've got some of the best teams in front of us right now. To be honest, speaking of the storyline completely, Revenant Esports getting kicked out from the lowers bracket is something none of us expected, right? I personally expected a fight from Revenant Esports, at least till the grand finals against Grayfox. I expected a grand finals between Grayfox and Revenant Esports, but then True Rippers' run has been completely a date with destiny. It has been a dream run for them, and they have been playing super well. Now just look at the map of split. We've got the heat map of split in front of us, and the A side and the B side. In general, towards the B side, you see majority of the fights just happening towards the back. But towards the entry, we don't see a lot of happening.
Yeah, because majorly whenever Grayfox wants to execute towards the B side, they try and take the pathings through the mail room, take the B heaven control, and then drop down. And that is the reason why we see a lot of red dots out there as well. But look at towards the A side. Heaven control is something that they barely maintain. They always go directly from the main, take that control, and move forward towards the side, try to fight towards the screen as well. So I'm not quite sure how well it is going to pan out for them in this one, because normally we've seen True Rippers maintain the A heaven control, try and keep that space to them, and then quickly go in for the flood. It has been working out for their side, and I have to wait. We all have to just wait and see if in case that strategy will work out against Grayfox, because I've been mentioning it. If you need to execute towards the A and you want to hold the post plant down, you kind of want to have the control over towards the heaven. While we're looking for the side of True Rippers, it's entirely filled with so many spaces. They clearly shows they like to work around the map, also showing the presence towards the spawn itself, taking the fight almost over towards the A heaven, A main, B mail room, B site. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, this is the prime example. When we say True Rippers likes to assert dominance, this is it right here. When you talk about Grayfox, their mid presence was not that much. But then look at True Rippers. There's so much fights happening towards heaven as well. Of course, towards site, there's fights happening all across the board. And then towards the A side, that's where the heavy contention comes through. But overall, True Rippers, as I mentioned, they are one of those teams that likes to assert the dominance. And then Grayfox is another one of those teams that likes to rely on their capability, which is much more relying on their tactical nature and their discipline. And they're quite the disciplined team as well. You rarely see them making some of the plays on the fluke.
I would agree with you on that fact because, again, if in case there were any plays being made on the fluke, and if in case there's any team relying on that one, they would not even make it in the top 8. And as if you remember, the close competition created a little bit of a drama as well back during the group stages, where all the 3 teams, that was Reckoning, Medal and True Rippers, they had the same scoreline, 4 wins and 3 losses. It all just came down to the map differences or the round differences between these 3 teams itself. If I'm not wrong, it was the map differences. So yeah, at the end of the day, it was again a very tight competition, but only one of these teams will eventually prevail and be the best of the nation for at least split 1. And it's again Nissan just having the time of his life, man. I really need that hand fan. It looks super fun.
Not that. He's listening to a song. I'm pretty sure he's listening to a song.
And he's singing too.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's just relaxing at this point. Listening to a song, relaxing. He's also got the hand fan. So yeah, it's just Disrupt is chilling right now. This is the prime example when you say, I'm chilling. That's the prime example right there. Everyone just waiting for the game to begin, including the same thing for the players of Grayfox. And why does Saya look so pissed? He looks like he's about to break the monitor.
The man just really wants to play the game, while you can see a bit of a worry on the face of Techno. And if you talk about Phased, Deathmaker is the one who seems to be like that. He's like, come on, just start the game. I want to play. I want to play Raze. I want to use the showstopper. I want to make those flashy plays that I did back against Revenant Esports to win the map for my team.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of those flashy plays.
Who isn't?
Yeah.
Hey, Adrian King, that's way too close to your monitor. We've seen quite a few players who actually put their face way too close to the monitor. Like, normally we've seen pro players do that, but it's even closer than that. Yeah, Venka does that. And if I'm not wrong, on the international stage, there's Redgar, whose face is literally inside the monitor.
I mean, hey, whatever rocks their boat, right? I mean, they're quite nutty players too, so yeah, Venka is one of those players that is known for his aim. And I guess I have tried playing with my monitor closer. It does actually feel like you were in the game. It does sort of help your aim too, but it hurts your eyes too, I'm not gonna lie.
Exactly. I mean, my eyes pain a lot whenever I try to do that. And that's probably one of the reasons why I'm so far back down in the ranking system and not there sitting like the pro players. That's just the skill diff. But they've got to get their all the skills on point. And hey,
I might drop a song a week. Let's go, go, go.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It tortures you with lag.
The upgraded OMEN tempest cooling technology. OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor.
Overheating is a gamer's hell. It plucks the fun out of 4K graphics. Ouch!
The upgraded OMEN Tempest cooling technology beats the hell out of overheating.
OMEN 16 with Intel Core i7 processor.
Phillips.
Don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी जीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land.
break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा मेरी दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with the pistol. Put your back down on your knees with the pistol. Put your back down on your knees with the pistol. 'Cause I am the Raja. One enemy remaining. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the Raja.
My ultimate isn't ready.
One enemy remaining.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你比胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great I go wave up and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You want flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人sen视，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和点酸奶之间出了那战斗。Great I go way put my pave on my way。
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that break, we've gotten those technical issues sorted out. And yes, once again, happy faces on the side of True Rippers. Keep that thing in mind. The score so far is 2-1, favoring the players of Grayfox. The upcoming map can be the closure if Grayfox is able to play phenomenally well. But it really depends how this split is going to be played out by True Rippers themselves.
Could potentially be a pretty close affair, I'll be honest, and that's what everyone would love to see, but we all wanted to see the agent select, and that's exactly what we've got on our screens. There's a Breach Chaos, Cypher, Raze, and Astra, yet again the same lineup by True Rippers.
Grayfox as well, not really changing anything. Once again, sticking to that comfort zone. As I mentioned, nothing new on the block here. Cypher's going to be pulled out as well by Grayfox Esports, including OMEN on Decoli, and then we see Raze being played by Sayo. So far, we have not seen Venka play a duelist. Even in the previous map, it was Sayo who was playing the duelist, and now it's once again Venka who is playing the Sentinel role. So this shift that we're seeing from Wenka, let's hope that even inside of the map of Split, he's able to consistently put up the numbers. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of Split. This can't be the last map of the Grand Finals of Split 1. But if True Rippers showcases some insane dominance as usual, then things can be different.
It's again a big maybe is indeed high, and they've got to make sure that they don't crumble under it. Of course, it's going to be a pretty close affair though, but 4 ghosts now being pulled up, 3 frenzies into the hands of Grayfox Esports, who are playing in a split of a 1, 2, and 2. Potentially want to go in for a mid crunch, and that's where True Rippers have also got a starting few attention.
Adrian King. I mean, he's pulled out a frenzy right next to Sayo as well. On the attacking side, you can clearly tell just by the pistols pick from Grayfox. They want to go really aggressive. We might just see a W key push from them. Deathmaker's super low, by the way. He's only got 2 HP to back him up. 3 frenzies on the board for Grayfox. Yes, it's going to be a W key push to the players towards Heaven. Deathmaker's position's compromised. And yeah, the Tasmanian Tiger's going to eat this man. Already off the rip, they've got the first 2 kills, but then Disrupt is taken down to 48 HP. He peeks out through the smoke, explodes on the face, and still keeps it going. Deathmaker... Disrupt is alive. Even Deathmaker was taken down, unfortunately, in the past, so Heaven was completely left open.
Great way to work around with the way that they want to start the game. Early on, they wanted to go for the pop flash push, but it was stopped in. But the breach stun that came in from, if I'm not wrong, LF. And then they just re-cleared all of that area with the Sky's Trailblazer. Followed it up. Got the perfect round for themselves. Now again, 3 people towards the B. A couple of players want to play over the long area of A, expecting a fast push from True Rippers because they're on a weaker buy. But mid is where True Rippers are aggressing, and that's not just True Rippers, only Deathmaker.
Oh, the stun should have came through a little bit earlier.
Yes.
I think so. The communication wasn't exactly on the point. Deathmaker went for the peak before the stun even came through. Yeah, a little bit of a blunder over there.
That's not the kind of blunder you can potentially afford right now when the stakes are this high.
Yep.
So of course, these are the small things that need to be checked.
Sayo? Yeah. They're taking their sweet time, right? That was a good flash once again, but then Sayo was just able to easily retaliate, move up, just run and gun with the Spectre. Are you good shots with the Classic? But that's all he's going to find.
Again, he had the Classic in the hand. He was in a 1 and done angle. Was taken care of as soon as his position was revealed. So good round yet again coming in from the side of Grayfox Esports. We've got a lot of supporters out there. Darshita as well out in the mix, and the full Grayfox family. That's the kind of support you would always need to show. So why not some people in the chat as well start to do the same thing? Type out, who do you think will win out this one? Will it be Grayfox winning in a 3-1 way? Or will it be True Rippers forcing the map of Breeze? Because the starting suggests the former.
Kohli. Still towards main. Sayo as well, right there around the corner. 3 of the players just peeking out. Knife being destroyed, 2 on the fly, and Venka has got his hands on the Guardian. Venka, even though he's not playing the duelist, still he's the one to lead the pack towards ramps. It's kind of weird to me. Venka sealing off the complete entrance, making sure that his team's not going to be lurked upon later on if they do try to push through the main itself. The Tasmanian Tiger's going to spot out the entire tripwire that's there. So the Trailblazer doing its job. And now slowly and steadily, the player's just looking for to burst onto the site. Venka was able to get the first one, then Kohli instantly follows back up. This is still the bonus round for the players. Are you not able to do anything? He loses that duel against a Frenzy. And Grayfox, what a flawless round this was on Split.
Techno getting the first one. Just a couple of consolations, maybe because there's already a backstab on its way and a smoke up on his face. Backed up. Oh, he's just waiting for it. He's gonna get chased, is he not? Oh, trying to pull off a fake. Never mind. Adrian King shuts him down and they're gonna get the rifle upgrade too. Grayfox Esports starting things off on such a solid note. And it potentially is going to be a 4-0. True Rippers again not being able to break the momentum that Grayfox Esports are carrying for themselves. And that's again always what you normally see. Grayfox do not care about the heaven control of A. They always go from the direct main, take care of the screens, have got the full site control, plan towards the back and then maintain it.
I mean, they have been ripped off of their economy, if you'd like to say so.
Making a push.
4 players, yeah, pushing through the main. It's also a little bit of a stack. The man's ready with the paranoia too. Flashes up close. Instantly backs away. Grayfox as well. They've realized there's a big push coming through the B side, so you might as well just try to avoid that completely and move towards the A, because Venka was lurking around here. And he's found the entrance. He's found a lot of that deep control. And every single player from Grayfox, they've already moved up. This should be an easy plant. And the retake potential from the side of True Rippers, considering they do not really have a lot of the utilities there. Or even if they do have the utilities, they're not going to be using it in this round, considering it's just an eco. They would try to save it, at least for the upcoming round. Here we go. Venka with the first one. Now just trying to tap away a couple of skulls. He's also quite softened up. So Venka needs the regrowth.
But Aiden is like, it's fine. You can get that in the next round when you'll be product to full HP. A flawless round. Not a dent on the economy. That is just a genius play from Grayfox Esports. Again, they realize whenever True Rippers are on an eco, they play it safe. And then they capitalize on the back of it in such a smart way. You could not ask for any better start for Grayfox Esports. And they've already got 2 massive ultimates. The Rolling Thunder is already up for Hoax. Venka with the Neural Theft. Get the first pick and you have all the information you need. Operator over towards the A ramp, but B and mid is where we are seeing some attention being shown by Grayfox. Similar to the pistol round. Oh my god, Helef!
That's something you do not want to see. Aftershock from Helef. Perfectly placed and perfectly timed. I mean, getting the value to it, what it's needed. And Helef is still ready with the Tremor too. Just look at that in the back. But a counter Tremor as well, all the way towards the back lines, also being utilized. The timing this time was perfect. True Rippers, good utility utilization on the fly, and Hellfighter gets a 3K. Last 2 players towards main, and Techno is looking to push up inside of the smoke. Which might just be a big commitment. Yeah, then he just backs away. Coley's now just looking for the flank. There's not going to be anyone. Techno has actually got that proactive control as well. Places another smoke on top of that. Aftershock not being used at the right spot. And Techno is really holding an off angle. He's not going to be expected in that spot. Techno gets the trade, but... yeah, I mean... Hoax is the only man left alive now and is also being stunned.
Fault line over the fault line, and Hoax will be taken care of by Deathmaker's operator as well. True Rippers now bouncing back. And again, that's such a good understanding of the positioning. Because that Aftershock is exactly what got them the start. And now we're seeing some True Rippers cheers as well out in the arena. But here's the thing. This one was again a slow default coming in from Grayfox. Not changing a lot of things, but this one seems to be a quick burst directly over in the A. And they've got Rolling Thunder, they can definitely do that. Techno has got the Cosmic Divide, the Disrupt 1 away from Null Command, so would want to play in for the on. Oh my god!
Okay, True Rippers finally waking up. Trailblazers out towards the site once again, and Venka's already found the entrance. I'm not exactly sure why Disrespect, but still, He was not able to get any type of value. The disrespect was there, but it should have been on the back of some sort of value. And look at this Rolling Thunder being used to compromise a little bit more and capitalize. Adrian King was able to get a massive 2-piece, but there's another man around the corner. Another paranoia comes in, forces both those players to fall back.
Phenomenal Rolling Thunder. They realized where the players would be playing. That Maker caught out lacking because of the lurk of Kohli, which was unanticipated, and now it's a shorty up close and personal. Kohli will wrap it up with his Phantom. Shorty is just not needed. A great play by Grayfox yet again. Sayo, he started things off with a satchel out, only for his life to be thrown out by the shot of Death Maker. But yet again, they just did not reclaim the space. Because it's been the same story. Grayfox like to execute the side from mid. They don't care about the heaven at all. And they went in for the exact same execute. Taking all of that space and then moving forward, because they've got the space on the side, they could invest the Rolling Thunder on the heaven and in CT where players were stacked up. Following up on that, they got a massive pick. And that's all you need. 5-1, and Grayfox starting things off in a crazy fashion on attack.
This is not a good sign. Disrupt. He looks sad. And it's a tactical pause from TR2 to realize what exactly is not working that well. How are the opponents able to enter inside of the site so freely? I mean, the one round they won was completely on the back of that breach, which was Helif. He was able to get a 3K. Once again, relying on the heroics of a single player. At the end of the day, it's a team game, and you need to play it like a team. Just relying on one single player every time to carry you to that victory should not be the way to go. True Rippers, they need to perform on the equal level, every single player. And look at that economy now. Broken Buys on the board. Stingers, Sheriffs, Classics. They've also got a Bulldog and a Guardian. Probably tough to get any sort of value, but nice then Techno pops off. Okay. Techno starting it off instantly. Giving the advantage in the hands of True Rippers. But Grayfox, they've still got 4 players and 4 better weapons in their hands. The stun was there on the point. Showstopper pulled out. Every single player just looking to back away instantly. No value found with that.
So only a few seconds into the round and they've already waited out one of the massive ultimates, which I was about to say. And the Neuro Theft has also been used up to try and figure out where the position of the players would be.
Oh my god, crucial.
And that just gave out them all the information that they need. Yeah, they're going to push directly from the vents, but this reposition from Aryu, it could be detrimental if it's not checked. And he's not.
Oh no, Aryu whiffs the second spray. And now it's taken down to a 3v3, ladies and gentlemen. The site's also taken away. A couple of Vandals being retrieved as well. A Vandal, Guardian, and a Bulldog in the hands. And Deathmaker is able to find some value. But then an instant trade comes through with Kohli. Grayfox really making this round as close as possible. Before True Rippers, already they have done a lot of damage on the opponents. And they have decent amount of economy too in the upcoming round. So this is important round for True Rippers. If they do win this, Grayfox will be facing a real challenge, but Grayfox too, they've got a lot of economy. It's all about asserting the dominance for now. But Kohli, he still wins that duel towards Elbow. A big problem now. Hoax looking to back flank this, but yeah, Kohli's there. He just wins it fair and square.
I wanted to see a flash play come in from the KO because if I'm not wrong, Disrupt had a flash remaining and a fragment as well. He got the knife up. I was expecting him to use those utilities instead of actually going in for the dry peek. Helef was the one who went in for that dry peek. Again, I was expecting him to wait a few seconds. He had the fault line up too.
This goes here.
But yeah, the wraparound coming in from Grayfox, that could have sealed the deal either way. 6-1 start. Almost a full house on the end apart from the showstopper which was used previously. So this round should be a True Rippers round unless... Again, we're going to see some crazy plays. Sayo one away from the showstopper. Adrian King wants to try and find the first fight over towards the main, but Deathmaker wins it and Disrupt finds the timing.
I mean, I'm just surprised.
Okay.
Good start though. But I mean, if you remember on the map Lotus 2, True Rippers was getting some of the early advantage, but then later on, they were just thrown away. True Rippers do not need to repeat the history once again. They need to pull something new out of the bag here. Techno wins that crucial duel. This is really important. Great flash. The man turned around and dodged it, and Techno peeks on the back of that. True Rippers, nicely done. A really solid round.
A much needed one indeed. Getting the second one on board. But it's not just enough. They've got to win 4 more in consequence. Consecutively. That's the only way for them to try and bring this map back from the brink of that disadvantage that Grayfox were able to set up. However, Showstopper up for them, along with the Seekers. Pearly has also got the From the Shadows, expensive recon, which would normally call. It's been a couple of rounds now. True Rippers have been having all of the full house on that ultimate apart from the Showstopper. So, I am expecting them to potentially use a couple at least in this one. Otherwise, they will face problems. Specifically on those ult rotations.
True Rippers realizing that their real value lies in aggression. And that's why you see Deathmaker once again trying to make some of those aggressive plays. Hellfighter in towards mid has been a big problem with that stun. And if you communicate that stun well enough, then Hellfighter is actually providing a lot of that value too. A counter stun coming through. But then Hellfighter's still ready with his own. And he hasn't baited the ability out just yet. He hasn't used his stun just yet, my friend.
I've got your trail.
He's still got it in the hands. Seeker's out as well to give the positions away. Deathmaker's positions compromised. They know there's one man right towards the heaven. This is where Deathmaker just keeps on lining it up. Good crosshair placement. One after one peek. And Deathmaker gets the advantage and Disrupt with a 2K to close it off.
Deathmaker was just farming, and that small pause that was forced on the side of Grayfox Esports was because of the fact that he threw out the paint shells. And normally you would not see a tripwire down there in vents, but this time the placement from Aryu of that one tripwire was actually crucial and also detrimental because they had to wait, break that. That gave enough time for Deathmaker to break out that Seeker, throw out the paint shell as well, and then of course just farm the opponents who peaked one after the other. As you mentioned, a great crosshair placement, but Grayfox Esports also finding quite a decent amount of space in the mid. If there was anyone to follow up on the back of that fault line, that could actually have been pretty difficult for True Rippers to come back from. But yeah, they just did not realize the size of the fish that they were catching.
Man, he's been having a lot of fun, huh?
Oh, who isn't? I love the crowd as well out there.
3 to 6. 3 to 6 being the scoreline, man. And slowly and steadily, True Rippers once again making this comeback happen. But still the economy on the side of Grayfox isn't shaking that much.
Don't keep them ground.
For now, I see Hoax on that Bulldog, which can be a bit of a difference, but still not that much. And Grayfox is not able to find that initial value anymore because True Rippers is adapting on the fly pretty quick. And True Rippers has been playing throughout the entire day, by the way. They've also played the first BO3 series. Now they're also playing this BO5 against Grayfox. And once again, good utilities being utilized. But Deathmaker, overcommitment from his side. He should have backed away.
What timing on one of the players, specifically Hoax, if I'm not wrong. And that's the reason why he committed so long for that spray. Oh my goodness, Techno, good for one. But the Showstopper should get the seal done, and it did.
A 3v3 on the makings. And Grayfox still doubting their choice. Is going for the A choice a good choice or not? Disrupt just going for the peaks around the corners. There's a smoke towards screen.
30 seconds left.
And Disrupt just looking to pop flash out of that smoke. Every single person's position's compromised for now. They know exactly where every single player is too. And Grayfox looking to get the high ground control in their hands. The faster they do so, the better it is. There's a man towards green. Every single player just looking to burst out from the heaven side. They get the trade initially, but then later on it's Disrupt with the kills. Kohli has been surrounded by both the sides, and he's got nowhere to go.
Good round coming in from True Rippers. Can that quick anchor? I believe the idea was there, but it just seemed that they did not anticipate Techno pushing up so far forward that he was able to get 2 before falling. And yeah, the showstopper was also invested, but again, they took that pause, and it also gave enough time to the members of True Rippers go in for that reposition. They've been having this cosmic divide for forever, along with the neural theft. Fast push, Stinger in hand, Sayo will push back by the nice scan, goes in for a wide peek, only to get taken down by RU. Disrupt in the meantime throws out the fragment to stop the push. Neural theft being committed. They should know every single thing now.
Oh, look at this. Rotation being pulled off as well from the B site. True Rippers trying to be as quick as possible with that rotate. Yeah, now if they try to go towards A, it's going to be heavy resistance from that side too. Attack came through with that Cypher cam. No one being tagged up though. Look at this flank from Techno. It can't be huge, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be checked soon enough. Grayfox! How are they able to win some of these duels? The fights that they're able to win is really giving them the confidence that they need. Cypher taken down. Techno is trying to move up from the back. And yes, he gets the closure. True Rippers, once again, getting the confidence that they needed. And that's why now they're able to free flow on the map.
I was also about to mention that Techno was lurking from the mid. And the patience that this man has, he waited because he knew his team had that heaven control. And this is one of the reasons why we do not see Grayfox fighting for that heaven control, because they just take a pause and then it gets kind of confusing for them as to when they need to go in for the re-aggress. And in the meantime, they lose all the control behind them. Death Maker! Fortunately, this time not getting a single pick on the back of that one round.
Oh my god. Trades back and forth now. And Disrupt is taken down only 10 HP. True Rippers now in a big sign of concern. And this concern should not keep on increasing. Deathmaker is still going for this peek. I'm a little bit scared. What was that flick from DM? Oh my god, the man's just playing aim labs in here.
That was an insane flick. You would never expect that to happen, but it's just Deathmaker things, man. He could always pull off something from the grave. And then eventually the round turns into a True Rippers round. What a recovery from this team. It was a 5-0 beginning. And then True Rippers just decided that it's fine. Now we're going to win almost all of the rounds that are up on boards. That is such a great way to start. And now we'll be going back on towards the pistols. 3-2 setup. A couple of players towards the B. You've got Sayo playing up in mail room.
First half ending on 6-6. Interesting finish right there. The Classic is still going for the challenge. I'm not sure why he's doing so. Kohli was the only controller they had, and now they've lost him. And you can see that instant retreat from True Rippers too. LF is softened up, including Deathmaker. But still, it's not a lot. Every single player from True Rippers is now just looking forward to back away towards the A side, considering they found the opener towards B and also faked their presence over there. Stun pulled out. It's going to stun out the entire site. And even the scan's going to give Adrian King's position away, but his position's unnoticed. He gets the first, the second follow-up as well. Needs a new fresh magazine, and he gets that too, but he's not able to follow up with the third. He's already done his job, though. He's got the equalizer for his team. More than enough. It's a 3v3. And still, Techno and Helef are way too low on the HP. All it takes is a couple of ghost shots to seal the deal. But then look at RU, just wrapping up all the way from the back lines. He's got such a massive lurk.
So much space being taken by this man, and what a setup from True Rippers. Rotation has also been called in, but everyone on Grayfox do realize the exact same thing. So they're slowly moving, clearing all the angles from the vents as well. They will take control of the heaven. The question is, for how long will that nebula stand? As soon as it fades, you already know that it's going to be a full-on
Oh my God, he
but
still
Techno
found the
finds
dink.
one. Exactly.
Oh, it's his round to lose, and no! Venka was not able to find the head. He misses the majority of the shots, and that's why he was not able to come out on top with that clutch. True Rippers was softened up, but this series of round that they're winning, and now that too, in the second half, they're able to start things off on a good note, is really putting Grayfox in a challenging spot.
That is as True Rippers now shining and thriving. And yet this is one of their strengths wherein they win the fight on one edge and then try to go in for the execute. Though I would still say it kind of got messy, specifically when Nodwin found the two of his own. But it's absolutely fine now. Grayfox Esports will be trying to do as much damage as possible. The flash that came in does not do a lot of damage either ways. The orb was taken away without any major problems. Cycle will also be coming in quickly. Sayo tagged up. Mid is where all the attention of Grayfox will be grabbed in, so
they're doing the same thing once again, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to pull in the rotation towards the B only to go directly towards the A where RU is present and he will be taking that space. What a great play by True Rippers.
Once again, it's the eco, so for now, this baiting strategy is working, but I'm pretty sure on the buy rounds, this same thing is not going to be happening from Grayfox. But still, nicely done by True Rippers. Baiting out the rotation towards the B site, moving here. True Rippers, the only reason why they got baited so easily was because they know they've only got the pistols. It's better to stay with the man advantage. It's better to stay with all 5 players on the site and face the opponents than to keep on dying one after one, because it's still the pistol round.
Yeah, they'll all die to Spike now. It's confirmed. They've given up entirely on it. Not going to give any orb points to the members of True Rippers. In the meantime, don't disrupt. Yeah. But again, it's going to be a super solid round for the side of True Rippers, though, because they'll be saving everything. Every single weapon. Yep.
Grayfox really just booking it on towards that bonus round. And Hellfighter. Here we go. Time to kick it off. They were just able to get one. Disrupt able to get another one. So they've only got 2 kills so far. And every single person's just going to die to the explosion. Yeah, Grayfox saving themselves a bit of a hard work in the future. But this is where True Rippers will be tested to the fullest potential. On the attack, it's a little bit tougher to squeeze the rounds away on split. So let's see how well True Rippers are going to be able to play this buy round.
With the way the momentum has been going, if I'm not wrong, they've been grabbing the last 7 rounds. So that's actually a very solid feat to achieve. Now, yes, it was a pistol and the anti-eco after that, but the bonus is where things will start. This bonus is definitely not looking like a bonus because they've got 3 Vandals in the mix and 1 Bulldog. This is so much more doable, but Kohli's off angle could be anticipated. It was.
Oh my god. Deathmaker. Just put to sleep instantly. That's a little bit of a rough start. As I mentioned, every single person from Grayfox was booking it onto this buy round, and that's the exact start they needed to this buy round too. Deathmaker, a big red flag taken down off the rip. Deathmaker had a big hand behind winning a majority of these rounds for True Rippers, and now that he's not there, True Rippers are going to find the real struggle.
Fine. Pivot towards the A from Vents, but the Tripper is going to give the information. 3 players still sticking towards the B. B Heaven is where we might possibly see a contest, but both the players just kind of respecting, and Hoax has got to watch the spawn now.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Just looking forward to quickly burst on towards the side, but I guess this entire burst is just not going to come through that well enough. Disrupt getting spammed through as well. A flawless round from Grayfox. This is what you call retaliation. Returning themselves back in the scoreline with a flawless round can be a big mental breaker for the opponents. But still, that was a bonus round, so True Rippers, they will be having a decent amount of money to buy in the upcoming round as well.
I agree over that fact, but then again, you could potentially see that they tried to sow the seeds of doubt that they were going towards the A, but at the same time, Grayfox just did not buy it. They were playing all the way back. Hoax had the full information of the spawn and a fast push directly coming towards the ramp, and that is the speed how Deathmaker falls to his death by Sayo's bullet.
As I mentioned, if Deathmaker's not able to play well in that round, the main problems begin. And once again, the same thing happens. In the previous round too, Deathmaker wasn't able to play that for that long. They lost the round. The same thing is now starting to repeat, and I think so the outcome should be same as well. Unless if Techno is able to pull off some of the most crucial plays and Disrupt pops off as well, then it will be a whole different storyline. But for now, Heaven control's been taken away. Grayfox still trying their best to stop that control towards B main. True Rippers looking forward to burst out, and they have already got the Heaven's control. They've moved out towards the site. True Rippers slowly and steadily getting the control done too. Coley gets the first, but now it's taken down to a 2v2. Even the spike was dropped down, but True Rippers should be able to get the plant down easily, and that's what happens. Grayfox just waiting for the spike to go down, so that's when they will try to play this entire thing on the retake. They've got decent amount of utilities, by the way.
One flash to work with for Disrupt, but the aftershock's gonna create some problems. He will try.
Oh my god, no way!
From Hoax is insane.
That's what you call the movement. And Disrupt whiffs every single shot. And now it's all down to Argue to try and stop this take. Grayfox, they're going for one peaks. I'm not sure why. Oh, man. They were not exactly sure if the match towards main or not, so that's why I think so they went for that 1-for-1 peak, but Argue. I mean, he is one of those clutch meisters at the end of the day, right? We call him that.
That is understandable, but this is again the Grayfox kind of throwing away the round. Because as soon as the first player fell, look at that, yeah, he's got the information now, so why would Hoax go in for a peek? Instead, he could have just repositioned. He had an aftershock to play with. Either way, what's done is done. Now, True Rippers is the ones with the lead yet again, and Deathmaker this time returns the favor to Sayo. Same thing's not gonna happen twice. The showstopper? Nope. It's not up yet. Hero theft is.
Time to move in once again. Time to burst out on the site. What was that shot by Hoax? Hoax is feeling precise. Another shot coming through. Hoax getting a 2K on towards the site. And now just leaving Adrian King all by himself. Grayfox is not able to find a reply to True Ripper's plays. They're just falling prey so easily, man. And with this round, True Rippers is also going to get the confirmation full to double digits on the board. Grayfox, they might just start to crumble under the pressure. This defense is not looking that great from them.
Okay, I'm losing my head. Please don't do that, are you? But yeah, this is already a safe call by the side of Grayfox Esports. And I really like this, all right? Because now they've got that extra 45 seconds as well to talk with the teammates, to decide as to what they really want to do. And if they really want, they can potentially get a timeout on the back of it. So that's another extra few seconds to, again, talk to your coach and figure out as to what needs to be adjusted. But one thing is for sure, that the Heaven fight over towards the A is what seems to be the main key for both of these teams. And some, again, mistakes that should eventually not be made.
Grayfox, they really need to pick up the pace here. Hero Vandal brought on the board. But on the defense, Hero Vandal might just seem a little bit weird. While True Rippers once again trying to go aggressive as usual. A man in the back gets stunned as well. Deathmaker pushed back, and Venka peeks into 3 players. And as usual, he stands no chance.
Why was there just no flash? That's the main question. There was absolutely no flash, no utility on the back of it. He just went in for a dry peek, so you could again say a misplay coming in from Grayfox Esports, giving away the advantage. Well, over towards the other side now. Might potentially see the Rolling Thunder being invested. And that one orb could potentially give Deathmaker his showstopper or maybe disrupt his null command, whichever they really want to use.
A re-smoke coming through. But the utilities are on point as well from Grayfox, by the way, to try and stop the push in the track. Rolling Thunder utilized, and on the back of that, they're making this push happen. Hellfire, the ultimate was there, but Grayfox, even from them, the resistance quite perfect. And then Adrian King as well. On the back of that, Vandal able to shut down one of the players. A last minute rotation towards mid. Every single player will be caught right there. 2 of the players being softened up, and look at the amount of control Aryu is able to find all the way in the back of that. Aryu is holding the cage, and he shuts them all down. Oh my god, a demon.
An absolute demon, as you mentioned. The amount of value he's been finding on these lurks, and again, that's on the back of the fact that even though there's some Cypher trips, he's just able to maneuver around them because of the way that they are placed. And if in case Venka falls early on, you already know that those trips are not at all active, which gives a lot of free space to RU to work up with. And that's one of the reasons why we always see him almost lurking directly back in the spawn and giving the mid-round calls to his team to quickly pivot over towards the empty side. Venka needs to play in safe. He's the Cypher of the team. Even if it's a round that is actually an eco round. All 3 players on Grayfox just 1 away from their own ultimates. On the other side, we're saying 3 on board already for True Rippers.
Look at the tripwires that are placed. He's placed one of the tripwires in the cubby on the left. And this is where the push comes through. Anyone who tries to move in towards the cubby, he will be shut down easily. Once again, True Rippers just getting the site control. This is not just once. This is happening over and over again. And Grayfox are really struggling. Getting the control back to back so many times. And Techno just mowing down the lawn. He's like a sitting turret. And he hits every single shot.
How is he even allowed to get 3 in that position? That is just mind-boggling. That's exactly what this team needed. True Rippers showing the signs of life? Nah, they're just brimming with it at this point. 12-7, Grayfox a timeout, and I feel that's a little too late. A full house on the ultimates. But they still need to figure out a way to stop this constant lurk of RU. And the A-side push that has not been answered yet. It just seems so very unfortunate for their side that they're not being able to bring in the adjustments that we have been talking about how solid are.
You gotta agree with me on this one. TR, they've got some shooters in the squad. Man, if DM's not able to perform for now, then Disrupt steps up. If Disrupt's not able to perform, then RU steps up. If none of these guys are not able to perform, then Techno steps up. And recently, a lot of these rounds have been won on the back of these heroic plays, but they're able to pull it off over and over again, and that's why Grayfox is not able to counter it at all. But still, Grayfox, we need to see some sort of a resistance. They've got all the ultimates up now. This should be their round. They can stop this match point.
This is a True Rippers now showing the last few signs of embers, maybe the last fire. Aryu again showing the presence, dealing with the tripwire quickly. Posing problems, and now Venka, they've got to invest an extra bit of member towards that in the push. This judge in the hands of Sayo, be everything.
Yep, there we go. First found. Oh no! Pulled out the paint shields. And that's where Disrupt finds the exact timing that was needed. Hoax with the ultimate, instantly making sure that the players in the front will be backing off. Right now for Grayfox, stopping TR's dominance is the main key. And they have done so with that Rolling Thunder. But if you talk about the value that they could have achieved, it's not much. Still 1-for-1 trade. Adrian King holding the off angle. RU's position compromised this time. The lurk does not come through that successfully. But RU is still looking for to move up. And he gets taken down. Good capitalization from Adrian. Getting the first win in that duel. And now instantly just backing off. Not being too greedy. But still the spikes being planted towards B. They've got the site control. Another man caught. Helef pulling out the gun and walking out in the open towards the backside.
Blocks are already there, but the flood is going to come in, and that's what Hoax is doing. Alright,
you see?
That's a wrap-up. Yep.
If the individual heroics are not there, True Rippers are just not able to get the rounds. A lot of these rounds have been won either on RU's multi-kills, either on Deathmaker's multi-kills, either on Disrupt's multi-kills. And then recently we also saw Techno's multi-kills. The same thing happened on defense. If you remember, Helef as well was able to pop off really well.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, in the attacking side, I've really looked at, they've been exploiting the weakness of Grayfox Esports, and that is the map control that they're not establishing. And as soon as, again, Venka puts up his tripwire outside in the main, it gets broken down by RU. It's just in the previous round that he was dealt with by the presence of Adrian King. And True Rippers, they tried to go in for a flood towards the B. They got the plant down as well. It's just the post plant that they could not hold.
I'm not sure why.
That, yes.
I'm not sure why. But if this does go all 5 mapper, in my opinion, TR will have the advantage on towards Breeze.
I'm not quite convinced or sure about that. I'll be brutally honest. I don't think so. They might have an advantage on Breeze. Because Grayfox has played it once and they won it. True Rippers, not yet. Not in this series. Folks, contact being made.
Good stun. Time to back off. I mean, the players looking to explore all the way from vents. They've got the entire mid control, by the way. And then RU once again.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. It's just that Grayfox are playing a little bit too pushed back. And it's really working up against them. Sayo is a little bit too late with the ult. No value established. And what am I watching?
What?
Adrian King able to get a 3K. The man's done his job and more. Disrupt all by himself towards heaven. A pop flash towards backside. Disrupt does not have any time. He knows that. Nade being used. Paint shields established too. What are Grayfox doing? They're just dropping down to their own death. And there's not a lot of time left over anyways. Grayfox. Did they forget that they have the spike control?
Yes, so I'm the first one that Disrupt got. That's totally a smart play because he fake flash over towards the right only to wrap around towards the left. So that's understandable. But then again, Sayo dropping from heaven, that just seemed a little bit of an overcommitment and the unnecessary drop. Again, Grayfox, they're making some of the mistakes that are very unconventional of them. And that's yet again being forced out by the sides of True Rippers with the way that they've been playing on all of these attacking rounds. The thing that was missing on the map of Bind, it's kind of working out really well for them this time. Because they seem to be so much in control. And that's another unfortunate technical pause, but it gives us a little bit of a time to talk about what True Rippers have been establishing, right? They've been going to maintain the heaven control of the A side and then try to go in for some of those executes. And you would see that there were struggles early on by Grayfox Esports to go in for those retakes. And they were not getting a perfect read onto what True Rippers are doing. finally, when they addressed the actual problem, that was the constant A-lurks of RU, they were able to get a quick round for their side. And then, and the follow-up round, they were also able to shut them down. Yeah, it kind of got messy in between, but let's be honest, it was, again, the heroics of Adrian King on the side when he was able to get 3 that eventually helped them get the round. Otherwise, with the amount of map control that True Rippers had, there was no way they lose this round.
True Rippers just stuck on that match point, or the map point, while Grayfox slowly and steadily moving closer to that OT. Grayfox trying to make this one as tight as possible, but then Deathmaker once again double satchels towards heaven. And look at this. Marks out the Cypher Cam. Some returning utilities as well. True Rippers, they're just trying to force out some of the utilities, I guess. They have forced out the Tremor, but still, they don't exactly know how to burst inside of the site, so that's a problem. There will be some of the Cypher trips around the corner. Deathmaker, he finds that opener. I'm not sure why Adrian King went for that ping, but he still gets caught. And that once again gives the man advantage back in the hands of True Rippers. They've been doing this. They get the man advantage. They instantly rotate to the opposite site. It's as easy as that. And argue, look at the amount of value he's found so far. He realizes he can't move in through the vent, so he still needs to just hold it down there and wait for the rotation from Grayfox themselves. And Grayfox, they're trying their best to keep this side on the lockdown. There's going to be a massive util dump towards the site. It will be tough for Coley to stop them in the tracks, but a really good paranoia. That one single paranoia just stops the push entirely, and this pause might just disrupt the push. And so far, that's what's happening. Yes, they're getting a lot of time to think on through, and Coley gets away with a 2-piece. Disrupt and Argue, the last 2 remaining players, the last 2 imports, and oh my god, Argue whiffs all the shots from the back.
Oh my god, that's a pop-in swing. What a massive play. I would just say a great recovery from Grayfox Esports. I was not expecting that to happen, let's be honest. I thought that this might be done. It might eventually be map number 5, but jeez, what a fullback. Now they kind of understand the way RU is playing and they've slowly adjusted on the back of it. So they do find the opportunities, they do find these openings. But the P site executed has been looking, let's be honest, pretty difficult for True Rippers. They have not been able to find success, at least on the B. It has been shut down multiple times. There have been some angles that they haven't watched out for. They still need to get in some flashes, though. Again, as you previously mentioned as well, you would always see Disrupt smiling no matter the situation.
I mean, True Rippers are the one on the map point. It's Grayfox whose smile's going to be faded away. But Grayfox, once again, is one of those teams that does not really like to express their emotions too much. And so far, looking at the scoreline, Grayfox winning back-to-back rounds is really putting True Rippers in a big state of discomfort. Broken Buys on the board for True Rippers. Stinger, Sheriff, Frenzy, and then 2 Vandals in the hand of Deathmaker and Disrupt. They're really booking it all on Deathmaker and Disrupt here. On the attacking side, both these players are the most trusted. RU as well has had some glorious moments, but unfortunately the whiff he made in the past, I guess that's why he does not want to wield the Vandal in his hands. But RU too has been playing a crucial role in True Ripper's T side. The flanks that he's finding is most insane. He's able to squeeze into some of those spots that the opponents are not even able to think of. And now look at this, Grayfox once again towards the site. Spray down there, but unfortunately not the confirmation. He only found 1. And then the Cypher's there too on the front lines. Unfortunately, they've just stood right behind each other. And Sayo getting a kill onto Deathmaker. That's going to be a massive capitalization. But once again, it's all about guns being retrieved in the hands. And they have gotten the guns in the hand too. But then Coley gets away with that kill.
Murder coming into place, man. That is massive. But they will eventually get the spike planted. Not a lot of space to work with, but still. It's a full-on reposition coming in from both Kohli as well as Sayo. Kohli has got a flash to work with, the paranoia in his hand. Puts out a smoke, Tries to jump peek, uses the TP. It's gonna get the crosshair away.
Oh my god! Disgusting shot! And then goalie! Oh, he's feeling at the top of his game in that round. Goalie stepping up when his team needs him the most. In that round, he was the MVP hands down. Towards the site, a big blunder happened. Adrian King and his teammates stood right next to each other, and they lined up for the opponents. That's where we thought this round might just be it in the hands of TR, but then still, Grayfox, they somehow pull things back in their court once again. They're still in the race inside of this round. 11 rounds on the board, ladies and gentlemen. But now True Rippers, they're going to have the full economy in their hands.
But look at the ultimates. You've got Neural Theft on Venka. Adrian King has got his Seekers. Goalie one away from the expensive Recon from the Shadows. On the other side, Helef has got the Rolling Thunder. We might possibly see another push down towards the mid for now. Sayo again with the judge at the end.
Oh no.
The big Deathmaker. And he's so very smart this time. He moves backwards because he knew Disrupt was the one who took him down previously. So he does not want to give the numbers advantage back. That is such a smart play, Grayfox. They can
Like
potentially
that.
pull this off. Necro, I'm
Where?
feeling it. They can pull this off.
Yep. There's a chance we can
Rolling
definitely
Thunder.
go to OT. But the players of True Rippers, they're quite adamant in moving towards the same site. But what are we seeing? True Rippers not committing on the back of that ult.
No.
And oh my god, goalie able to sniff one man through the smoke. Techno shut down. That is so unfortunate. Just that random spam. Finding a kill onto Techno might just be the nail in the coffin that they need. And we might just move into OT. A 3v5. True Rippers, they're finding that free flow on towards the A heaven. But Grayfox is knowing this fact.
Oh,
The jump's gonna be hurt too. As you mentioned, even the Omen ult's being utilized now. And oh, what a great shot from Helef. Adrian King whiffing his shots though. That could have been the only opportunity he has to take down Helef inside of this fight. Going for the fake tap. Adrian King pushing up as well, but there's another push coming through from the elbow, and he gets snuffed out and taken down. But then Grayfox, they once again reply back with the man advantage. A 3-on-2 scenario. Both the players just trapped on the site. Information's given away. They know exactly where both the players are. And he's just ready with the stun. With the stun, they're going to go for the peek. He gets one still, but then Sayo, it's there.
What a play! Grayfox yet again! Just shutting down that entire push from up B heaven. Even though the Rolling Thunder was invested, and the kudos are still going to go to Kohli. He's shot out a paranoia that stopped in that full push. And then there was also the boom bot from Sayo over towards the box. If anyone would be moving forward, they would have been caught in that. And on the back of that shutdown, they were just able to hold on the side and forced a full rotation towards the B. Yes, you could argue it was almost stolen away by the heroic plays coming in from the side of True Rippers. Yet, Sayo stepped up when he was needed to. And we move into the overtime. 5
What a
straight
grand
rounds
finals.
being secured. That's
What
the
a grand
we were
finals
hoping
has it
for.
been so far. We have witnessed 2 OTs, and this map is split. It has been a roller coaster of emotions. True Rippers, after winning a series of round back-to-back, then just losing a series of round to Grayfox. Once again, all the confidence, all the win just stolen away. And Grayfox, now they're also as equally as close to the victory on the map is split. But Grayfox just needs this map to be the winners of the split 1-2.
Just one map indeed. 2 straight rounds. The operator pulled out for Sayo. Up close, on right. There's a player standing. Will Adrian King disrespect it? That's the question. Is he going to check that corner? Oh, what a stun! And what a pick by RU. Good combination by Helef and RU. They are up in heaven.
Yeah. These combo plays have really been working quite well. It's not the first time they've done the play like this. And once again, Techno through the smoke, able to find that value. Venka with the lurk, able to get that kill. And then he pops off once again. This is unreal.
But HP
2v3, it is still doable. Are you shut down as well? Oh my god, as you mentioned, HP's going to be a big concern too. And they realize that. That's why he uses the paint shell. And what am I watching? Sayo winning that duel. The plant comes through. Disrupt is trying his best to disrupt the plant, but then True Rippers. Oh my god, that round was way too close for comfort. It should not have went that close. True Rippers almost choked up.
And they move back up. Finally, that nade from Disrupt was phenomenal. The fragment, he knew that the plant needed to be stuck. So he just threw that fragment out to make sure that even if the plant is being stuck, since the HP of the player is low, they will eventually get the round and True Rippers quickly steal it away. Finally a break in the momentum. But Grayfox, again, the pressure is on them. It would be a hard break to see them lose this one. But up on top in heaven, there's the Nebula, stopping the vision. Hoax is ready with his stun. They've got 3 players that could answer this aggression towards the A, but little do they know. It all is a fate, but Deathmaker falls onto Adrian King's hands.
Blunder, Sayo, if he gets caught here, just back away. Yeah, I like that discipline from Sayo. Does not want to face off the opponent, at least for now, and also holding the off angle. He should be able to get at least one here. He can get the one, instantly fall down once again, and then, yep, almost gets that.
He did
somehow Aryu converts that duel into his favor, which not should have been that way. And True Rippers inching closer to the victory. Took it to the OT. Now really close to the victory as well. Even the spikes being planted on the site. And Hoax left wondering. A 2v4 scenario. It is doable. We've seen these players pull it off in the past. And this is the only chance they have, so they have to commit. True Rippers, they're playing completely on this crossfire towards the backside and the main. And a couple of pop flashes as well to try and stop the players in the track. What was that flick from Helef? This might just be the nail in the coffin. Yes, it is. Hoax left in a 1v3. Softens up Aryu in the back lines, and that's it. True Rippers, they're adamant in taking the series to the 5th map, which will be Breeze, ladies and gentlemen. The competition has been super close so far, and we're going to the 5th map, ladies and gentlemen, to Breeze.
What a roller coaster, as you mentioned. Absolutely brutal and relentless. But the resilience that has been shown by not just one, but both of these teams, it just blows away my mind. They're all super happy about it. And you could clearly see that, yes, there is disappointment on the faces of Grayfox Esports. Still, they're not as sad as you would normally expect them to be, because they almost pulled out that clutch and they almost brought it back in their pockets. Yet again, both the maps of each team stolen away by the opponents. It is yet again going to be the 5th map of Breeze.
This has been a crazy series so far. And now the decider is going to be on Breeze. That's another crazy factor in my opinion.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact that Split went OT, Grayfox, they tried so hard, but still in the end, it doesn't even matter. It's the prime example of that. Pulling into OT, still losing that map. True Rippers just proving that they're a step ahead. Even in the pressurizing situations, they're able to play that well. And keep this thing in mind, they have been playing throughout the day, by the way.
That's what I wanted to point out as well. They played the series against Revenant Esports. They played a couple of matches there, 1, 2, and 0. That's fine. And after that, they are playing the grand finals and they are being forced on the 5th map itself. Not them being forced, but they are the ones who are forcing the 5th map itself. So that basically means the 7th map of the evening. That is crazy. But you know what else is crazy? The MVP of this game.
Disrupt was popping off from True Rippers, man. He was getting some of the most insane multi-kills, but then the MVP is going to be Aryu. In the end, just stealing it away. Aryu is one of the best players that True Rippers has to offer. He's indeed the clutch meister, proven himself when it matters the most. Aryu is one of those players that does not crumble down under the pressure as well. 239 ACS, KDF 1.6, damage per round is 162.4, and with the headshot percentage of 30, RU has really brought his team back up on the mark here. Just look at the stats too. Disrupt with 23, RU with 20, but just because the amount of impact he had on that map has really given him the MVP.
I would absolutely agree, because again, one of the main reason why True Rippers were winning all of those rounds was because of the fact that they got so much space on the back of RU's lurk every single time. That again blows the mind of the person. Grayfox converting 6 out of 6 of their post plants, but then again not reaching towards the side 6 of those times. True Rippers, however, having the plant down 9 times, converting 6. 14 and 12, that's the first kills for True Rippers and Grayfox respectively, but 2 clutches go for True Rippers. And looking at the heat map, it's kinda spread out almost everywhere.
As you mentioned, the heat map is just literally spread out everywhere, but still towards the B side, you can say it's a little bit more spread out, right? On the A side, you see those duels happening on the crucial angles, on those common angles, be it towards the screen, be it towards the heaven entrance, be it towards the ramp entrance as well. But then towards the B, you also see a couple of duels happening in heaven. You also see a couple of duels happening in mid. You also see the majority of the duels happening on the side itself, and then even to the backside. As I mentioned, RU has been a super crucial role for True Rippers.
True.
The amount of lurks he found on the attacking side was insane.
That's the whole story of True Rippers' attack, and that's exactly what we'll see in the highlights itself. That the way he was able to maneuver around those trap fires, yet again, nothing taken away from Venka himself. He was trying to place them, but it was just RU's understanding of the timing, or either Venka falling in early on, more early than expected, that it eventually gave them so much opportunity and so many chances to quickly bring it back. But nothing taken away from Grayfox. Again, just as I mentioned, their resilience was phenomenal. The way they were adjusting in mid-game, mind-blowing. Specifically Sayo, when he was playing with the judge, quickly falling back, realizing there might be someone for the trade. Adrian King was absolute monster out in the map.
How can you forget about some of the disrupt plays that he was making? I mean, Adrian King, yes, he was a monster, but then later on his impact started fading away, just like Deathmaker, right? In the first half, Deathmaker's impact was there, but then later on it started to fade away. The similar thing can be said for Adrian King too. Sayo, whenever he played with the judge on towards heaven, he has found the value, and the stats speak for itself. Sayo should be on towards the judge, on towards the heaven, and the heaven will be completely on the lockdown. You can rely on this man every single time. And just look at how Grayfox were also initiating some of the retakes too. I mentioned this on the map of Icebox as well. Grayfox was struggling a lot when it comes to getting those retakes down. And the same thing now has started to happen on the map of Split too. The retakes, they have been struggling. Map awareness, sometimes in some rounds it was lacking too.
I would agree with you on all of those points, that yes, there was some problems, some jitters during those retakes as well. But again, with the way everything started, this seemed to be a steamroll of a map specifically for the side of Grayfox Esports, because of the way how they were able to get all of those rounds early on. But it's just True Rippers always making a comeback, and on their attacking round as well, moving up to the map point first. Then it was just Grayfox trying to force their way, and the adjustment that came in was again with the same thing. Deal with RU first. Once you're able to deal with him, you would be able to get all of the other players out of the picture, because they get confused as to where they need to end up on. And B side just never worked out for them. A was where they found almost all the success. And in the OT round, when Grayfox were on defense, that's exactly what they missed. And you could clearly see that RU was literally in their spawn, making that lurk play happen. And that was, if I'm not wrong, potentially one of the only few rounds that they got on a B defensive, B attacking plant. So True Rippers, yet again, kudos to their tenacity and eventually closing things out, making sure that we are seeing a 5th map.
One thing is for sure, that True Rippers, they have done their research on Grayfox a lot. They know exactly how they played Split. That's why they pretty much countered with that RU play a lot of the times on the attacking side. Even on the defense, as I mentioned, even on the first half of the game, we also saw Deathmaker just popping off in those plays as well. But then later on, that entire impact would start to fade away, which is completely fine. But then this is where RU and Disrupt took the matters in their own hands. As you mentioned, with those lurk plays, being able to find so much map control. Map control is nothing. It's about the information. RU is able to convey so much info to the team that adds on the cherry on top of the cake, exactly what True Rippers needed. When you get the info, you instantly rotate to the opposite side. RU is holding some of the most crucial rotation spots, and he's also getting those multi-kills on those rotates. That's one of the major issues. Grayfox was not able to flush out RU from those spots. And as I mentioned, map awareness was also important. They had the Cypher trips to look at the flank, but those Cypher trips was not able to stop RU's lurk majority of the times.
Yeah, and even if they did kind of try to deal with him early on, you knew that he would be playing so far back, almost over towards the spawn, that your early aggression would not even point out to anything, and RU would again give that information that there's a fast push over towards the A. The team might as well just go and head towards the B, and retaking B, as you already mentioned about Grayfox, was a problem. They were having some struggles in retaking, specifically on those sides. So I again eventually would say the exact same thing, that Grayfox, the adjustment needs to be a little bit more on point as to where the issue lies. They need to fix that quickly. The timeout could have been brought a little bit early on, maybe just 2 rounds earlier, when even I mentioned that it might seem to be a good time for a timeout and they could change their tactics a little bit. But it's absolutely fine. They were able to push it to the OT, and then it was just again True Rippers doing their exact same basic things which they have been doing from the starting of the game. Whew, we've been talking too much about that. What are your thoughts on Breeze? I just want to ask your predictions, right? We've been not doing that. Who do you think will take this entire series?
I feel like Breeze is one of those maps where Viper will be heavily played, that's for sure. Viper is essential on Breeze.
Sure.
Harbor Viper composition will be even more important. And I think so True Rippers can definitely execute that Harbor Viper composition a little bit more better. So if they do bring in that Harbor Viper composition, if they do get the initial site control on the attack, then it's all good in the hood for True Rippers, and they should be able to get away with the win quite easily. But if Grayfox, if they start things on the attack, and if they use the Viper Omen composition that they're known for, then things can be a little bit more different. Grayfox, they like to stick to the comfort zone, and I'm pretty sure we might just see that Viper Omen composition pulled back.
It is indeed possible. We might potentially see the Viper Omen, but just speaking through the stats, the only time Grayfox has played the map of Breeze in this tournament itself was against MLT. And they just pulled in the Viper double initiator composition with Kohli on Sova and Hoax on KO. Penka was again playing on the Jet. Adrian King was the one who actually took the Sentinel role, playing on that Cypher. So, not quite sure if that's exactly what their playstyle is going to look like, because that was also an overtime. And as for True Rippers, they haven't touched on Breeze whatsoever. So, again, it's going to be crucial. It's going to come down to what they are normally comfortable with. And just checking out on their previous few stats, right? They face a lot of struggles on their attacking house. The defense is still pretty strong. There are quite a few variations of the compositions that they've used, but majorly it's been the Cypher, Jet, and Viper. They've kind of stuck to almost all of these three. They switch up between the initiators, maybe a Sova KO, maybe a Sova and Sky, sometimes changing a few extra things up. But hey, you may never know what they're going to pull off right now, but I would love to see the Harbor Viper.
Who would have thought this matchup would be so close?
No
Hey, remember? I mentioned this. It's either going to be a 3-0 or all 5 maps. And that's what's happening. We are going to move on to the 5th and talk about Grayfox Esports. They've got the Viper Astra combo backed up with Hoax as Gecko. Interesting. And then you talk about from the side of True Rippers, we're seeing just one single controller. But then RU is also playing that Cypher. No Sentinels on the side of Grayfox.
That's exactly what I wanted to point out as well. I mean, it's the map of Breeze. It's not like Split or Bind where you can kind of drop the Sentinel. I'm not pretty sure or comfortable about this, because once the halls were reopened, you could clearly see that there are just so many spots that you would potentially see people lurking, and that's what RU has been doing on Split. And he would have the best of the best opportunity to do it on this map itself.
as we're seeing Grayfox starting on the attacking side. Well, True Rippers will be on the defense. Now, I still remember in Necro, you mentioned it yesterday, you wanted to see Breeze, and I mentioned a few points about this map. You've got Breeze on the way.
I'm really excited to see Breeze on the way, man. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to see this map, and we finally got it in front of us.
Wait and see what happens in this entire map.
And now, slow and steady start to the map of Breeze. We're not seeing that burst that we usually do. It's Grayfox on the attack, so I guess it makes sense. And Grayfox with the double controller composition that they've brought up on the board. Venka's already dashed on in towards the site. We're seeing Venka back on the duelist, by the way, so I'm really happy about that. I mean, yes, Sayo was also having some of the impactful plays, but Venka, I'm pretty sure he's a little bit more comfortable on that jet.
Yes, that is true.
Scanning ahead.
You force him to play on a laid-back role, it kind of faces some problems with the crossfire up and halts. This could be detrimental. This could be everything. The pings are already there. Shots being fired, and it's True Rippers connecting all of them. Techno wins it.
Yeah, no, this is just a stomp at this point, my friend. Breeze is one of those maps that rewards heavily to a person that is being able to aim good. And True Rippers is one of those teams that does sort of rely on their mechanics too sometimes. So True Rippers, they have gotten that nutty aim.
Now, here's the thing. Over towards the B side, you would normally see just one player anchoring, or at max two, who would try to play as a solid side anchor for the cavalry to arrive. But
Outlaw pulled out.
As of now, yeah, I know. We could clearly see the Outlaw as well, along with 4 Guardians and all the half shields. Now, that is pretty bold from True Rippers. But here's the thing. It's such a long-range map. It's actually pretty solid.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was about to say as well. It is a long-range map, so it makes sense why they pulled out the Outlaw and the Guardians. Good kill and a quick dash. True Rippers, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to make this series as quick as possible. No Fighter just going for some of the random spams, then pulls out the shock dart. Grayfox. Yeah, vision denied. Sayo taking down only 3 HP. That too on the opposite side is looking for to lurk around, and considering there is the Cypher Tripwire, he cannot even lurk successfully. There needs to be someone to enter inside of the site, get a lot of value, and then just keep on pressing the charges. Dizzy out. And instantly the poison cloud goes up. The communication is really fluid on their side, right?
And he's just wiping his hands off as well. I mean, this team has been playing for so very long. Yeah, indeed, sweaty palms. And again, the reason why they're here is because of the communication. But there's the shot being fired. How did Adrian King win that?
At least he restores the life back.
30 seconds.
It is a 4v4. That's the positive point.
Not supposed to win it.
Yep. And now that True Rippers, yeah, they've got better weaponry in their hands. Even they need to connect some of the most insane shots. Hoke's able to shut down one of the players as well. With the ghost! What am I watching? Venka!
Spike planted.
Even he pops off with the sheriff. Getting another kill on the board. It's a 2v4. And retakes an area. Thrash pulled out this early inside of the game. But he gets shut down instantly.
How the hell does this guy has a Thrash in round number 2?
Yep.
That's what Hawks could eventually pull off. But again, the retake, I don't think so if it would be possible. Fragment was good, gets 1, but they still need to take care of a couple of more players.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit more quick. But no way. Grayfox, they've already got their hands on the better weaponry. And it's also a Thrifty being pulled out. True Rippers getting slapped in the face with a reality check. They were looking quite confident when they bought that weaponry. We also thought that, of course, it makes a lot of sense. But then the Ghost started to prevail in some of these duels. And Hoax was the major man behind it.
Again, he was just not supposed to win that fight out early on. The first one that Adrian King took himself. And that is where the snowball effect started to come. But nonetheless, it's absolutely fine. That one round is now lost. Got to work in with the eco. On the other side, though, it's going to be potentially a bonus round. A full-on 3-man push over towards the hall. This could be a good welcome party for Sayo. He runs away from there. Run, boy, run.
Oh,
Stands and
my.
fights. God.
Good way to kickstart. And then the second one found on Deathmaker too. True Rippers now are just getting mowed down at this point. 2 Guardians, 2 Vandals, and then Adrian King with a Guardian 2 in his hands. Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah, Grayfox for
It's
them. This
fine.
is going to be a quick mow down. This is going to be a quick side take, easy plant, and an easy shutdown of the opponents.
Normally, taking control of the A side, that has been one of the easier parts of this map, right? That has been the story. Yeah, it was understandable. I mean, it's Venka. He's going to do stuff and shenanigans like that. They also know the position of the last player, Techno. He's going for a full wraparound, and he will be welcome with a couple of players already watching his angle. So, coming back to the exact same point, we have an idea that the A site is where we normally would see major execute. So I still feel that it's better to stack at least 2 or 3 people there. I mean, one of them could be watching halls, a couple could be just anchoring the site. Maybe just invest 1 player towards the nest who would watch mid, and a single player to anchor towards the B. You've got a cipher to work with. But that's again where the strength of this composition from Grayfox lies, over in the attack side.
And considering they knew that they're starting things off in the attack, I guess Grayfox are really booking it for the advantage towards the attacking side, right? They want the advantage on the attack.
Yeah,
and if
that is true.
Grayfox is able to get at least an 8-4 half in their hands, it is worth it. Grayfox, every single player, or at least 3 of them still on the Guardian, and then the 2 on the Vandal. Once again, the same pie continues. The amount of economy that's been stacked up in the Grayfox's accounts. Just look at it. Venka on 7.3k. Hoax on 6.3k. There's a lot of money in these guys' hands.
Massive indeed. And they've got the full mid control as well. Kohli's owl drone is going to clear so much of that space, even towards the elbow, tunnel, sniper's nest. They've got a lot of information on the back of it. A couple of players playing towards the A. This time they've changed the setup. Techno is playing towards the A side. Normally he would be at B. So this fight over towards tunnel and elbow could be detrimental. Venka. He finds the timing. He misses the shots.
Okay, Venka. All right, there we go. The man's now starting to feel himself, but Deathmaker, quick reaction on the fly. Shutting down Venka in the tracks, but it's still a 2v4.
Look at the look.
And last 2 remaining players from the side of True Rippers, they're also anticipated. Techno just backing away. He knows there's no need to go for this entire fight anymore. It's okay. They can't let the opponents have the round in their hands easily. We can't just try to go for the save, and that's what they're exactly doing. 2 Vandals being saved off of this round for Grayfox. They're not struggling at all when it comes to the economy.
Scanning ahead.
And that's the strength of the KO Sova compositions. But we're not seeing it from True Rippers. They need to play it on the back of the timings. They've got the refreshable utilities. They can show a lot of presence at quite a lot of those places. But we're just not seeing that happen. Grayfox are running away with a few of these rounds, and True Rippers have got no idea what to do. Still a Guardian being carried forward. Hoax, I mean, come on, you got 8,000 creds. You could buy something. Maybe he's just comfortable with it.
One to 3 being the scoreline.
Yep.
And now Deathmaker starting to march up once again. He's got the ultimate in his hands.
Oh my god!
Shut down! Blade Storm! Not good for anything inside of this round. Venka as well, being able to push so deep. All it takes is one single good move. Disrupt try to peek on the back of that pop flash. Nothing gotten as well. Look at Hellfighter. He's going to be welcomed soon enough. He's taking a lot of damage with that poison cloud. He needs to peek out as quick as possible. He's only got 6 HP, and yes, one single bullet. And LF will be shut down too. It's a systematic dismantling in these rounds.
It was just the DK that was hitting them, and True Rippers getting a little too impatient on these rounds. In an attempt to try and take that space, they just kind of give up on that. That was a nice shot by Aryu, but surely he cannot get anything more than that. Absolutely not. Wenka gets up his own Blade Storm, and Hoax has got another Thrash. And we'll be moving in round number 6, Necro. With the way he's going, we could potentially see a third one as well.
Grayfox winning some of the major key rounds here is massive. They've got a big rounds lead so far. And if this keeps continuing, it's really going to build up a lot of more pressure on True Rippers. 4-1 being the scoreline, and now they've also got the Thrash and the Blade Storm up too. Not that far behind from getting the Viper's Pit, which they probably will in the upcoming rounds easily enough. The main concern here is the economy. They're almost about to max out on the credits, by the way.
And that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a tactical timeout from True Rippers. Now, Breeze yet again. I mean, you can't quite say if it's a fully attack-centric or defense-centric map, because the stats just does not even matter down in South Asia. Lotus was an attack-centric map. We saw teams getting more round on the defense. So, even in terms of Breeze, you could potentially say that yes, attacking is comparatively easy, because the defenders would have to play so far back. There's yes, a couple of choke points to watch out for, but there's still so many ways to lurk up. It's a map of just lurking and finding timings. And as of now, Grayfox has been doing a great job at that. And also, it's called the map of operators, so that's what we're seeing in the hands of Deathmaker. Surely he's not going to disrespect it. He does.
Back away. Players towards elbow, Grayfox. They know no need to be too aggressive. Just take your time in these moments. And that's what they're doing. Patience is the key, and Grayfox needs to realize that's what they like to do. They like to play it patiently, defensive, and tactically. Dizzy out, Elise flashes out, LF. Even Thrash being pulled out all the way towards the backside. They've got so much area confirmed in their hands. And Grayfox, they're also going to get the plant down easily enough to get the plant down. And a lot of the scans has all been taken away by Kohli, and nicely done. Venko and Kohli popping off together. And then Techno was only able to reply back with one, but it's a little bit too late to reply back at this point. His position's compromised, and Techno is trying his best to fight back. It's a 1v3, and Techno is still going for it. Matt's got nerves of steel to even try and think of going for it. Techno is probably going to be exposed for so many of these angles. Thrash pulled out once again. Techno has got a big Thrash approaching him, and he's actually going to back away. Now it's time to save. Too much time has already been bought off, but Techno is still going for it. Interesting.
There's absolutely no chance for him, because again, his team desperately needs a round. He would rather try and go in for a heroic play than to go back and save it. But at the same time, you know that, yeah, that could have been the mature decision to go back and save that weaponry. But at least he was able to get that Thrash used up again. But how did even Grayfox find those picks, man? That's absolutely insane. Even though there's a Cypher on the opposite side. Helef has been struggling a lot. Even Disrupt is now finding some problems into getting those picks. And this map just seems to be a territory of Grayfox with the way that they are approaching. Because again, look at that. A Halls push. Already having the control outside the A main. And Deathmaker is just getting a little too impatient. Might not want to push in through this wall.
I mean... Right. Oh, he still finds the first contact, though. But not the connection.
They don't have
Hunter's
the Halls
Fury's
control.
available
That's the main
in the
point.
hands of Kohli. So, even they're going to try to rely on the back of that. And considering Venka as well with the Blainstorm, things are now starting to look quite different. Of course, True Rippers, they're looking a little bit underconfident, but still towards the sights. It's a stop. Met with resistance. This is the prime example, but at least the spike gets planted. And now it's a post-plant situation. Deathmaker retrieves a Vandal in his hands, which is quite crucial. 3 Sheriffs and a Vandal to face off against, while Grayfox, they still have the weaponry advantage. Only Deathmaker's going to be that big threat. They just need to shut him down.
Flash.
Everything is going to be booked up onto Deathmaker. And Sayo now getting flashed out as well, all the way towards the backside. But Hoax has got his back. Hoax does it perfectly. Snatches the attention towards him and then grabs the player. Sayo as well in the front line towards the side is way too softened up. He gets that kill. And even the time's ticking away now. Sayo, he wants to shut down the man right here in his tracks, and Argue gets shut down. Grayfox, they somehow squeezed this round away. Yeah, a lot of damage was dealt, even though the opponent was on the economy, but it's completely fine. Grayfox, they have a lot of money left in the bank.
And full buy for the rest of this half with the amount of money they've got in the bank, as you mentioned. But yeah, I was about to say that Helef facing some problems, but he was able to hit some nutty shots onto a couple of those players playing in the middle of those pyramids. But at the end of the day, it was again a good clutch coming in from both Hoax as well as Sayo, making sure that they are having that advantage. And Venka has brought in the operator. Deathmaker versus Venka.
Oh. I mean, Venka, the crosser placement, I'm pretty sure, was on towards the double doors, but then Deathmaker was holding it off angle. Yeah. Deathmaker, yeah, here we go. Time to pop off with the op, but Sayo!
What a
man,
shutdown.
He still goes for that dry peek against the op. And look at the amount of ultimates True Ripper has too. They've got a Viper's Pit, Null Command, Neural Theft, and then you've also got the Hunter's Fury. Yeah. And just look at how disciplined True Rippers is playing too, right? Just playing completely laid back, letting the players of Grayfox have that control, and one single Hunter's Fury is able to find a 2-piece.
That is again on the back of the information provided by his teammate, and that fragment was perfect. They had to brute force their way through it, and then it was just Helef popping off. Comeback Kings, True Rippers. Indeed, that's what they are showing, and this is where we normally see the trouble to begin, right? Just one round by True Rippers, and then they slowly creep up one after the other, and that's all they look for. They've already mentioned they look for aim. Rather than anything major in terms of the stats or technicalities. They just want to focus on their mechanics.
Hold on, though. It might just be too optimistic. Oh, look at this aggressive push, and Venka lines them both up. Solid play. Deathmaker this time shut down the man who was making the major difference in the previous round. Has to be taken down early enough. And Grayfox, another chance to shut down the momentum that True Rippers built on the back of that round. Cypher Tripwire spotted out as well. Argue is now getting pushed up, and Argue still wants that duel on the back off Techno's hands. And Techno is now left all by himself in a 1v2 clutch. Now Techno has a chance to convert this clutch into a victory. But Big Man going for the plant. Techno has got his hands on the Viper's Pit. I don't think so he's going to be popping it in a 1v2. It would be sort of weird. Techno managing to squeeze, and he takes it down to a 1v1. No way! And now he also seals the deal! What am I watching? Grayfox making rookie mistakes and not having the map awareness.
He was spotted. He was spotted by the player playing behind that pillar. He was literally spotted by Kohli. Where's the communication? Oh my goodness. Hawks was just not watching that angle. That is again Techno stepping up for that clutch. But it was given to him in a silver platter, let's be honest. The second one on Kohli, that was phenomenal. But again, as you mentioned, that was a rookie mistake. Grayfox Esports now having the struggles. Okay.
I have the spike.
You can't call that
man.
a jumpy, can you? That was
I see the history repeating itself. Probably a 6-6 half. Yep.
Maybe.
I mean, as a caster, you're not supposed to be this brutal, but I'm gonna say it. I mean, Grayfox are choking some of the rounds that they're getting the advantage with, and this choke is really they might just not be able to win because of these chokes. It just cannot keep on happening over and over again. Once, it's fine. Twice, it's fine. But third and fourth, and in all the maps, then it's a concern.
Null command.
Good flash.
Null command.
Goes for the pop peek. But he's still Venka to come out on top and prevail on top of these duels. Venka's got a perfect cover fire. And now they're left in a 4-on-2. A big man advantage in the hands of Grayfox. Nicely done. This is what you call systematic dismantle.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness. That is brutal. Knifing up a man who's already down on his knees. Jeez. Whereas that was a good round coming in from Grayfox Esports. Again, jumping on top in halls, realizing that yes, the operator was posted there and there were at least a couple of people out. They made sure to cut the noise for a few seconds, gain the space in mid, and then move forward with the pathing over towards the side, along with a cosmic divide, which eventually helped them because there was no sound cues going on either side. They got the plan down quickly and then went in for a quick post-plant position too. And they did not entirely leave the side, and that's what you would love to see from these teams. A couple of players playing on side, couple of them watching their backs from the main itself. And Grayfox were able to do it. And overall, in that wraparound over from the mid, they were able to quickly take care of LF2. And once the dust settled, it was only RU remaining. However, this one, a potential attempt for a trap play over in mid with a couple of utils being shown, heavy mid presence. Hooks will be able to confirm that there's nothing on the back of it. Full-on save round.
True Ripper's economy in shamble once again. As I mentioned, Grayfox, the amount of bank they've got so far, it's pretty good. Even in the upcoming 2 rounds, they should be good enough. Wingman getting the plant down, which is really good too. But then a flank comes in. It's a wraparound from the back lines all the way from mid towards the main. And Grayfox, they've got it on the lockdown too. You cannot trespass this entire area. And the players are still just trying to go for some of the burst fires. You should not go for the re-peek at all. And Adrian King does that exact same thing. There's a lot of spam that's coming in. Adrian King backs away, but his position is still noted, by the way. They know it's him. It's him here. And he still kills every single person.
That is a flashback of Adrian King from the previous game, wherein you saw him lining up 3 people and then shutting all of them down. That is exactly what happened. Grayfox Esports are coming alive when it matters the most in the last map of Breeze. And True Rippers on the other side are just facing so much struggle.
This is amazing. That goes there.
In terms of ultimates, yes, they've got the Viper Spit. I'm hoping for Techno to invest onto it. But they've got absolutely no contact over towards the B. He still does it. They can stack towards the A. That's a pop flash play comes in. Viper wall is still up. God! A shot!
I mean, trades. Both the Jets taken out of contention. Now both the teams, they need to play without the aggression. Once again, trades just happening back and forth on both the sides. It's a 3v3. The players need to back away. And what am I watching? Disrupt able to get that kill. What was Sayo doing? Adrian King finally now pops out from the back. Good shock dart. Shuts down Disrupt in the tracks. And now Techno with the Viper's Pit once again. He's still alive. He's moving in from the double doors through mid. And Techno,
who's gonna
got
check it?
No clue exactly where the players are. Grayfox, both the players trying to play together. It's better to play in tandem. And Techno slowly and steadily moving up, trying to clear every single angle from that site. As soon as Techno gets spotted, the confirmation is what the players of Grayfox exactly needed. And with that jump spot, they get that. Grayfox, nicely done.
1-for-1 trade.
Switching sides.
And that is what you wanted to see in one of those previous rounds. 9-3. That's where the halves are being swapped. And in almost every single one of those rounds, we saw this full-fledged A execute. And True Rippers were just not able to answer in for the retake. They tried to play it passive. They tried to play aggressive. But it's just Grayfox all the way adjusting and adapting on the fly. One of the solid strengths of this team that we have been mentioning for so long is those on-the-go adjustments. And they were utilizing that perfectly. But now since the half have been swapped, you know it's time for the pistol round again. And it's one of the most crucial pistol rounds for True Rippers. Rump of util. What was the double doors? KO knife went in there, but they've taken the full space in mid.
Oh my god, what am I watching? No one was watching mid from Grayfox. Now, that is a big problem. But then Venka, what was that shot? I mean, we're seeing some of the mess ups, but then instantly we see the trades coming through. It's really questioning. Good recon dart. It's going to reveal the man's position. Shock dart as well to back it up instantly. Deathmaker is taking some serious damage. And Kohli has repositioned all the way towards the site. Oh my god, he might just find the wraparound. He gets the first. And Kohli, he moves in the back, but unfortunately the follow-up is not there. It's a 2v3. Argue is low. Deathmaker softened up. Not that much. Still 78 HP in the hands. Grayfox. Some of the moments that we saw in this round, they should have really not lost those duels. Especially off the rip when we saw that mid control from True Rippers. I'm not sure what Adrian King was doing in that spot. But here we go. Techno able to shut down Hoax, and now it's all down to Sayo with only 56 HP. Can he win it? The answer is going to be yes.
No.
But the upcoming two players, yeah, they have got a lot of HP to back him up. They're probably going to try to play for the trades.
Why did even Hoax disrespect the Viper Wall? That's the main question. They had a molly. And Sayo was about to use that molly as well. He just peeked it up front, which eventually gave the opportunity to Aryu get that pick and move away. That's exactly what he did. But alright, True Rippers, needing that pistol round, were able to squeeze it out in some way or the other with a good push directly towards the B. And it all started all the way back in mid. With their default setup, the knife went in towards the hall, clearing the double doors. No one was up close, no one was playing up and top, and then took the entire space towards mid. For now, they're working towards the A. The ball goes up, late wall, no early rotation will be in place, and that's a very pacey execute.
They've already found the footing on the site. And as you mentioned, because of the wall as well, they're also able to get a lot of that proactive control. Every single player can scan, and Venka once again gets away with murder. Hoax's Classics needs to answer, but he's so chipped up with that shock dart. 50 HP taken away, Hoax quite low. Deathmaker as well, softened up. One single bullet on Deathmaker can actually seal the deal, and Hoax actually pops off. What am I watching, Grayfox? If they convert this round, it's going to be insane. It's a 2v3, man advantage in the hands. And True Rippers, even though they have the buys in the hands, they still somehow mess it up. So far, this has been a successful eco round from Grayfox. And look at this double peek. Oh, Grayfox are playing this so perfectly. And now Deathmaker has only got 30 HP. This might just be too much to ask for, my friend. Oh my god, a Thrifty pulled off. The same thing happened in the first half. After the pistol round, it was Grayfox to win the Thrifty. And now once again, the same thing happens.
It's just Grayfox Esports always on top in those Thrifty rounds. When you least expect them, they pop off like madmen. But that's exactly what they needed. And then the discipline coming in, they knew that they had the advantage. They went in for the grab will play to try and disrupt the aim, and then went for the double peek as well, realizing that this might actually be the case where person might go in for that fight, individual fight. Wenka has got the outlaw in his hands, and there's no shield on the other side. This will be a massive value for him. But unfortunately, he's playing down towards the double doors. The wooden doors, and over on top is where the push is. Holds. Run away, my man! And that's Disrupt getting the pick.
And also a gun retrieve, by the way.
Yep.
One gun in the hand, and look at this Outlaw is just ready with the crosses trained. Went for one of the players to at least pop out of that spot, but they do realize, True Rippers do realize, extending from that same spot can also mean a pinch from BNA. So it's better to not just keep on extending forward. They're backing away perfectly. Look at Sayo. He might just be up for a lot of brawl. But he only gets one and backs away. Does not want to brawl it out against the opponent. At least the trade's now neutralized, right? Even Steven grounds for both the teams, and there's also Outlaw ready with its crosses trained in the hands of Venka. And Sayo is just waiting for someone to burst out of that door.
30 seconds left.
But I don't think so we're going to be seeing that happen just yet. Venka, timing works against him. And now True Rippers once again with that move. There's going to be a lifeline that's being granted to them. Adrian King moving in through double doors. Can they clutch it back? That's my question. No, he catches the man off guard. Nicely done. It's still a 2v3. Grayfox can get it back in their hands. But Adrian King is now the one to wake up from the sleep. Now it's a 1v2. Kohli needs to realize Techno is low, down to 65 HP. 2 bullets with the Vandal can actually seal the deal. Only if this shock dart connects, things can be even more different. And he's still going for the challenge. I'm not sure why. Kohli's down to 35 HP. Time's running out of his hands. Time is off the essence for now. But Techno, he finds the perfect timing. It's a Thrifty being converted from True Rippers too. We're seeing some unbelievable rounds. Some mistakes being made, but then the adaptations there quickly enough. But why are those mistakes happening in the first place?
Mad outplays. I would still say that when they saw a heavy presence over up on top in halls, yeah, it was understandable that Sayo would eventually push towards the A main because, of course, he would otherwise be pinched in from multiple directions. Why was no one pushing in from the B side? It was entirely empty. No one decided to go in for the push. But as of now, again, we are seeing the adjustment from True Rippers. They made a lot of noise towards halls. They've already executed from A main. They are looking to move forward from the B. This is a retake Viper wall, but I'm not quite sure how well is it going to work out because that's again going in the entry. Deathmaker gets the first one. Does not matter if in case that there was a Nebula or a Gravel under his feet.
Okay. Yeah, now Grayfox are just going to get dominated through as expected. True Rippers for them. It's a mow down on the opponents. A flawless round. The round started and it ended instantly. True Rippers, exactly what they need. Somewhere down the line, they have almost stopped the momentum of Grayfox.
They can do this all day. Yeah, they've been doing this all day long. And I mean that literally. In terms of the ultimates, Sayo 1 away from the Viper's Pit. Techno already has it. Deathmaker 1 away from the Bladestorm as well. RU 1 away from Neural Theft. Hellef Disrupt 2 away from their respective ultimates. On the other side, again, just those 1 or 2 orb points. That's about it. So in just 1 or 2 rounds, we are going to see some massive ultimates investments too. But the exact same Viper wall by Grayfox for the retake. And everyone from True Rippers, this time playing in default, spread out. It's a 1-2-2 setup.
Oh my god, what am I watching?
Never mention it.
Both
Let's
of the
say Venka
players
was able to dash away.
Yeah, both of the players just whiffing rough. Techno. He's got a lot of economy in his hands. And now here we go. Once again, a quick burst towards the same site. They have been doing this over and over again towards B. And yeah, really good flash too on the back of that. Hellef moves up. But then Kohli's there trying his best to make sure that the opponents are going to meet with a lot of resistance. Adrian King is right around the corner too. Is around the box. Techno is way too low. Deathmaker there in the back to provide the backup. And Deathmaker to close it off. A comeback is here.
Straightforward. Yeah, that's a straightforward execute from B main, and it eventually led to the people who are anchoring on the side to fall down. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, the couple of players, if they're playing on towards the side and there's no major rotation available, there's no map control for Grayfox. I'll be honest. True Rippers have been working so perfectly in unison that they're denying every single position to Grayfox Esports. They don't have the control of A main. They showed the presence in mid and then moved towards the B. That was the game plan from the starting. Snakebite shock dart combination to punish anyone who might be pushing up aggressively. Recon as well to showing a major presence. But the spike is over towards the B to punish anyone who would want to try and push that area. True Rippers are cooking hard.
They are. I mean, look at the map presence, right? As you mentioned, they're just spread out all across the board, trying to showcase their presence everywhere on the map, keeping the opponents guessing. But now they've left Techno all by himself towards the A site. And they're also almost pulling out the rotation towards B. But what are we seeing? The players are now starting to stack up towards mid. Probably it's going to be a mid to A take. They have pulled out the rotation towards B, by the way. And yeah, now this is also going to get their position away. It's time to move up inside of the A site. And that's what they do. Slowly and steadily now starting to step in towards the side as well. There's no one there to resist this control. And for True Rippers, it's going to be an easy stroll in a summer's day.
30 seconds
There's
left.
no KO lineups coming into play, but even after that, you could see Disrupt is doing his job. Techno getting the head off. Venka's skill is the one that I'm pretty intrigued about, but Disrupt crosshair is trained perfectly for that.
Player standing.
Yeah, no. I don't have a lot of hopes from Grayfox in this round itself, considering they were on an eco. But the upcoming round, Grayfox needs to take it to the 11th, because True Ripper's on the 8th. And if they lose the upcoming round as well, then once again, back to square zero, back to ground zero. All the hard work Grayfox showcased in the initial phases has been completely taken away, and Grayfox on the defense are getting countered hard.
Agreed. 100%. And they're just not being able to read onto what the game plan is from True Rippers, because I'll be saying it time and time again. The map space that True Rippers are taking, Grayfox have got no idea where the hit is coming. True Rippers are getting such a free side, or maybe a side with a maximum of 2 players. You are not going to stop a site hit if in case that there are just a couple of players out on site. So Grayfox would need to make a play, and that to a proactive one. Try to take at least some space on the map. They tried in one of the rounds that was taking the space in mid. They got the idea that the hit would be towards the B. But in almost every other round, it's just True Rippers having the free reign, free control. It's like Grayfox are letting them roam wherever they really want to. And True Rippers are taking that with open arms. That's literally the only problem in the defense of Grayfox Esports. They did a phenomenal job on the attack, but that is not going to cut it. Full house.
Oh, I like that camera work. Zooming in under that LED and then showcasing the game screen. The transition could have been smoother, but hey, we take those.
Nice try. NT.
I mean, so far, that's what True Rippers have been saying to Grayfox. After Grayfox, they did so much hard work in the initial phases. And now here we go.
Again.
Time to breach in towards the side once again. Where is the resistance? Why are we not seeing any type of counter utilities from Grayfox to try and stop them in their tracks? Look at the Gecko. He has every single utility still available in his pockets. And Hulk still goes for the dry peaks, and then he pays the price for it. Venka, he's got the operator in the hands. I highly doubt we're probably going to be seeing any type of peaks from the opponents. Grayfox, they're completely trapped. It's done for. Hunter's Fury finds so much value, and it's a flawless round. True Rippers, yeah, now they're just going to start to rip apart the opponents. We did not see any type of utility being utilized from them.
It's like Grayfox have ran out of gas before True Rippers did.
Yeah.
That is so surprising to see, because as you mentioned, dry peaks, no resistance. Alright, I understand. They might want to play in for a retake. It was honestly a flawless execution coming in from True Rippers. Getting their utilities on time, Viper Ball was up with the chaos. knife as well, scanning out the area. They got the information that there was absolutely no one on the side on the back of the Owl drone as well. And then invested onto the Viper's pit. But finally, we're seeing Grayfox making a proactive play on at least mid. But,
oh my
Troopers are just
god.
ready for it.
This man is playing aim laps. There's no way he's playing Valorant right now. It's not the first time he's done this. It's not the first time he's done this. Even on the map of Split, he did the same thing, and now he's doing the same thing here too. Just clicking on heads.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about Deathmaker not being able to get in his groove. Well, there you go. A couple of headshots, bring him back in the game. There we go. Too quick. 10-9 is the scoreline, and as I mentioned, yeah, after losing that previous round, all the hard work down the drain. True Rippers, yeah, they're really not leaving a lot of room for error for the opponents to capitalize on. Yeah, Grayfox now finally trying to utilize some of the utility kits that they have left over. How do you not check the back lines? They knew Aryu was right there. If Aryu would have gotten one kill, it was done for. And Helif with the spam just finds the value, but then Sayo replies back. 2K, do they swing back in the game? That's my question. Sayo pops out of that poison cloud. Information noted. Disrupt knows exactly where Sayo is, but he's taken down.
Sayo couldn't do anything in that situation, and True Rippers yet again understanding that it's an eco round, and in one of the previous one, Grayfox played in mid. They were just super ready for that play and got the perfect shutdown in such a long range fight. True Rippers are reading Grayfox like a book. And if in case they win this one, this is going to be a Cinderella run. 3 ultimates available. The Thrash, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide. Grayfox Esports, this is the round that they really win. If not, then it's a True Rippers win 13-10. I'm calling it right now.
You sounded pretty confident, and I'm not going to doubt you on that. But hold on, if Wenka starts making play like that, and he's also grabbing all the attention onto him. Okay, Grayfox, out of nowhere, they just swing back to life. True Rippers, did they just get a reality check? Deathmaker's down to 70 HP, but I guess True Rippers still, they do not really have that big of a sign to worry about because they're not that far away in the scoreline. Still, they can easily come back from this. It's 10-10. Yeah, for now it's 2v5, but in the upcoming round, True Rippers, they should not have that much of a struggle. Deathmaker spots him out. What a quick reaction that was. Adrian King put to sleep. 2v4 now. This is definitely doable, but then Aryu needs to pop off like he does. He needs to be the clutch meister. Deathmaker is one of those players that has started to feel himself once again. He's feeling quite warmed up. He's woken up from the ashes. And slowly and steadily, they've also got the site control. Every single player from Grayfox is ready to play this retake. They're just playing pushback. They're letting the players of True Rippers have the site, but this might just be a big problem. This might just be a questionable play from them. Deathmaker pushes up slowly and steadily. If he wins this duel, it's a big problem, but no. Hulk shuts him down. Deathmaker did not need to do that.
I really feel that he actually needed to. Because again, he's down in numbers. You need to make a proactive play to equalize the odds.
Yeah, but the HP, again, man. You need to consider the HP too.
Can't do anything about that. That's the whole point. I still feel that that was a pretty good play because he needed to make that happen on the back of what Wenka did out here in the open along with Adrian King. That was a phenomenal play from Grayfox. And let's directly come back to the starting point, right? I've been mentioning take the map space, and this time they did that. Took on the space in elbow, went in for a massive shutdown in towards the B main itself, and True Rippers have now got to adjust.
Cosmic Divide available. Grayfox. This can help them in the retake a lot, by the way. They can cut off the sound completely.
Yes. Heavy mid presence.
Deathmaker once again pushing up mid. Oh, and Grayfox initiating that fight, but unfortunately just a couple of connections. That's it. Thrash used as well. No value found on the back of that. So the Thrash is completely down the drain. And then Grayfox. Once again, it's time to move. I mean, they have taken some proactive control. I like the setup as well. It's a double peek pretty much. The man underneath and above, they had a double peek setup. But then True Rippers, they countered that with a double peek of their own. 3v4, man advantage in the hands of True Rippers. And this is looking quite solid for them. But then Coley brings things back. Shock Dart in the front lines towards the site to deal a lot of damage on the player right there. But then the suppression comes through. Null command is there. So none of the players of Grayfox can use their abilities. And now it's time to play the post plant. Yep, True Rippers getting the plant down, instantly falling back for the post plant. This is perfection. They're playing pretty disciplined. They've also got the snake bites to play for the post plant as well. And look at what is Techno trying to do. Techno is wrapping up all the way from the mid, and he finds the kill. Oh my god, this was way too close for comfort.
The lineup was a little bit off. There was space over on towards the left side of the spike. And yes, the Techno wanted to go in for a wraparound, but my goodness, Kohli on that Sova dismantled everyone out in the main. And it was all thanks to the snake bite that was put up. Everyone was getting caught in that vulnerability. Grayfox Esports finally, they realized that taking that map space was important. And once they started doing that, they're finally popping back up. But it's time for True Rippers to understand that now their one-dimensional executes are just not going to pay off.
I have a question to the viewers. Do let us know your predictions. Do you guys think, is it Jover or nah? What do you think, Scared? Is it Jover?
I don't think so. Nope. It's not going to be Jover.
I personally believe we might see an overtime.
And at this point, just show us the overtime.
You want to see the overtime? You know what? Flip it.
Huh?
I want to see the overtime too.
There we go.
Adrian King has the Cosmic Divide available. 2 off Helef from his own Hunter's Fury. 1 off Techno from Viper's Pit. RU 1 off from Neural Theft. They could play in for the orbs. But again, a slow approach. Spread out 1, 2 and 2. Same default that we've been seeing. Mid control established. RU is opping?
It's weird to see. Are you on the op? And True Rippers, yeah, right now, they just want to establish whatever they can. They just want to take it to the OT. They're not that far behind, man. Only 2 rounds needed. And if they actually do win this round, it's also going to be a confidence breaker. Venka's ready on the entrance with the op. He needs to be posted right there. But there's going to be a reroute to the A side because the spike is right on the back of Disrupt. And yeah, you finally see the rotations being called out as well. It's going to be a mid-hit too. You see the Viper's Wall just cutting off the entire backside from Yellow. And it's going to be a quick burst. Deathmaker and his friend Techno moving in together. While there's a couple of players just trapped on towards the site that flashes to back it off as well. Hoax has got nothing to do. They need to back away, and that's what he does. But he still gets away with 1 kill. But then an instant retaliation from DM. Shuts down Hoax. Once again, the site control taken away. True Rippers, what am I watching? Deathmaker, some of these fights, some of the duels that he's able to convert. It's unreal. And now pulls out the Blade Storm. We know from here, it's just going to be the overheat moment. But hopefully he does not get caught with that. Yeah, taken down way too low. The man softened up 39 HP. But then RU shuts down another one. Coley able to reply back with 1 more. It's still a 3v2. Man advantage in the hands of TR. And Grayfox, they're still trying to go for it.
No.
Techno is towards mid. And Techno is showcasing a lot of patience. He finds the perfect timing. Techno shutting down the man in the front. And now it's all down to Coley. And Coley's going to go for the save because he's got no other choice. He's wasted too much time already. And Techno, what's that shot? Disgusting. Well, I guess it's not Jover yet.
It is True Rippers yet showing the embers of life. I love that very deep Viper ball. Because again, it either gives you the choice to try and fight on the site itself, or maybe just play all the way far back and give up on that full control. There were just 2 players standing on site, and I love that knife too. Hoax was not able to utilize any of those utilities. And he had to force that situation. Though the second peak, I still am not quite confident as to why he went in for that. That might have been a mistake. But at the end of the day, nothing taken away from True Rippers in that one engagement. Are you playing in from the long, making sure that his operator is finding the value? And it definitely did. Techno's mid-lurk have been a problem. Grayfox need to take the map space. Same issue yet again. This time around, playing in with patience. All 10 players in the lobby.
Oh, man.
You missed that shot. That's
How
unfortunate.
often do you see a Cypher play an op lurking around, by the way?
Huh.
It is a combination
Maybe.
that you would see 1 in a million years, and right now we're seeing that in front of us.
Alfire does it. That's the Fnatic shenanigans.
I mean, honestly, I know there's going to be a lot of people saying that that's not a good move, but I would say that's a Giga Chad move right there. I mean, thinking out of the box, doing something out of the box! Hunter's Fury pulled out. Once again, trying to burst on towards the site. Hunter's Fury dishing out a lot of damage. Hoax throwing the mosh pit out too. Oh, it's a lot of util dump on the board, to be honest. But then we've also seen that retake. Cosmic Divide. Viper's Pit being invested in that round as well. Wenka able to get away. One on to Hell F. It's a 2v3. Grayfox with the man advantage. Techno. Oh my god, the only man left over. Techno needs to pull off something crazy. And it's going to be Grayfox, ladies and gentlemen. You split one winners of the 2024 Valorant Challenger Series, South Asia.
It took everything in their tank to try and cross that line. But what a crazy match and what a crazy series. The entire game being decided by just one specific round. Every single moment it was a back and forth situation. But at the end of the day, finally the retake towards the A worked out when they all just decided to go for a flood. And I don't know how did Venka get 2 in that situation. The second spam on Stova, that was mind-boggling. It was the Viper's Pit itself. Phenomenal run from True Rippers, and what a resilience being shown by the men in red. They wanted a good game, man. You cannot have a better game than this.
True Rippers really took it till the end. They gave a tough fight to the players of Grayfox, but in the end, it was Grayfox to prevail. That comeback that we saw, 9-3 curse almost coming true. We almost could have seen the OT as well. But I'm not gonna lie, it all came down to that Cosmic Divide right there. The Cosmic Divide completely cut off that post-plant scenario, and that sort of enabled the players of Grayfox to go for the retake too.
Well, what a series it was, ladies and gentlemen. But finally, we have our champions, Grayfox Esports. It has been an amazing evening. Maza aaya ki nahi? Maza aaya? And of course, True Rippers, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our run-ups as well. They played very well, a tough fight today. Lower bracket se aaye, aaj finals khela lower bracket ka. And now in the finals, took it down to the wire. लेकिन finally, it is the moment जिसका हमारे players इंतजार कर रहे थे. Grayfox के जितने supporters हैं वो इंतजार कर रहे थे. And to gratify the players of Grayfox, I would like to invite the co-founder and CEO of Nodwin Gaming, Mr. Gautam Brick, on stage. And of course, Grayfox winners, guys. It is your moment. Can we have the medals? Can we have what these players rightfully deserve and what is theirs now? भाई तालियां क्यों रुक गई? Take a bow, lads. Take a bow. Can we have the medals? Here they are, the champions of OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia, Grayfox Esports! Of course, the big check. Thank you, Mr. Brick. Right. Boys, before you leave, a quick word. Venka, starting off with you. How does it feel now?
Feels great. I've never won in like a big tournament like this before in my entire life, and first one with some amazing teammates, and here we are.
Folks, are you happy about the fact कि पीछे 2-3 लोग अब मर चुके हैं? Gave us all a scare, man.
I mean, they played well. It was a good series. बहुत close था. But unfortunately for them, I have the best Indians in my team and I have the best imports in my team as well. So we are definitely going to win it. And we won it.
Kohli, the last time we saw you in the VCSA, आप एक rising star थे. You're still on that rise, but the star grows brighter and brighter every single day. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling great. The entire team played really well. It's our first LAN and we won first place, so it feels pretty good. And we are looking forward to split 2.
All right, I'm on this side now. First experience with this team, how does it feel?
It feels nice to win our first tournament. Yeah, it feels good.
What about you? How are you feeling? I mean, recently formed, a lot of time skipped on practice, I guess, because did not have enough time to practice, but still winning the trophy.
Yeah, I'm feeling great because we lift the trophy. Yeah, that's it.
Before I'll come to you in a bit, Hika आपसे बात करनी है. We saw you sitting in the coach's chair, and Oaks told me कि आप उन पे बहुत चिल्लाते थे.
Some things are better not said, you know. It's just only for the team to see, you know, they know what I said. And they are the champions, you know, they did it all. I didn't do much. I was just filling Godspeed shoes, that's all.
Vibhor, you must have been sharing your experience with the players, helping them keep calm under pressure. How do you feel about these boys now?
I mean, everybody has been working very hard, including the management and everybody in the boot camp. So everybody deserves it, and it feels very great to be part of this amazing team.
I think ऐसी moments में you have been in the past a lot. कि बिल्कुल OT जा रहा है match. You're on the last game, the last wire, and handling this pressure is not easy. So, few words of motivation for these players again.
I mean, they don't need any motivation right now. They've just won the biggest tournament in India.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the champions of OMEN Valorant Challenges South Asia, Grayfox Esports. And with that, we're going to call it a day. You guys have been a lovely audience. A huge cheer for all of you as well. Thank you so much. See you at the next one.
I wake up and I repeat, it's only me that I can beat. I might drop a song a week. Let's go, 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 go. 'cause I am the Raja. Cause I am the Raja.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。